You've lied in the past, and you know why you lied. And the answer is to gain control over the situation for whatever means, or to get out of being punished for whatever means, et cetera, et cetera. You know why people lie. So stop being disingenuous that you're not a student of human behavior in your own life. Okay, you know why they lie. You don't need to know the exact specific, but you know the general terms. Okay, like it's why everybody lies. Everybody lies for the same reasons.
Tell me, Star, in human history, which government was the great ones and never lied in any case?
I don't have any specific examples on who hasn't lied.
Can you research that and give it to me? I would like to know which country was the like a 50 years of full beautiful democracy without corruption, without any problems. The people saying we will never ever change this government. This is our mother.
Well, funny enough, I was actually listening to a lecture recently about a guy who wrote a book called "Why States Lie." I mean, this question, why would they lie, dude? It's like power. I mean, there's an answer. Then you might say, oh, but how does that get power over people? Well, for example, it makes you doubt your own senses and trust a scientific consensus narrative paradigm as the authority. In fact, there are people involved in the industrialized education system and the history of it that literally said in their own words that the purpose of the industrialized education system is to condition response to authority. Okay? Follow me? So yes, they have many, many reasons to lie. In fact, if you study game theory and war theory, you'll find out that it is never good to tell the truth. Everything you tell the opposing side should be the lie, unless the truth is more deceptive.
The opposing side, you say?
Yeah, the opposing side.
Yeah, but who might that be in this situation?
Well, I just gave you the answer. So if the whole system is designed for a conditioned response to authority, then the authority is one side and the subordinates are the other side.
Maybe not lying, but limiting the truth is a...
Well, you totally exposed yourself, like Rogers said. Like when you asked why would they lie, you basically revealed that you're a glober. But before I even learned any of the flat Earth arguments, and I just heard about flat Earth, I already knew why they would lie about flat Earth before I even knew any of the arguments. Like it's completely obvious. I don't know why it's like
globe earther. No, I'm not lying. Sorry, I'm laughing.
Dude, it's like my child. It's like my child, son. Okay.
Yeah, you can't trick us. It's so obvious.
Check this out. When I tell my son that I know what he did, he might say something, but why would I lie about it? I wouldn't lie to my dad, would I? I'm like, dude, I know what you did. Okay, you're not pulling a fast one. Okay, this is the problem, my friend, is you actually think in the vast reaches of the cobwebbery of your mental space that you're actually pulling a fast one on anybody, but you're not. Especially not on yourself. Because the nature of the way you're acting and the nature of the way you're talking about these propositions belies your true intent.
So do you want to like correct your position now and start being genuine, man, or do you think like you are trolling us and the joke is on you, by the way? So
I like her using the word trolling. How do you feel trolled right now?
You could just call it charlatan. You could call it pretender.
Anything, basically.
That liar.
Then again, I've been in this conversation how long? And we were literally not talking about flat Earth in the beginning. So why would I go through all this trouble just to have a 5-minute last convo of...
Here we go again, friend. So now I'm going to smack you with the hard facts. Hold on, I'm going to smack him with the hard facts. Okay, friend, here's the problem. You posit this hypothetical, why would I? Okay, let me explain it to you. We've had people come in here for days pretending to be what they weren't, and then have a spontaneous breakdown and yells obscenities, N-words, send people porn in DMs, right? So we've experienced people doing this before, okay?
And have I done that? Have I been shouting obscenities?
You're not listening.
Dude,
He said days.
wow.
If you've been here minutes, what you just said is illogical.
Okay, but does that apply to me? Do they
How
join
could
Livestream
that be
and have no
established in a
follow-up?
matter of moments if over periods of longer time it was revealed at a longer point in time? You know how illogical what you're saying is?
Yeah, friend. What happens is, see, I gave you facts
Oh,
of
yeah.
patterns of behavior that have occurred in the past, correct? And you said something completely illogical. You were pointed out that what you said was completely illogical. So now we would like you to address the logic, just like Gospel Bear asked you to. That should be the next thing you say. Go for it.
Completely side. This is a interruption to the currently scheduled conversation. Can somebody help remind me the server that recently got nuked? Just the name of it.
Are
The
you talking
Truther
about
Archive.
11.7?
What was the name of the server?
There's two servers, like Truther Archives and the
That's
11.7.
the one. That's the one. That's all I need. Thank you. My buddy got nuked, and he's just now finding out.
I got nuked because of 11.7 as well, so this is another.
Yeah. That was in the past. I got you. Thank you. I'm good to go. We can return back to the combo.
Well, no problem. No problem. But what he just said is highly related to this thing we're talking about, which is this. There are Globers or whoever that come into our server and present themselves as one thing and then act the fool or report us or try to get us taken down or go after people's jobs, et cetera, et cetera. So this answer of why would they do that? Who knows? Maybe they're weird. The point is it's irrelevant why. That's the point. Is that it does happen and we have evidence that it happens. Right? And the way you're acting is completely weird. So what do you want us to think?
Wow, okay.
See, now that you've heard me explain it that way, you're thinking in your mind, aha, there's plausibility within his framework that he's thinking that I'm genuine. No, that's not the case, son. I'm just giving rhetorical arguments.
Yeah, just to kind of maybe give an analogy on this, because I think sometimes when people are stuck in their own worldviews, they think, oh yeah, that could be justified because of X, Y, or Z reason. But just to use like an abstract, let's say that there were the blue grasses and the red grasses, and they were arguing over what color the grass was, right? Do you think it would be acceptable for the blue grasses to get the red grasses fired from their jobs because they thought the grass was red?
Why are we talking about firing people from their jobs? That is not
metaphor, analogy, direct application. Just listen and
guess that flew right over my head.
Well, yeah, clearly.
Just listen to the question and answer it as it was presented. It was a simple question. Would that be appropriate?
To get, I mean, no.
Well, maybe red grass and bluegrass was confusing. Chocolate ice cream versus vanilla ice cream. Keep it to a really subjective thing. Would it make sense if everybody that loved vanilla ice cream, all the chocolate ice cream lovers, like doxed all the vanilla ice cream people and got them fired for erroneous, fallacious, made-up things? Would that be appropriate of the chocolate ice cream lovers to do?
Can I ask what the point of this is? What is this supposed to be?
I mean,
Go ahead.
Yeah. What is the point? What are you
that
trying
would
to
be
get at here?
appropriate. Star. That. So you're saying that would be appropriate?
No, I'm asking.
I heard the
what are
word
you trying
yeah.
to get? What are you trying to get at?
It's amazing
even though you've dodged my question twice, I will answer yours. The point of the question is to figure out if you have any kind of morality at all.
If I had any morality.
Yes.
You're trying to tell me I'm trying to get you fired from your job.
No.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Okay.
No, because then I've misunderstood. Like, where you're trying to get at?
My friend.
I've said
you're really
no.
good. You're really good at dodging. Okay. So if you're gonna say no to the question, which is it right to get people fired because they hold a different proposition? So your answer is no.
No.
Okay, perfect.
But then again, where I don't see why this is relevant. Where does this relevancy come in?
Okay, now let me ask another question now that you understand. Why
Don't though.
did those guys do those things? Why did that guy call up the guy's engineering firm and try to get him fired from his job? Why did that guy pretend to fall in love with a girl, right, who was a flat earther, and he tried to use the romance to trick her to going back to the globe when he had no intention of being with her? Okay? Why did the guy horn bomb the server? Why did the guy report the server? These are all things that really happened. Why did they do those things? Do you have an answer?
So you're saying there have been globe believers in the server who have gotten people fired from their job?
Really weird, because what I heard him say was about romance, porn bombing, and
No, you
doxing.
said why did he get taken away as
Yeah, there's a
engineering?
guy. I said the fired guy.
And why
Okay.
did he?
So yes, he did.
Why
answer
did he get the
those
server taken down? So you're saying that has
Yeah.
happened there, if I'm getting your analogy correct.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is what Globers do. Okay,
Do
it's
or
been
have
done.
done?
These are facts. These are facts. They've
But
happened.
then again, why are you on the topic of this? Because are you saying I'm going to
Okay,
do
I
it?
want you to
Trying
tell
do
me.
this?
I want you. Listen to me. I want you to tell me why did they do those things?
I have no idea. I barely know what you're talking about.
Bingo. Now you're getting somewhere. Their motives are unknown. Their motives are personal. Do you understand me?
So you're
They're on
saying
the internal world that's inaccessible. So I have no idea why you, my friend, are here putting up some shenanigans. But you are putting up some shenanigans. You follow?
Well, this is great.
Yeah, so the question of why would a glober intentionally get a flat earther fired for
Then again,
their
that's not.
intention of flat earth, right?
So you guys are
does
trying
the-
to say
would
that.
you-
Don't interrupt.
No,
Don't
would you
interrupt.
listen
Just
to
listen.
me? Would you say that you need to know the specific motivation the glober has in trying to get a flat earther fired? And if you don't know his specific motivation, he did not get the gentleman fired? So until we know the motivation for why he got him fired, the gentleman didn't get fired. This comes back to why would they lie about the globe in schools? The motivation and the why is not necessary to understand that there is a lie that has taken place. Because the truth is the truth no matter what. Regardless of why somebody would lie about the truth does not change the truth of the matter.
Which is important when we're talking about objective reality, which goes back to the beginning of the conversation about the really is question about objective reality, about what the earth really is.
Oh, I have a question.
Who?
Are you all high or drunk or something?
Me?
Like,
I'm high.
Is
I'm
that all
high,
you?
bro.
If you're, that's
Well,
all
he
you're
asked
gonna,
a question. I mean, I
yeah,
can
but
answer. I'm high.
if that's all he's going to contribute, he might as well put himself back on mute.
He's
Nobody
the
wants.
only one who sounds drunk, ironically, though.
Do you hear me,
Do I sound
dude?
drunk?
Might as well put yourself on mute before I do. If you're going to continue asking those questions.
Maybe he's just projecting.
No,
Okay,
your choice. Your choice, guy.
Okay, Mr. Snowflake.
Make up your mind. All right. Thank you.
He sounds fun.
Well, I think he was triggered by the next thing that was about to happen, which is the philosophical implications of all the logic we just laid out, which is this. The people who are doing something wrong don't have to have a personal, tangible benefit, like, let's say, money or power. They don't have to have those things in order to lie. Sometimes people lie maliciously. So there's a gamut of reasons. Okay, so I don't have to provide you a logistical benefit. for the powers that be. It could be the case, as Alfred so astutely put it, that they just want to watch the world burn. Who knows? The point is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the truth of the proposition. Now, is it an interesting point? Sure. It would be fun to know. Sure. I give you that much. You might be curious. So you need to divorce yourself of this idea that you might ever find out. You know, same thing with people like we always use the cheating example. You may never find out why your ex-girlfriend cheated on you. And she might have told you this cool story, but it could be a lie. You never know. Her reasons are her reasons. She could have done it just to get back at you. Right? Could have been for money. Could have been for spite. Doesn't change the facts of the matter.
Great. Okay. Well,
so you can leave here satisfied that flat earthers didn't prove their case because they don't know why powers that be lied specifically, or you can just accept that it's an unknowable thing. Those are your choices.
I literally just asked why they lied about it because I'm literally trying to know or figure out why, because I've been thinking about that myself, and that do you say proves me to be a global believer?
Nobody here is a mind reader, right? So unless you're part of that group that
we risk saying that's basically acting like that.
What? It is irrelevant to the Earth's geometry, though.
No, that's so nobody here is a mind reader unless you're part of that group that hitting that lie, you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or else it's just speculation.
Mm-hmm.
And as AI told you, it's fun to know, but it doesn't really matter. The lie still is there in your face.
Yeah, so my friend, in warfare, there's two things. It's called logistics and morale. Okay, logistics is obviously mechanical things, physical things, where things are, where they're going, fuel, money. And morale is the will of the people. Either one of those is a sufficient reason to lie, to change the status of either of those when it comes to warfare. So I gave you, my friend.
So there's a war between flat earthers.
Hold on. I gave you those reasons. Hold on. I just want to point out that I already gave you those reasons earlier. Okay, they were sufficient reasons. It may not be satisfactory to you, but they are sufficient. And listen, I want to give you this one more thing. Just one more thing. It may be the case that the reasons are not satisfactory to you, even if you found out the truth, right? You'd be like, well, those are stupid reasons.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, that's it.
Why doesn't answer what? It's simple.
I guess the other gentleman wanted to say something. If you guys want to allow him to, or you're still on with this guy?
Well, before he goes on, I just want to say, okay, you don't need a specific reason to lie to anyone. Okay, the base axiom of deception is that the person doing the deceiving holds the power. Therefore, it's self-evident that deception brings power. And that circle is self-explanatory to any lie or any liar.
Just so you know, I am power.
So you're saying it's a superiority complex?
Yeah, he admitted it right there. I am power. So he's come here to flex his power because he's part of the elite cabal to test us, see if we can tell whether he's really a flat earther or not. Oh, good try, bro. You almost had me.
Yeah, let them finish whatever your name is, and then you can come in and have a conversation. Nobody's afraid. Just take your time. Take your time. Your turn. Just wait. If you guys are done or whatever, because
hold on, my friend. Do I sound afraid?
Afraid for what?
Anyway, we're done with the LARP Central. Move on to the next guy.
Yeah. So now low, sad, and depressed. Hi.
Hello there.
He just posted a really cool lens curvature proof C in the live text.
It is not a light curvature.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
That's not. You have proof it is?
Yeah, because you can see the curvature
Just
going
show me.
from concave to convex out the video, and also you wouldn't see Earth curvature at those altitudes anyway, even if we were on the ball of 39, 59 mile radius.
So you're saying it is true that the Earth is round and not square?
I have no idea what you just said.
I just spilled the truth.
No.
Yes, I did.
Well, you showed us a video of lens curvature. If you're being honest about that, then I guess, yeah, you're speaking truth.
No, because you just said at this altitude you cannot see that the Earth is round. So that means that you...
No.
Yeah,
It means the video is not of Earth curvature. Yes, good job.
So does Earth curve at what was it? Let's see, it's 50 meters above Earth. Does it curve then? We're living on a tiny Earth.
It sure does.
No, it doesn't.
This guy's a clown.
Yeah, he is.
You're a clown.
Oh, jeez.
All right, does anybody want to take point with this guy?
Not 5-year-old tactics again. Oh no.
Listen, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that he's assertive and decisive with his assertion, unlike the last kid who was like a soup sandwich trying to be eaten with a fork.
Thank you for all data presented.
So you have a video of a fake video. You have a fake video of Earth curvature. Anything else?
Yes, that I am almighty. I am powerful. I have potatoes and pizza. And that's about it.
Great globe proofsies. Love it. Earth must be a globe.
Man, that really got me there, you know. I think the Earth is really a spinning ball in outer space. Thank you, man.
Mangi la pizza con le patate.
Where's that meme? Is that meme going around again? I am powerful. I am powerful. I am powerful.
He's going to be chanting that He-Man kind of chant, by the power of Grayskull. This guy.
Unlimited power.
Anyway, so yeah, he doesn't have nothing to bring to the table. Obviously, this is the bottom of the barrel of intellects, it seems. We don't got people that can actually challenge the claim of the globe Earth, so perhaps somebody can belly up to the bar and muster up an ounce of intellect and hold a conversation, but it seems like the well's running dry. So, I don't know. Maybe somebody wants to talk with this guy or not, because he doesn't sound like he's worth the moment of my time. So, anybody else wants to?
And I think he's serious. Oh. Next.
Well, friends, the new subjective synthesis religion is moving towards monism in the sense that all is one is all, God is all God is all is one, you're one part of God, therefore you're God, therefore everyone can make the claim, I'm God, therefore I'm powerful, I make the decisions, I do what I want, etc., etc. So this is just the early stages of development for that new world religion that's going to see the earth into new heights of technology, success, accomplishments, etc.
Yeah, with the critical thinking in this forum, we want to usher the new era of intellects, not entertain these characters who come in here, with nothing to give, not even an ounce of conversation. It's crazy. It's really sad when you think about it.
Yeah, but feel free to make me some French fries out of those potatoes you got going on.
That's what their parents get for years of public schooling.
Hey, you hear that? Dude, I got meat in the back grilling right now.
Look, to be fair, though, to those friends, okay? Look, guys, we're giving you the business, right? Don't take it personal, okay? You've been indoctrinated. You've been hoodwinked. And you're having a visceral response and your cognitive dissonance that your world paradigm has been shattered. Okay, it's okay. You don't have to attach yourself to a proposition about the nature of Earth. It's not relevant to your self-identity unless you make it relevant. So just detach yourself, right? Let it go. Be who you are, not who the government told you to be by associating your ego with the shape of the Earth you stand on. Because that's just foolishness. Your identity isn't a shape. So man up, take your philosophical choices, right, seriously. Don't let the status paradigm convince you what's what. Read alternative books, like, for example, books that demonstrate new technologies that prove that evolution's a bunch of nonsense. There's all kinds of knowledge out there waiting for you.
Instagram. Should have given her. Get Instagram. Huh?
All righty, hot micer. All righty.
Hot miking, central banker.
No, I don't think it was. Oh, is it central banker?
Have it.
Yeah, central banker, you're hot miking.
I don't want to.
Just hurry up and mute him before he admits we're all faking it. Dude, that was close, man.
Don't let him blow our
let
cover.
the secret out.
You know, one thing I do find consistent within these Globers that come in here is they seem to be consistently disingenuous for the most part. We do have people that are honest in the conversation, and those are people that we can have a cordial conversation with. They usually say, "Oh, well, I didn't know that. Let me look into it." But unfortunately, the bulk of them seem to be disingenuous. But then on the flip side of that, they want to ask why somebody else would be disingenuous. Why would somebody lie? Lying themselves. It's hard to understand where this mentality comes from.
They're invested in stories, not reality. They don't care what reality is. The story just has to be true for them.
It's almost as if being disingenuous is a default character to be a Glober, To believe you live on a spinning ball, you somehow in some way need to be disingenuous, because there seems to be some correlation between these two things.
Maybe it's not just for Globers, but to be an anti-flat earther, to have the urge to argue against the flat earth. Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah.
What up,
I
Lou?
mean, when presented with the argument, right? Like, we do get genuinely honest Globers that come in here. The difference is the conversation goes a completely different way. And they usually leave the conversation with, well, let me look into that because I didn't understand that previously. Or I didn't think about that before. Let me think about it and maybe come back. Or, yes, I agree with you, and that's probably correct. The problem is those interactions don't happen that often. So you can have Globers that are honest individuals, but when presented with the information, they still remain honest, which gets them to question what they had previously believed based on what they were told. And they try to convert their belief into a knowing because they're honest individuals.
What's like weird for some people, it's like as if when you are telling them or trying to talk to them about the shape of the earth, and even though they came here like willingly to the server, they take the truth as if you are telling them like, hey, you are adopted son, not a begotten son. Like, you know, it's just like it has that type of interaction to it.
Yeah, and that's kind of understandable because this does change your fundamental view of the earth. It's earth shattering information, right? So it's kind of understandable to have a reaction like that. But then you have to make the decision as to whether you want to just continue believing something with no real empirical basis for it, or if you would like to actually investigate the claims that are put forth by people in this server. Right? You come to this moral fork in the road. And I think a lot of people's thought process is it's much easier to go with the flow, believe what everybody else believes, not be ostracized for having a knowledge that may be contrary to the current belief system. So they come to that fork in the road and they have to make the decision. And it's some form of cowardice that pushes people to remain with an unfounded belief as opposed to actually investigating the truth.
Yeah, but
This is why
even that's being overly generous because the base axioms of experience aren't claims.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need a claim. It's just obvious that the earth is flat, level, stationary. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences otherwise. And we all know that if they say they do, they're lying. Well, sorry, to be generous to them, they may be self-deceived, like they're just seeing something they believe it's contrary to reality. But it seems self-evident that everyone experiences the globe as flat, level, and stationary. Now, I use the word globe there because they think they live on a globe, but they experience it as flat, level, and stationary. So they agree themselves. Even the people who believe it's a globe agree it's experienced as flat, level, and stationary. So nobody who's worth their salt, right, says otherwise. They then make a claim that, yes, we experience it this way, but in fact, it's something else. And then we have to explain why it is. So that's a claim. Base experience isn't a claim.
And another phenomenon is once they're not capable of having a conversation anymore, they hide in the chat and start having conversations there. Typical global thing. Global thing.
Mostly because some of them don't have the capacity, like I said before, to carry a conversation. They only have visceral reactions at the things that we say and nothing more. Nothing to offer.
Exactly.
For anyone interested in knowing what happened on the moon, there's like a amazing documentary about it in Livestream. It's literally called "What Happened to the Moon" of the year 2000. I really encourage anyone, like especially like those who haven't looked at any evidence about flat Earth or sorry, not flat Earth, NASA moon landing stuff. Like, you need to try this one. Like, watch it and see what you get out of it, and slowly maybe you. If you prefer that way, you can start like comparing what you learned in school with what this documentary is talking about.
Hey, it's almost time for ladies' night, right? It's like a few hours.
An hour and 17 minutes. Go big or go home, Roger.
All good.
What? Roger's not going big?
Bye, low sad and mouth breathing.
Did he overstep his boundaries in chat or what? I'm not even looking at chat.
Yeah, basically. Roger did it for 7 days, so I did it for 7,777,770 days versus 700. You get it. Demigods just did the math. 21,308 years.
Just enough time for our tailbone to actually grow back out. Just like, you know, when you hear a microwave go ding, up, it's ready.
He'll get insta-banned as soon as he's out. He'll come back and do exactly the same thing.
But this time with it would be
I'm gonna do it in seconds. It's gonna be 1 trillion seconds, which is 32,000 years. Was the next one.
Ooh.
A trillion might be a little much. A billion would be more fair, I guess.
There's a website. Your bill, isn't it called your billion second birthday?
I don't know. I never heard of that.
Let me see if I can find it. It's pretty neat. It's either billion second birthday. 1 billion second. Yeah. Billionbirthday.com. You type in your birth date. It extracts all the data about who you are and instantly hacks your social security number and steals everything that I'm just kidding. Anyway, you type in your birthday and and when you were born, and then you click the button add a billion, and then it tells you when your second birthday is. I think mine already happened, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there's no way. You can't, dude.
A
a
million
trillion seconds. Yeah.
A billion
Yeah,
seconds is almost 32 years.
Yeah, there you go.
A trillion is almost 32,000 years.
There you go. Exactly.
Wow, that makes a big difference between a billion and a trillion.
Yeah.
Well,
32 years to 32,000.
Well,
Yeah.
a trillion is 1,000 billions.
Right. No, it makes sense when you put it that way, but
Yeah, it's so then when we hear numbers about government money and spending and stuff, and they throw these numbers around in word form, like even there's 4 point something quadrillion, not dollars, but like when you look at all the quote unquote money in the world, but it's not just money, it's bonds, and there's like all these categories of debt and bonds and money and value of goods and all these different things, and it's a big number in the quadrillions, allegedly.
yeah.
Which just
When it puts it when you actually start breaking it down like this with seconds, like how long is a billion seconds? How long is a trillion seconds? And then you start thinking about, okay, so that first stimulus package that Trump did, that was a $6 trillion, and then they did another like 3 trillion and another like within like a year they did like $8 or $10 trillion worth of so-called stimulus money.
Yeah. So
It's just an insane number.
I'm 1.165 billion seconds old and change. I'm rounding down, but 1.165.
Or when they tell you that things are trillions of light years away, and then you take into consideration what a light year is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Elbow had me doing the math on that earlier today. He's like, what's 6 billion? No, what's 6 trillion times 43 billion? Because they were like 43 billion light years away. I'm like, well, and then I charted it out, and I'm like, well,
it's like an error. You get an error on the calculator.
well, sure. I just did it manually. It was two point something septillion miles is what that would be, and over 2 septillion miles.
Septillion is unfathomable to the human mind.
Yeah. I mean,
you can't comprehend that number.
Even a trillion is really like unfathomable. Like
this, yeah.
Yeah, you think about the claim that the sun is 8 light minutes away. So 8 light minutes would equal 93 million miles. And that's just light minutes. Now, how many minutes are in a year? Like, it just becomes ridiculous when you're saying these trillions of light years away.
yeah, I mean, they even if you look up like what the farthest star that we can see is, they say it's quadrillions of light years away, I believe.
But not even that though. The worst thing about it is they don't even know the actual speed of light, so they claim all this shit is in these places, but the fucking speed of light fluctuates constantly. So all these fucking supposed measurements and claims they're making of rockets going places, like if they're judging it from like the benchmark of light speed, then they've not got a fucking hope in hell of being accurate.
That guy sounds like Panto Math a lot.
Yeah, man, that's me, bro.
Is that
Yeah,
you?
man.
Yeah, man.
Like in the Black Swan, we're seeing the horizon. We've got it placed at approximately 30 miles away. We give them the benefit of doubt by saying 10. But so yeah, we can
Okay,
we can only see maybe 30 miles away with like an awesome camera. But then you can also see septillions of miles away when you're looking up at a star.
Yeah.
Just a
There you
hop,
go.
skip, and a jump.
Sorry, Miggy. That's Panto.
Hey, man. What's cooking?
I was looking for his name, but I don't see it. I just see somebody named Spake.
Hey, bro, that's me.
Yeah, that's it.
That's my alter ego.
What's up with that avatar, eh? Is that your face or what's going on?
That's cool.
He found the fountain of youth.
Through one of my
That's one angry baby.
Yeah, I know. That's what Panto looked like when he came out the womb, huh? Just mad at the globe.
What's funny, he didn't only find the fountain of youth, but he got drunk drinking from the water of it to the degree that he became a baby.
Like Benjamin Button moving backwards.
Benjamin Button.
I don't know about it.
I don't pay really any attention to all that NASA crap, but the other day in the live stream, somebody was mentioning a 9-year time frame for getting the rover on Mars or whatever, and I was pointing out how they got a battery that can stay on standby for 9 years getting to the planet, but you don't have a car battery that gets charged by an alternator every time you turn it on that can last more than 5 years. Yeah, okay.
The trick is you got to get NASA to make them. That's the trick.
Real good engineering.
Well, that was my point. We should have access to that tech because we own that fucking tech. We paid for it. So why don't we have car batteries that last 20 fucking years and shit?
Well, we destroyed that technology, man. It's a painful process to build it back up again.
I forgot. That's right.
Just think about how temperature plays a part in the lifespan of your battery, right? So if you live up north, you live in Canada, your battery life is going to be much less than somebody that lives, say, in Florida.
I do live in Canada.
Okay, so your battery life is probably much less than mine here in Florida. How long does a battery last for your vehicle on average?
Well, it depends, right? Like some people don't drive every day. And then like they recommend you replace it every 3 years. That's a recommendation. And the usual warranty is maybe 4 years, the max you could get. But I've seen them last way longer than that. It's
I've
just a
also
bunch of
seen them
BS.
last.
We
I've
don't have
also
a battery
seen
that can stay on standby for 9 fucking years and then turn on and run perfect when it lands on Mars. That's all I'm saying.
in a real rough winter though too. Like I've seen batteries that only last a year or two. Also, it's like when you're starting it up in the like extreme cold, does a ton of damage to that battery. It kills its life big time.
Oh yeah, and you also have to watch your oil weight as well in the winter.
Yeah.
Yes. So what would this
ever heard-
technology be to allow these batteries to function on Mars, which is claimed to be extremely cold?
Yeah,
So it would have a 9-year trip of not
And then
being
turn on and
utilized.
function perfect. But it's because
Yeah.
it's because it's a $3 million battery. That's why it works that way.
Cheap. There, lads, have any of you ever heard of a UK rapper called Mr. Traumatic? He raps like conscious lyrics about like fucking the soul system and the fucking. He's always kind of been slightly hinting towards flat Earth, but I think he was kind of not wanting to lose his fan base. But he just dropped the 6.5 hour You Are None video. He's literally just dropped it fucking last week or something. It's like over 100,000 views on it, man. So I think he's gonna start fucking bombarding people with flat Earth fucking raps, man. His raps are fucking amazing, man. You should check him out, folks. If you like rap music, you'll fucking love him, man.
What's his name again?
Mr. Traumatic. I'll drop a link for you, man. He's fucking amazing.
How you feeling, Lou?
Slowly improving. I actually went to go and I just wanted to try to went to go see a doctor today just to try to get some fucking decent painkillers, but all they recommended was ibuprofen and Tylenol anyway, so fucking whatever.
Yeah, if you take a look in
They,
life,
they want me
I
to
just
take a combination of it, like one extra strength Tylenol and 3 ibuprofen.
what's a Tylenol, Lou? Is that codeine or some shit?
No,
No? Is it like an
no,
anti-inflammatory or something?
you guys don't have Tylenol over there?
No, it's maybe the I don't know what's the generic name for it.
It's
They do
acetaminophen and
make like
ibuprofen.
Tylenol, like yeah,
Tylenol,
Tylenol's
the brand name.
acetaminophen. So
Yeah, Tylenol must be the brand name.
Yep.
yes,
Can you remember what say you get Valium, the generics diazepam? Do you know what the Tylenol's generic name is? No. Can you think?
Yeah,
no, yeah,
acetaminophen.
it's acetaminophen. Yeah, that's just the
Acetaminophen.
over-the-counter bullshit.
What group of drugs is it? Is it like a anti-inflammatory or a fucking I don't know what group
No,
of
not so
drugs?
much. That's why the ibuprofen is good for an anti-inflammatory. That's why he's telling me to take the
Oh,
combination of the two.
paracetamol is its alternative name.
Oh, you're joking, man. Fuck. Paracetamol, they're only any good. Yeah. See, like you're dodgy, you got dodgy hot fucking shit. Paracetamol do. I seen a documentary a few years ago,
The man's block.
about 10 years ago. It said
Feel roboting.
paracetamol was meant to
Yeah, you're roboting bad. But I'm actually really interested in what he has to say. If he has some dirt on it, I mean, I already know it causes liver damage, stuff like that. But if he has other intel, that'd be neat.
Big Pharma got him.
Oof.
What's wrong with you, Lou? You finally got your period?
Yeah, no. You were around yesterday. Shit, I've been telling you guys for days. I've got a couple of broken ribs from skateboarding, so been
Is
laid
that
up for a week.
like an adverse reaction from skateboarding?
Yeah.
He thought he was Tony Hawk.
An adverse.
That's funny. That's like that makes it seem like you were just simply skating as a man in older age. Woke up the next day.
Non-intended.
Oh, man.
Adverse reaction is a hilarious.
It's an adverse reaction to falling 4 feet onto your ribs. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You're still roboting pretty bad.
It's your satellite. You got too far away from your satellite, man.
Yeah, Starlink
Wi-Fi.
isn't working very well in Scotland right now, apparently.
There's haggis. We get haggis link over here.
Haggis
Oh,
link.
now I hear you.
Right, is that
You had to
better?
see the
Can you hear me
magic
now?
word haggis.
Just don't credit card yourself, Lou.
Can you hear me, boys?
How you get
Yes.
Wi-Fi?
Yeah. You're coming in better now.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, right, I watched this documentary, I said a couple of years ago, but it must have been over 10, and it said that if paracetamol had been invented today, because of the amount of problems and the amount of fucking damage it can cause, and the amount of fucking people trying to kill themselves and just destroying them insides and still living, it said that if it was brought out today, it wouldn't even pass the stringent testing for human consumption because it's the amount of good versus bad. So it wouldn't even fucking make it into the market today, supposedly.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that one more time?
I was saying today, if paracetamol was
Don't repeat
invented
it.
and brought out onto the market today, that because of how good it is compared to the damage it does, it wouldn't make it into the market because it's so fucking, like, because it causes so much shit and destroys your insides. People try and like OD themselves to end their life, and they end up living through it, but their internal organs are completely fucking destroyed, so they end up like dying in complete fucking agony.
Damn. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That actually leads me to kind of a stupid joke. So I was really depressed, and I decided I was going to kill myself by taking a whole bottle of aspirin. But after 2, I felt better.
So terrible.
Yeah.
Right, you should say that. Not funny.
You gotta say things like, "Hey, is this thing on?"
That is so terrible.
He's giving you a run for your money, Gospel.
No, Lou, I'd hand over the award if somebody tried to give me the comedian award. I'd give it to Lou.
I've got my times. There's people in here that are way funnier. I'd give it to Judas.
Yeah,
Judas?
he's funny. Judas is funny.
He's hilarious.
I don't know if I know who that is.
Dave's
Yeah,
Vault or whatever. Yeah.
Aye, he's just funny.
I'll give it to Helio. He's the funniest.
Yeah, he's kind of funny sometimes, man. Well, I like
We're
his
talking about laughing.
him and
Are we talking
Lou.
about laughing with someone or at someone?
Both, dude. Like you and him, when you interact, you're like he's like your older brother or something. Like the way you talk to him sometimes.
It's like Pooh. It's like Winnie the Pooh and Eeyore.
Wait, Lou and Helio are not related?
No, contrary to popular
Hey,
belief.
hey, I dropped the link for Mr. Traumatic. I put the 2 links in the live stream text if any of you want it. He's fucking amazing. His lyrics are like off the fucking chain completely.
Can we say that at being as old as we are, it's off the chain? I don't
It's
know.
off the chain, brother.
Yeah, but we're old now, so.
Nah, man. You're only as old as the woman you feel.
Speak
Yeah,
for yourself.
we can say it because the kids no longer use it.
Ah, I see.
They fucking they wore it out.
It's played out, man. It's basic.
It's like my wife still says something is the bomb.
.com.
I'll say that as well, man. That's the Bombay.
This is the bomb.
I usually put .com after it.
Goes up, cool looking lady. That's what it's the Bombay. He smokes a joint, falls off the chair, and his fucking auntie's trying to fucking fuel him up.
Freaking Panto, man.
Classic.
I told you it was a trend. Gospel's not even listening. These guys that are coming in here pretending to be flat earthers, it seems like that's all they're doing now.
Not good enough, man. They won't get past me in check.
They come in here and they're like, yeah, I don't think the earth is a globe. Anyway, let me talk about evolution. Like, just so they can get their freaking argument out. Like,
man, I don't know what it is, but I just got a fucking nose for it. As soon as the first syllable that I can sense is bullshit, it just to stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
That's why I love doing the checking so much. Fucking running out of fighters, man. Jesus Christ.
So we have you to thank for that. The other guy coming in here, Panto.
What guy? Which one?
His name was Are you talking
it
about?
Star?
Oh, Star. No, I think somebody else checked him in.
Oh.
There was a guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7.
I checked him in. Yeah, was he trolling?
Yeah, he was terrible.
Well, he was all right, man. He must have knew he wasn't going to get past me. We had a good 15-minute conversation. He was all right, man.
Yeah. He wasn't mentally unstable. He was just ill. What do they call it? Ulterior motives kind of guy.
Well, anything that he gave me in reply to my questions, I completely fucking destroyed. So he probably maybe he felt a little bit like he's going to come and get us back or some shit.
Nah, he's a wet noodle, dude. There's really nothing there.
That was the one that I named mouth breathing, or low sadden, because he asked everybody, is everybody here high? That's what he started off with.
Joking,
So,
man. Fuck.
yeah.
I don't know how these dudes can live. I mean, I know it's not like nobody knows you, they don't see you, so you can say what you want. But still, man, it's still a fucking embarrassment to make a fucking ass of yourself, surely, man.
You know, it's only irritating to me, man. I'm listening to somebody say that. I'm like, dude, just put yourself on mute. You ain't got nothing to go on mute. Just do that. Because it's like any one of us would engage it with him, and it's he'd be completely obliterated, like in not even 5 minutes. So
yeah, man,
it's better that he just lurks and listens. Because he was. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say there's only two options. You can pretend to win and delude yourself, right? Like Glober zealot type of mentality, or you'll be obliterated because there's nothing to stand on.
Yeah, the character Star was saying, well, you guys don't have or what is it? You don't know the motive. It's like, dude, is that what you're hinging this whole? I mean, if you're gonna continue to be a Glober because of that, then happy trails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be a funny way to start the conversation, though. Hey, how are you doing? We'd like to just let you know from the get-go, you have no chance of defending the globe. But you can try if you want.
Well, that would save that for VC check-in. Tell that to them as they're coming in through there.
Well,
all right,
true.
Panther, you got your work cut out for you. You know what to do. You obviously don't have a chance, but you know what? If you like throwing poo at a wall, by all means, see what sticks.
Or one of the funny things that I like to do once in a while in the VC check-in is be like, all right, now I try to give them like a pep talk. All right, now get your ass up in the live stream, and I want you to jump in there and just declare to everybody that the Earth is a ball. Like, that's like,
like
don't let
throwing
them
big
tell you no. Don't let them tell you no.
That's a big bucket of chum, dude, right into the water. Sharks are just gonna tear him up. At that point, I would be just like, man, you guys take it, because they come in there. Well, there really isn't. They're not claiming anything. The guys are just like, no, I don't think the Earth is a globe. I think it's flat. But let me talk about evolution. Like, the hell?
If the Earth is flat, why do we have gravity?
Yeah. I swear, if I hear another Antarctica conversation, I'm gonna go ballistic.
No, that's what I made. Listen, I made the emotional release role of Antarcticades so that you wouldn't have to lose any patience. You just go, oh, it's another. Yeah, I made an Antarcticades role so that anybody that plays that game
infected.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why you guys aren't interested in going to Antarctica. Like,
what do you like? Hold on. What do you think's behind the wall? What do you? No, I know that we don't know, but what do you think might be there?
Yo.
I just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
But like,
Nazis.
could you imagine?
Nazis, yeah. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Since Antarctica got brought up, I was just going to point out I just watched The Next Level yesterday. It got released on YouTube by Hibbler. Great documentary. And there was a scene in there where the guys were their head, just pin it, man, and they're heading south. They're just flying their fishermen guys, eh? Next thing you know, there's this huge battleship from Australia or something. Turn around now. Like,
I
yeah,
thought
let's
that
go
I
to
was quite
Australia,
looking forward to the
sure.
next level.
Honestly, I
Or
think it'd be more.
Antarctica.
I think it'd be more anticlimactic than that. They're like, "All right, dumbass, turn around," and you're like, "No, we want to see the edge, dude."
Well, yeah.
Pissed off, turn the hell around.
Honestly, I thought the next.
They
I
tried
was
a
looking
little.
forward to the next level, man.
What's
It was
going over
disappointing.
here? They're no, you got to turn around now. And okay, gave him a thumbs up and started heading back. You should check it out though. The
And then
next
you try to juke them. You turn around, you wait for them to turn around, and then you turn around again and go back.
Just signal left, but turn right, man.
That was so stupid, right? We got him now. Oh my gosh. After that, they'd probably been, you just let them go, man. They're gonna die over there anyways. They got Walmart sleeping bags. They got a sack lunch, dude. How far do you think they're gonna go?
They got granola bars, Ruffles, and pop. Let them go.
Just let them go. Like,
2 hours later, Mayday, Mayday! Can we get a pickup? It's really fucking cold.
yeah, dude. Oh, they got 20-foot seas coming up the little dinky boat.
We're out of gas and we still don't see the ice yet.
Oh my goodness. Or if anything, if they come in here and ask that again, all right, man, that's it. We're starting a petition right here, right now. Everybody, I'm gonna send a Google form to you. Sign the damn thing. We're gonna start it right now. we're gonna start this petition. We have enough people in it, or at least collect all the people that are coming in there asking about it, right? That'd be interesting. Seeing how many people question it.
I'll volunteer to man the base camp we set up at the edge, and everyone else can go explore further, and I'll wait for you to come back.
Yeah, they say compasses don't work.
Somebody's got to tend to the fire, right?
Nice and warm, and they're
That last guy who couldn't decide if it was okay to fire people for their beliefs, did he have any proof of the globe?
Star, you mean? No.
The last guy, did he have any proof of his globe? Did he show anything?
No, Star, no. He was
I don't know
wondering.
his name. Yeah.
He was wondering about the motive. Godric.
Yeah. You guys took him down that road, but I don't think he was with it.
He wasn't with it like in any part of the like. He's really. What's the term I'm looking for? Is discombobulated a good term? He's really just.
It was spiraling in his own way. You know, when you take somebody's paradigm away, they react differently.
He admitted to being confused more than
Yeah,
once.
he was lost in the woods. That's a good way to put it. So I don't know. He done it to himself actually. So the thing is, like, they sound like they can hold an intellectual conversation, like they can understand. But why does it seem like when they get into this specific conversation, like their brain pours out their ears and they all common sense is gone? Like they don't understand the difference between belief and no. They don't know like what you're talking about. They lose track of the conversation within the last sentence you said. Oh, what did you say? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, is this some? It's like the Twilight Zone sometimes when you talk to these guys.
Speaking of Twilight Zone and shooting yourself in the foot, I'm going to rant for 30 seconds. So I do customer service every now and then as people ask for a coupon code, and I oblige them. And I've made one up to my own demise, and I tell them what it is. I go, S is in Sierra, K is in Kilo, N is in November, D is in Delta, R is in Romeo, C is in Charlie, V is in Victor. And about 30% of the time, the customer will say, so S is in K is in kite, N is in Nancy. Anyway, they'll struggle their way back through when I already gave them the most definitive, unmistakable method for understanding the letters I was telling them. And this, again, it's about 30% of the time. It's a high percent, in my opinion. It's a high percentage because I'm giving them the definitive, unmistakable way of communicating letters. And yet they still seek the need or have. It's such an unusual thing to me, but I experience these sorts of issues on a regular basis. I'm done with my rant.
It might be that was good. It might be listening skills. Some people have different listening skills.
Some people don't have any whatsoever.
True, but they actually
They have to constantly
got it right. They got it right. They were listening to me. It's just something
They can
else.
hear it. They can hear the words, but they can't actually comprehend the fucking what the actual sentence means.
Well, I'm telling them 7 letters using the military alphabet, or there's a different name. It's called the NATO alphabet, I suppose. I'm using the NATO alphabet to provide them the letters for the coupon code, and it works. But they lack confidence about 1 out of 3 times. They lack the confidence that they have it right. They have it right every time.
Phonetics, I think is the word.
So
Right.
it's just weird. Is there a better method than the NATO alphabet? I would use it if there was something better than the NATO alphabet.
It's the phonetic alphabet.
I don't know what the NATO alphabet is, to be honest, when I can think about it.
Oh, like Alpha Charlie Bravo.
Oh, right, aye. They're like what the police and that
That's a
use.
phonetic alphabet. It's military.
Yeah,
but it's
Yeah,
phonetic.
there's a couple of different ones though.
There are other conventions that I've heard, and yeah, that's true.
I think the Navy does it one way and another branch does it another, even within the U.S. military.
Alpha.
Not everyone is military.
Yeah, I know that. I do deal with a lot of people that are military though, because I deal with a lot of military people.
Guys, quick question. When is the woman only thing again? In how many minutes?
That's in 40 minutes, just under 40 minutes.
All right, thank you,
yeah.
sir.
Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Foxtrot. What's G?
Golf.
Yeah. Hector. Igloo.
Hotel. Hotel India Juliet Kilo Lima Mike November.
Yeah, so you're doing the other one. Yeah, because the Hector is I think what the Navy uses.
Oh.
Hector Igloo.
Igloo.
Juliet. Yeah, Juliet JK, Kilo, Lima.
Foxtrot.
I'm not sure.
What if I say Juliet with a Y?
Juliet.
What?
Juliet.
Yeah. What if my ex
That's the
girlfriend was
Spanish.
Juliet, and I don't want to use Juliet for that letter because it triggers me.
You're gonna need your own Spanish phonetic alphabet.
You know what's funny about X? X-ray is the X-ray is the
Yeah, that one's the same. Yep.
X as
so
my ex.
So I posted it. This is supposedly the NATO one. So, which I think is in that North American Treaty Organization or whatever. Is that what NATO is? Not associated with the military directly, but
I think it's North Atlantic.
oh, thank you.
Hey, what's happening, Crypto?
Can I spy a Scotsman in the crowd?
Aye, it is that.
How you
How you
doing?
doing, bro? Long time no speak.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. How you doing?
All right, bro. I just dodging away. Been up for a couple of days, so the usual fucking couple of days up, half a day sleeping, couple of days up.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. That'd be nice. How's Bonnie, Scotland?
Fucking warming up, bro. It's sunny every day. I mean, it's not exactly hot yet. It's warm. So,
Is he roboting?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
You're robot.
Fucking death.
You're roboting pretty well.
Same old shit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's funny because I think we underestimate how psychologically damaged some of these globers are. Like you'll. I mean, I've had half a dozen interactions in the last few days where you realise that the people you're talking to are actually not all there, and I don't mean stupid.
No.
I mean like they're short of a picture.
Mentally ill.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't go that well. Maybe for one or two of them I would go that far, but for some of them they're not necessarily like full blown. Like yeah, I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. They're like touched by madness, but not necessarily fully insane. And yeah, some of the things that because like for instance you'll say something and they'll straw man you and you'll be like no this is I didn't mean what you just said. I meant what I just said, and then they go, "Oh yeah, no, that's what I said." You're like, "No, you didn't." And then it's like the fourth or fifth time pointing out that it's straw man, and then they're aggressively asserting that you didn't say the thing you said. You start to realize that they're actually not trying to have a conversation with you. They're trying to destroy you. Like that's their their motive is your destruction. It's weird.
Man, it's like, see, when you show them some of the ISS footage and it looks, I mean, even when I was a Glober, when I used to watch the ISS, I always used to think to myself, this looks fucking shit. I mean, I always used to think that, man, even when I was still not even considering, even contemplating fucking disagreeing with the Globe. But I always used to think, that just doesn't look right. But like we were I've never used fucking TikTok before, but I went on last night and there's this dude called Globy McGlobeface. And literally, I was in there, my account's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and not one single thing that I said in that fucking stream he acknowledged, man. I kept on bombarding them with shit, and he never answered one fucking thing. He kept on saying, "Oh, we need some flat earthers. Who's a flat earther that wants to come in and talk?" I'm like, "Me, I'll come in." Fuck's sake, I kept tagging them, and they fucking just left me fucking hanging, man. I was fucking raging. But he's got like, because you need to have like 1,000 subs to be able to can live stream, so you can fucking basically stream your camera on constant. And he's got like 4,000 or 5,000 subs, and I kept on fucking tagging him, but he just kept ignoring me, man.
I have a loophole for you.
Go for it.
If you're talking about live streaming from a cell phone on YouTube.
No, it was TikTok, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't necessarily have a loophole for that.
What's the YouTube one?
Yeah, the YouTube one is you can download the app Streamlabs on your phone, and it loopholes through, and you can circumvent that 1,000 subscriber threshold, and you can live stream to an account that is at least 48 hours old.
You can get that on iOS as well.
Yeah, iOS. I don't know about Android, but I'm pretty sure Streamlabs is pretty generic.
Yeah, you can get Streamlabs on a Mac for sure. I know because I've got it on my Mac. So. I would imagine it's probably iOS then.
Yeah, it's on my iPhone, so I mean I know it works on iPhones. I don't have confirmation that it works on Androids, but I would assume it does. But yeah, it's a good loophole. It's helped a lot of people out.
I'm going to download that. See what I've been doing? Basically, see that I've got the 6.5 hour NASA blooper reel, and I've got the over 6 hour the URNon video. So what I've been doing is, because it doesn't let you, well, it lets you upload it, but sometimes you have a bit of an issue if you've already got the same video already uploaded, so you'll upload it and it'll just disappear once it's all went through all its fucking, like, once it gets to 100%, it just vanishes. But what I've been doing is deleting the videos and then re-uploading them as a instant premiere, so I'm constantly streaming, and once it ends, deleting it, re-uploading it. But they gave me a fucking a community guideline strike. The guy that invented the PCR test, they says that I'm spreading disinformation. It was the guy talking about the fucking test.
Yeah, exactly.
He invented it. He fucking made it.
Poor old Carrie Mullis that got murdered. Oh, how dare you claim he got murdered with there's no proof that he was murdered. Okay. No proof he was murdered.
Dude, it's crazy the excuses YouTube comes up with. Like some of the guys that I watch, a couple of them, I've heard them say how they got a strike for, medical disinformation or something like that. When the whole video was about, had nothing to do with medical. It was like about transhumanism or something like that, right? But they'll just.
Well,
man,
I fucking what was I going to say? I just lost my fucking train of thought there. Shit. I can't even remember. I was going to tell you something, man. Fuck. Well, I'm in iOS in the App Store, and there's Streamlabs Livestream and Streamlabs Deck.
I think it's just Stream. I think the name of the app is just Streamlabs. Let me see here. Here it is. Streamlabs. Yeah, sorry, I opened up the app and it switched my microphone over. The app should just be called Streamlabs only. Just the word Streamlabs.
Streamlabs.
Here, I'll go to the App Store and see what it looks like there, and I'll let you know because I'll recognize the icon.
Streamlabs Live streaming app, and then it's got Streamlabs Deck social networking, and then it's got
yes. So the first one, the Streamlabs live streaming, yeah, that's the one. The one with the green, with the square with the two. It looks like an eye wearing a hat, like a little yarmulke.
Coincidence. Just to make sure it's kosher.
How else am I going to describe that little? I have to put this image in the chat now so that everybody can understand why. Oh man,
this is like another shower.
All right.
I can only connect so much.
Here. We'll go live stream voice text post. There we go.
See, if I get one more strike, I've lost that channel again, man. That'll be my 8th channel fucking down. And those two videos they hit me with, I've had those 2 fucking videos that they struck me with, I've had them up for months. But because when I was uploading the UR video and the fucking the 6 hour NASA video, I was also just clicking that in between them as well. And so obviously somebody who was watching the live stream must have fucking complained, the cunts.
Am I wrong, guys? Yarmulke or not?
Yarmulke what? Or not what?
I put the image in the voice text.
No, I'm not in the chat.
What's yeah, it totally. Yeah, 100%.
What does that image represent? What's it for? I just came in.
Yeah, it's okay. It's from an application, Streamlabs.
And what you're seeking? What kind of approval are you seeking?
No, I was just saying, does that look like that little box is wearing a little yarmulke?
Oh, okay, I get you.
Yeah. That's all. I was trying to describe what this image looked like, and I was like, it looks like a little box with eyes and a yarmulke.
I see. I got you.
Yeah. And then I laughed at myself for how I described it.
No. That was pretty good, actually. Pretty good description. I mean, I don't know any other way you do it, to be honest with you.
Well, I could say curved line. I could just say curved line above a rectangle box with two ovals.
Right, but there's just not much there. You know what I mean? I mean, how descriptive can you get?
True. It is latte time, apparently. I am being beckoned.
It's always latte time at my house.
I'm the official barista of the household, so sometimes I am beckoned.
Hey, gents. Happy Friday. It's a bit off topic, but I just want to say I've been hitting some normies hard with bullet speed compared to satellite speed, and it just completely boggles their brain.
Ooh. You're converting it to miles per hour for bullet speed? What is the speed of a bullet in miles per hour?
Yeah, if you just Google an average, it's around 2,000.
A real fast bullet is 4,000 feet per second, so you could figure it that way.
What? 4,000?
A real fast bullet goes 4,000 feet per second.
And the rocket that goes to space goes fucking like 4 times the speed.
Well, no, now we're talking about feet per second versus miles per hour.
Right.
Yeah, but still, the fucking shuttle goes fucking like 4 times faster than a speeding bullet.
You're absolutely right. So 4,000 feet per second is 2,727 miles per hour.
What is it, like 18,000 miles per hour or something?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a really great angle. I like that.
You can buy like a 220 Swift that'll go like 4,200 feet per second. Some of them, depending on the load, the type of slug you put in it, how streamlined it is, and whatnot. Yeah,
resistance.
Up to 4,400 feet per second. That's an awfully fast varmint weapon right there.
See, if there was people in a rocket going that speed, they would fucking liquefy.
Plus the people that aren't in the ISS.
People think they're getting a hunk of tin that big to go that fast. They're sadly mistaken, because the amount of fuel and power it would take to get a hunk of steel or a hunk of whatever they're saying is going at 5 times the speed of a bullet, like
crazy. Like, what's the weight?
No way. It's not happening.
What's the standard weight for those the SpaceX ones, but the old NASA ones? I mean, what's the standing weight for them?
Well, what the standard weight is and what the real weight is, I think, are two different things. You can sit and watch them on the launch pad, and they bounce up and down like a balloon. I think they're empty shells, and I don't think there's anything in them, because if there was, all this equipment and all this, they'd never get them off the ground, dude. Not very easily. That would take a lot of fuel, a lot of power. There's just no. Didn't Werner von Braun say one time that it would take a rocket the size of the entire Empire State Building to get to the moon to carry enough fuel
to make it to?
something
That,
along
yeah,
those
that's correct,
lines.
definitely.
Because
was it not one of his one of his books or one of his papers or some shit like that?
Yeah, that's just too much weight to push that, that far up that high. Those are empty shells, possibly with a bladder in them, even filled with helium. Who knows?
But a fuck overall looking face with a straight face.
I seen a rocket. There was a Chinese rocket they showed after it hit the ground. It crashed, and they showed a clip on TV of it. And it was just a real short little clip, but it showed the internal, like the rocket hit the ground, and you could see where it broke apart, whatever. And inside of it was wood, plywood, and wood slats that went around horizontally in rows and created this infrastructure out of like cheap wood, plywood and shit. I mean, it was unbelievably just cheap. I mean, it wasn't metal. There wasn't any girders in there. It was an empty shell with plywood. I don't know what to call them, like a strap that went around in a circle, like a plywood circle, about 2 inches tall, and then rows of them as it went up to staple or screw the outside shell to these plywood pieces. That's what that rocket was made of. And this was only a couple of years ago when one had crashed somewhere, and they showed those things are built so cheap and so thin and light, because if they weren't, they wouldn't even be getting them off the ground. I mean, it's all such a big hoax. It's ridiculous.
You just don't understand orbital mechanics.
That's what it is.
Thanks, Lou.
Favorite.
Do you even science, bro?
Can I hijack your for your gospel?
No. I don't believe in
No,
these
it's good.
scientists.
Because there's no friction.
Once
there's no friction, you can put any speed.
Yep, except they messed up. They brought the moon into the air. That's a big mess up there.
Back in a minute, boys.
It's more like the air is bleeding out even past the moon, not necessarily brought it back towards the air.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that? I keep on asking people, yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? They're finally telling the truth that the moon is local and, small. That's the way I see it.
Double meaning. Interesting. A lie with the truth.
Yep.
Or truth with a lie.
I think the moon and the sun are both under the enclosure, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. You could warm your hands on a bonfire, not with a barrier between you and the bonfire. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. It's not how it works here on Earth. Can't put up a glass wall or any type of a wall of any type, put a bonfire on the other side, and then warm your hands from it.
Can I be annoying?
Huh?
I'm gonna be annoying for a second. Gas
More
logs
annoying?
get more annoying than I usually am. Yeah, gas logs are in an enclosed structure. When you're in like a house with a fireplace it's got a glass face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's because the glass itself, the whole glass radiates. It's because it's small, and you can heat it, and yeah, it's going to radiate heat. But that's because there's a huge fire behind that piece of glass. You got to put this into context here. You've got this wood burning stove with a small 1 foot by 1 foot piece of glass that is literally 6 inches from 1,000-degree colds, and it's tempered glass.
Yeah.
That glass is going to heat up, and it's going to radiate heat, sure. But the sun, that's not a very good analogy for the sun if it's behind some kind of, because the sun's constantly moving. And I don't believe it to be that close to, if it were outside the enclosure, I don't believe it to be so close that it's going to heat the enclosure up and radiate. I just don't buy it. I'm sorry. It doesn't work. For me, it doesn't work.
That's not the claim. That's not the claim of how it works anyway.
No.
It works supposedly through infrared, which would definitely penetrate an enclosure. So we know light goes through transparent or translucent material. And if infrared light penetrates, then it'll carry heat through.
Yeah. Okay. So how much of the sunlight is infrared? Because infrared it's not visible by the naked eye, is it?
Nope.
Okay. So you're telling me that all of the heat that comes from the sun is all due to infrared? I say bullshit. There could be some infrared there.
So
it doesn't have to be all of it. It just has to be a sufficient amount.
Right. Well, how much is sufficient? It still doesn't make any sense to me. You know.
Why can we see light from infrared heaters? Because they make it that way, or because it's a consequence of the infrared heat?
I think it's the red heat. They heat up things to where they get red hot and then they glow. I'm not sure.
Well, it's like a person. A person gives off infrared light. That's why you can see them on an infrared scope.
Correct.
That light that they're giving off is heat.
Yeah,
it's not that much.
I'm talking about infrared heaters like that they have at fast food restaurants that you could buy in your, for your house.
Right. Those that's just the element. Like the infrared emitter, right? That you want to use for night scoping. Once you put that filter on the flashlight, so for example, we use Night Hunter 2 flashlights to have an IR filter. And I could put a light on a person over a mile away, spotlight. And once you put the IR filter on, you can't see it. You need the goggles. You need the night vision goggles or the IR goggles. But mind you, that's a black shield. So the bulb obviously is there. And if you didn't have the shield, you would see the bulb. Because the bulb is doing what it does. The bulb, I'll put it to you like this. The bulb doesn't change. It does nothing different. You just put a filter that filters out all the visible light. And the only light getting through, in theory, is infrared. Oh. Now, how do we know it's getting through? Is because when we shine it a mile away, we could see the guy. Whereas before, we couldn't.
All right, AI, you have this background noise that I'm like, somebody's either sweeping or raking leaves or something. And Napalm blasted the chat with this GIF. And
no.
Hold on, let me check it out.
Yosemite Sam. With some of that Tran. Tran programming.
I'm actually sweeping up. I'm sweeping up glass shards from a cast iron tub.
Ooh.
Glass shards from
Yeah.
like tempered glass?
Coating. Yeah, whatever the coating was.
Oh.
Whatever glaze. It's like
Enamel.
porcelain, and then it's coated in a glaze after that.
Yeah, I think it's an enamel glaze, I think.
Tempered glass shards are generally not real sharp. They're squared off. I don't know if that's what you're dealing with, but
Oh, these are sharp, bro. I got blood everywhere. Oh yeah.
Blood everywhere?
Blood everywhere.
Right.
Well, what a great way to segue into ladies' night. 12 minutes to go.
Oh my God, is it Friday already?
Yep.
Gosh. Boy, did I ever lose track of this week?
So the moral of that story was the light bulb is always putting off the infrared that's used in that flashlight in particular.
Okay.
And it passes right through the solid barrier, the lens, which that lens filters out all other light. But if it wasn't had the filter, it would just look like a regular light. But it's still passing through a light.
Now, I don't know what most people's take is on the Book of Enoch, and I really don't care. But there's a part in the Book of Enoch where either Enoch or someone goes on to describe the sun. Does anybody remember that? It said there was it was described it as I remember. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on this, please. But it's something along the lines of like inside of a glass ball, and there's water, fire, and something else inside of it. He said, and I can't remember exactly. I need to find that and look that up. And so, does anybody recall that? Anybody else recall that being talked about like that? Just trying to describe what the sun was actually made of.
Yeah, I can't help you on that. Sorry.
Anyway, my take after I heard it was that it was like this, like some kind of an enclosure. And inside of it was fire, water, and something else. Can't remember what it was. And thus the conundrum of the H2O, how accurate is it? Do we really know what water is? Anybody believe that it's actually 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen?
Atomism.
Huh?
And the atomism and all the theories about what particles are and
yeah.
Water is 100% parts water. There you go.
It is. You're right about that. The universal solvent. I've heard it referenced in that too. Called it universal song.
Yep, I've heard that before.
So much to still know. So much. So many.
Well, water does dissolve the universe, so I guess that makes sense. You have this idea of a universe, you go and measure water, and it's flat. It's your idea of the universe is dissolved.
Yeah. Well, when they say, when people say, when I hear the word universe, I don't see the heliocentric model universe. It doesn't, that's not what comes to mind more. What comes to mind to me is the flat plane with a dome over it of some sort, the firmament, and the stars are either within the firmament or above the firmament or below the firmament. Somewhere they're up there and they're locked into, I think, Polaris, North Pole, the magnetic field of some sort, and they're locked into that. Sorry about that. Anyway, so I see something like that when the word universe comes up. That's what my mind sees. This model I've made up in my own mind that where I think we live, like this possibly infinite plane, a specific realm that's enclosed with magnetic field of some sort, possibly a toroidal field, then flat plane through the center, where we is what we stand on, the Earth. So when the word universe comes up, that's my mind sees that now. I've trained my mind not to see that heliocentric model universe more, because I know it doesn't exist. I don't know exactly what it is, but no, it's not that. So I'm trying to find something a little more practical for my mind to vision, a little more practical for where we're at, the realm, flat plane, closed, that sort of thing. You know, it's quite vague because I don't have the real proof or evidence of any of it other than believe scriptures for one thing. I do believe we're enclosed. And I do believe it's because it's created, that's the realm that we live within, closure. So.
So one of the weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, somebody queued up a really good transition. Like they played a song right before Ladies' Night to kind of transition into that. I think that was appreciated by them, and
I think that was Helio, if I remember right.
Or Sunny. Sunny does a lot of stuff like that. It's good. But
yeah, it was ODD was the one I remember. One of those songs.
Yeah.
Hi.
What in the name?
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrinks, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drinks, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your thoughts, your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's Cola Light, here's Tin Morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Well, that's crazy. I'm glad you didn't get hurt. Holy shit. Well, fuck yeah. Who does that? I mean, seriously.
You're hot micing there, God. Rockin'.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
about to sort him out.
Yeah, my sister was standing by the garden that my mom and
Yeah, I got him.
All right. Hey, Level Up. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Finishing supper. How are you?
Cool. I'm good. Bit tired, but doing fine.
I'll just be a few minutes yet. Just got to finish eating.
Alrighty. By the way, Crypto, I like your new username. It's pretty funny.
So, is there any ball earthers here tonight? I could answer between bites of food.
We've got a guy named Tweet. He's on the fence. I'll never understand how a person can be on the fence about this. No offense to anybody. I just don't get it.
Does tweet speak or just tweet?
Looks like that's a no.
No, I'm doing the best I can with a Philly cheesesteak sandwich and not many teeth to chew with.
All good.
Well, one of the hot topics this week has been the ether. We could talk about that, I suppose, if anybody wants.
Yeah, I don't know much about that. Haven't really gotten into it.
Yeah, the thing is that it's being promoted as part of electric universe theory in general. And yeah, it's supposedly the thing that everything is made from and accounts for various other things that happen. It's kind of like gravity, It's not really.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of an energy field that makes up everything. Is my understanding. And supposedly it explains a lot of things, but no one can directly observe it. It is presumed to be a cause when, like I said, it's like gravity, where you can observe something that sometimes things fall down, sometimes they go up, sometimes they go in all directions, and call the cause gravity. But gravity is just, nobody explains it. They can describe it, but they can't explain it. Same thing with ether.
Okay.
And if you back people into a corner long enough for, press them for details on why there must be an ether. For one thing, it was invented to try to explain how light moves through the vacuum of space, but vacuum tubes make light. Would you see light inside it if you were inside the vacuum tube? I don't know. But you see light inside the vacuum tube. It isn't just lighting up where it hits the edge of the tube. So we don't need ether to explain how light happens. And nobody knows if it travels or how fast. And so basically ether is like moving a goalpost back to a supernatural first cause, because they say, the ones that I've heard promoting ether, that it doesn't obey the laws of physics, that is outside of them. Well, that by definition is supernatural. So all they've done is invent some kind of everything first cause, but it's kind of inconsistent. If there are people, there are flat earthers, don't believe there is a God, but ether is filling the bill for them, I think. I don't know. That's just what I've heard about it.
And I'm one of those flat earthers. I'm a flat earth atheist.
Right. So would you say that ether is just another attempt to explain the unexplainable?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Now, I think there logically and scientifically there must be a first cause, because the material world runs down the laws of thermodynamics, and yet, so because of that, it can't be eternal, and yet here it is. So, in my mind, this necessitates a supernatural first cause. But at the same time, ether is at least no better than that, because it's trying to do the same thing, but it make it impersonal. That's probably the only difference between God and ether. But
Right, I got you. Okay.
Can
I'll
I
have to
speak
look
for
into
just a
this
second?
because it sounds really interesting.
Who wanted to speak?
It's me, Napalm.
Sure. It's always pretty slow the first hour.
Yeah. No, so let's say we have energy within this realm. Would that be safe to say?
It's hard to define exactly what energy is in the physics realm, but some things happen. So we'll go with that.
And we have kind of the law of conservation of energy, or first law of thermodynamics. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right?
Right.
Can only transform. So where is the basis? What is the cause of this energy in the first place? Would be my first question.
Yeah, for me, that's a first cause question. That this is why I believe that, like I said, logically and scientifically, the first cause must be, by definition, supernatural.
Right. So we have the ability to do things with like magnets and copper wire, which induces energy, right? Where is that energy coming from? It's not coming from the magnet directly, nor is it coming from the copper wire directly, but the movement of the magnet around the copper wire induces an energy, and where is that energy being induced from?
Right, that's a question they raise, but at the same time, it kind of defeats the argument because, okay, how does magnetism happen? How does it exert force at a distance? And just because it's not visible doesn't mean it's not in the natural realm. But at the same time, if ether were the cause of this, or the explanation for it, then there would be, like, you wouldn't have to turn on an electrical circuit. You wouldn't have to complete it because ether is everywhere, right? So,
well, with that statement, you're equating the flow of electricity to ether.
I'm saying that when electricity flows, it creates a magnetic field. And the magnetic field is what is supposedly evidence of ether, from what I've heard somebody say in the last few days.
I don't know if I would say it's evidence of ether, but it would be more, I would say, equated to a disturbance within the ether field. Now, if you want to call ether the energy background that is within everything and everywhere, and then when you start to manipulate that energetic background, you can induce specific energies, right? You're not creating the energies, you're just transmuting them from an already existing energy.
I think I get what you're saying, but then the question is, if ether is everywhere, how do you disturb it? And if so, how do you control the results of the disturbance? Because, as in, for example, creating an electromagnetic field.
Right. Well, those fields adhere to the same ideas of pressure mediation, right? So they have, depending on the intensity, would depend on how far the electromagnetic field would go, right? Mediated by the pressures around it.
How do we detect these pressures to know that that's what's actually happening? I mean, it has to press against something, right?
Right. So within magnetism, if you want to see a magnetic field, you would see how that field interacts with physical objects like iron filings.
But you call this pressure?
I would say it's analogous to pressure, like a mediation of the pressure.
Okay, but doesn't that presume pressure as a starting point? That you can mediate something that already exists, but it presuming pressure, which is the point of debate, so begging the question fallacy? Or am I missing something?
No, well, I think everything within our realm follows along the lines of pressure mediation. High pressure, low pressure within our dynamic system is in constant movement and flux. And we have a measurable magnetic field on the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yet, at the same time, we have individual magnetic fields that can go in any direction.
Well, they have a specified direction, right? You have a north and a south, what we
Right.
deem a north and a south pole, right? So you have the outward flow and an inward flow.
Right. What I mean, though, that is you can have small magnetic fields with poles pointing in any different direction besides Earth's magnetic field.
Right.
So, since there are many different magnetic fields, we're supposedly in one, which, we can verify with a compass that we're in a magnetic field, albeit a weak one, because it barely moves the compass, right? The compass has to be delicately balanced, and if you take the compass near a local magnetic field that's stronger, it'll point to that. So
right, and that local magnetic field is stronger. It's also smaller, right? It has higher capacitance because of it's a smaller spatial. The smaller the space, the higher the capacitance. So you have a higher magnetic field, a very small but very strong magnetic field within a larger magnetic field that's more weak.
Yet, if it's only the size of the local magnet, I can find a small magnet that doesn't pull very much and a larger magnet that pulls with much more force. So I don't see how the smaller magnetic field being more condensed in some way holds true, because we can find different strengths of magnets at any size.
Right. I'm talking about the size of the magnetic field, not the object itself. Like a very large, powerful magnet, the magnetic field around that magnet is actually fairly small.
There's some, especially like neodymium magnets, that can pull from a pretty fair distance. So it seems to me that this rule that the size of the magnetic field is directly proportional to anything in the object, because the object, like I said, you can have a small neodymium magnet that pulls a lot harder or pushes a lot harder than a larger non-neodymium magnet. So I'm just not seeing a direct correlation between, if you say it's the size of the magnetic field, how does this explain anything is what I'm trying to get at. I mean, the Earth's magnetic field is quite large and quite weak.
Yes. So I guess my question would be, what's your explanation as to how a magnetic field can manipulate things at a distance?
I don't think anybody really knows, and I don't think anybody can directly say the necessary antecedent of magnetic fields is something called ether. Because we say, like for gas pressure next to a vacuum, we say a necessary antecedent of gas pressure, is a container. So there must be one, even though we can't see it or measure it directly. Every gas law has to do with pressure against a container, so there must be one. But I can't find a corollary to that with ether. Can you think of one?
I mean, you could equate it to I guess you can't really equate it to a medium in the way that we would think of a physical medium.
So,
right?
Non-natural? You're saying the ether is non-natural?
No.
Well, how about non-physical?
Non-physical would be probably a good description. So this kind of comes into the issue, right? Is I understand the empiricism and trying to prove things that are quantifiable within the physical reality. But if we have things that are non-physical and can't be quantified, and you're looking for a quantifiable explanation, you're never going to be able to find one, right? Like, let's say would you say that you have thoughts?
Yeah, and obviously they're non-physical. So to me, this is evidence of supernatural, and therefore, from your description, ether must be supernatural.
Yes, it would be metaphysical.
Okay, so we're out of the realm of naturalistic science, out of the realm of empirical science, and into the realm of, like you said, metaphysics and/or philosophy.
Correct.
Because we can never prove it empirically.
Right. So it's not the same as God, but it would be like trying to prove God in a physical, scientific method type of way. Now, since we can't quantify and physically, empirically prove God, does that mean that God does not exist, or that a God does not exist?
Right, and all I'm saying is that because of the laws of thermodynamics that limits what physical things can do, they can't cause themselves, and all of the physical realm seems to be running down. Therefore, its cause, and it must have one, has to be by definition not under the laws of physics and therefore supernatural. So we can agree, I think, that there must be a supernatural something that causes this realm not only to exist but to function. Then anything beyond that point is speculation as to the identity and details that we might try to think of for supernatural causes of the physical realm.
Right. So we can see magnetic attraction, right? We can see that magnets attract things. We can see that effect. So what is the cause of that effect without just stating it's magnetism? Because then we'd have to define what magnetism is and how magnetism works.
Yeah, it's like when you can drive a car without knowing really how it works. You know how to operate it, but not how turning the wheel makes certain things happen that makes the wheels physically move. In the same way, we can use magnetism, we can use electricity, we can use light without really understanding what's going on. And so any argument or discussion about what's causing those things, there's no direct cause-effect scientific empirical thing we can point to, just like with thoughts. And I've seen attempts to do that where someone would say, well, see, we detected something happening in the brain before the person was consciously aware of making a decision. But that's just moving the goalposts because nobody accounts for why that certain thing in the brain happened before that. I think the best description of the brain is a machine that a ghost can operate, because there's something going on that doesn't make any sense, that it turns into an infinite regress fallacy, and we don't know why the electrochemical firings in the brain are anything but random. We don't know that because without presuming a necessary antecedent of the supernatural.
I don't disagree with that. But one thing I find fascinating is that many of the intellectual minds that put forth a lot of the electrical theory and established a lot of the electrical engineering and the devices that we use today for electricity came from an understanding, or at least a belief, philosophical or otherwise, in the ether, and working with that understanding is what allowed them to create basically all of the energetic things that we use today to transfer energy and induce energy.
I think, for example, that when it comes to current, the reason it's called current is because it was thought to be a lot like water. So you could look at water as even Tesla did for some of his ideas, look at water flowing and think electricity, there's something else that flows like water. And yet we're not even sure about that anymore. So I wouldn't say that necessarily that a belief in ether is a necessary antecedent for a lot of the things we understand about, making things work today in our technology. I think there are other paths that people use to get there besides a belief in ether. And ether, of course, has a religious connotation as well. It was the name of a Greek god or something, of god of chaos or something like that. So ether itself is taken from the name of those ancient deities, and yet I don't know that they had any impression that that they had to know that in order to discover certain things. Like I said, like current, and we still, even to this day, in electronics school, which is one of my degrees is in, they will tell you that electrons are knocked off the outer layers of atoms, and because they're not held as strongly, and that's how electricity flows. And then later they'll tell you, in the second year, they'll tell you, well, actually, it's the negative, the stream is actually going the opposite way, but it works. We can think of it as going from positive to negative, and it still works, and it does. But at the most fundamental level, nobody really knows what's going on. We just know how to use it. And so bringing back to what is ether and why is it necessary to know, I'm still not convinced that you have to know that there's an ether or propose an ether in order to explain things. And it doesn't mean I have to have an explanation for things like thoughts, right? I mean, I personally have one. I believe that that thoughts are supernatural and that people are spirits. But at the same time, I don't see how ether is very much different from the spiritual realm. So why this is a big deal in Flat Earth, I don't know right now.
Yeah. Well, when you talked about current and being equated to water, one thing that Tesla did try to use an analogy for was light being synonymous with like a sound wave in the ether, or a wave of water in the ether. So it kind of begs the question as to what is the medium in which is waving, or what is the thing that is being agitated, right? Because when you speak, you're just agitating the air, right? You're not physically projecting anything from your mouth to somebody. What you're doing is you're setting up a disturbance in the air, and those waves are interpreted, the waves within the air are interpreted by somebody's ear as what we call sound.
Right.
So what would you say light is?
The one thing we know about light, because we can do experiments with that, is the photoelectric effect. So it has some kind of electromagnetic property. Because, and that's one of the things you do in electronics school, you build a light sensor, right? So you use a photocell which reacts to light by forming what they call closing a gate that allows the current to flow. So light has some interaction in the physical realm, and we can control the light, we can control the circuit, we can control the sensor, in predictable ways. But what light's actually made of, per se, other than an electromagnetic component, I don't think anybody knows.
Right, because it's on the EM spectrum, right? So really everything on the EM spectrum could be synonymous with light, just varying wavelengths, amplitudes, right?
But the thing is that since everything is, if everything is made of atoms, right, and every atom supposedly has a positive and a negative charge, then of course you can align those atoms. If you can do that, align them so the positive and negative charges line up, you can create a magnetic field. Because for some reason, this property of every bit of nature when it aligns, has an effect that otherwise is not explained by its material. That is to say, I think we can both agree, you can't look, you could cut apart a magnet and go, what in here is causing something to move? And you can't find it. But I don't believe in filling in the blank and saying there must be something else without calling it supernatural. And if it's supernatural, then you're in the realm of philosophy. And I've always said, as I said a few minutes ago, the physical realm can't explain its own existence, much less its operation. Therefore, the first cause must be supernatural, and it could have a continuing interaction with the physical realm. But calling it ether is no different to me than calling it God. I just don't see how anyone could make that determination.
Would it be more satisfactory to say that the ether would be the electromagnetic field and the magnetic field, or the basis in which these fields have the ability to manifest?
I would say it's too much speculation. There just isn't enough to go on.
So what is an electromagnetic field, and how would you define it?
Well, in physics, they can't even define what a field is of any sort.
Right. So, but we use this terminology, right? Because we can work with it. So if somebody just used the term ether as opposed to field, right? Because a field's not necessarily defined, because they can't define where or how any of this is taking place. So they say it's within the field. Well, what is the field? And then they try to give some sort of analogy. So saying an electromagnetic field could be synonymous with saying a disturbance within the ether sets up this electromagnetic range within the field. What is the field? If we say that the field is synonymous with ether, does that rub you the wrong way, or does it just need to be called a field with no explanation, but we're using the word that has no explanation, but we're okay with that word that has no explanation, but we're not okay with the other word that we can't physically quantify?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with whatever terminology people want to use. It's just like trying to define mass. It runs you in circles, in philosophical circles, and even physics circles, which is barely distinguishable from philosophy sometimes. But I don't care what people call something, but why is it suddenly in the flat earth community that we've always been comfortable with talking about how there are electromagnetic fields and such, and suddenly we have to start calling it ether, and that this explains everything? I just don't see the leap from one to the other.
I don't know where all of this sudden came from, because I was looking into the ideas of the ether prior to me coming across the flat earth, which was prior to 2014.
Well, I'm saying in the flat earth community online that I'm familiar with. It seems to have come up suddenly.
Well, it might be new to your specific community, but the community as a whole has talked about this for a very long time, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was into electric universe theory, I don't know how many, like a decade or so ago. Had some good websites. I don't know if they're still running now, but there was, I can't remember the name of the project. Somebody named Thor Hire. No, not Thor. No, some other but Thor. But anyway, so yeah, it goes way back, and there's something called the cosmology statement that was signed like maybe 15 years ago by scientists around the world, that Big Bang cosmology doesn't work and we should abandon it. And they're proposing some version of electric universe theory, which, again, I don't have a problem with. But the reason I brought up ether is precisely because here and at some of the channels I go to, suddenly it's all people want to talk about, as if it's new to them. I'm not saying it's new to me. I'm just saying, why is it a thing now when it wasn't before? But, there's nobody here that seems to know, is familiar with it being a sudden thing. So it's kind of, I'm asking the wrong group.
Yeah, I mean, I I know what you're talking. I was listening in this morning on Nathan's channel. I didn't have the ability to open my mic, unfortunately. But yeah, I know that within that group, it seems to be something that they're just now starting to talk about. I don't know if somebody within that server brought it up at some point.
They got it from Bob Nodell's group. That they've been long pushing Electric Universe end of things, but suddenly Ether is a thing for them, and I don't know what brought it up.
Flat earthers that weren't able to define it brought it up to us. Hi, you, Paula.
Good. How are you, Adam?
Aware of it. Hi, guys. We've been aware of it for a long time. It was brought to us for us to comment on, as if we never heard of it.
Yeah, I was just trying to start conversation and thought, did anybody hear of that, and why it's suddenly being talked about, whereas before it was just kind of there but not front and center. You know what I mean?
That I agree with. Yeah, odd, but it's always there, isn't it? As a point of discontent between certain groups within the flat Earth community, those that subscribe to it and those that ask for evidence for it. So maybe it's just us all getting trolled again. Yeah.
Who knows?
Why would you consider it a troll? So if there's no evidence for it, how would you define a field? The gentleman that just came in.
Where you place cows.
So an electromagnetic field is a place where you place cows?
Field. Cows in a field.
No, I understand he's being cheeky, but he's also kind of avoiding the question.
Me defining an electromagnetic field other than what's been said, purpose being. Let's say I agree with your definition, which you're happy to give. Let's move it on from there then. We're familiar with electromagnetic fields, aren't we? I thought it was on ether. Why do this is the interesting thing, Paula. Whenever we discuss this thing, the next point of conversation is doesn't matter what it is, it won't be ether. So we discussing or having an analogy to it. Guaranteed, it won't be going on to define it in of itself.
And I think that in turn came from people watching Ken Wheeler, who was interviewed on Globebusters. That's probably more the reason than any that I can think of that why it would be a topic lately and people bringing it up in Nathan's shows because of Ken Wheeler's interview on Globebusters. Other than that, I really can't think of why it would be as if it's some new explanation is what I don't understand. Because it doesn't really explain anything. It's a proposal, and people, often use just the barest proposal to go discover something, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I think sometimes we reach limits of what any kind of objective evidence can find, and we keep wanting to go beyond that, desperate to find an understanding of everything, and it's just never going to happen. I think there are things, just like I said with light, we can use it and predict it and control it, but we really don't understand it.
Yeah, and right, so we have these limitations, right? And when we get to these limitations, we tend to stick like a term on them, right? So if we know that we have this energy within our realm that seems to permeate everything, is within everything, right? All around us. We can work with it. It seems to be there. If we decided to call this energy field ether, why is placing that terminology on it so repulsive to some?
I would say it's repulsive. I would say it's more what people are claiming it does, right, or explains. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Adam?
What
I
are
like
people
the jinx, by the way,
claiming it?
Paula. We both went, it's not repulsive. We both accept it. I think if I'm going to Imagineer something, being a Star Wars fan, yeah, and it's very easy to imagine some all-encompassing thing. Paula, you're brilliant. The reality is, if you think of Star Wars, whatever, but reality is, it's indistinguishable from God. And whether it's a fabric that God uses or whatever, all of these things are lovely, but they're all just conceptual in our imagination as we try to get closer to reality or to God. Whatever we're doing, we're just imagining. We imagine, is it Napalm, you said, this energy field linking everything.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the evidence for that? You know, that I'd love to see. Yeah, I'm not trying to deny the interlinkedness of everything. I'm just not able to provide evidence for it, and therefore, in this realm, in this field of topic, which is waking people up to heliocentric bullshit, I'm not able to cite those sorts of things as evidence of pulling them out away from pseudoscience. Yeah, and I don't want to use my ponderings in this field. So it's not that I'm averse to it, that I'm repulsed by it or scared by it. It's just that it's not really relevant for now, because in this field we're discussing science, physics, and the reality of things where we can validate them. And unless you, and that's the fundamental point, if you can't validate them, bring it, because we all are aware of these things and we'd all love to know more. But if all we're going to do is just Imagineer, then this is where the opposition, I think, crops up, because we don't want to be associated with portraying a paradigm of reality like the heliocentrics do, which isn't based in provable, demonstrable reality.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody brought the term ether to you as some sort of proof for a claim or something like that, but I'm certainly not one of those people that would say.
Why would
What's
you
that?
say that? Why would you start that after what I just said?
Because what you said.
Somebody brought when
What
did
I'm
they
saying
bring
is
this? When do you think they brought this claim to me? Last year, last week?
I don't know, but your statement led me to believe. Your statement led me to believe that somebody is using the ether as a proof of claim, because that's what you were saying.
Okay.
You were saying that it was some sort of claim, like the ether does X, Y, or Z. Did somebody tell you that the ether does X, Y, or Z?
If I might step in, that's exactly what I said just a little bit ago. The problem comes when somebody proposes ether as some kind of cause or explanation or proof, because especially in an environment or group where empirical evidence is key, which is supposedly the flat Earth debate, because we're talking about what we can observe, what we can test, what we can manipulate with independent variables, because that's at the heart of the Earth-shaped debate, is not why things go the direction they go, but what shape are we standing on, And so to go off, it's fine to pursue other things. We all can do that, and I think it's good to not be one-dimensional in our pursuits and paths that may lead us to discover something physical and tangible. But at the same time, when we're supposedly about proving the shape of the Earth, we're talking about naturalism, we're talking about empiricism, and observation and independent variables. And when somebody comes into that environment saying something intangible and that does not fit, cannot be proved by the scientific method as the end all be all, as some people are proposing it now, that's when the problem is, that this is somehow going to answer all our questions. It only raises questions.
Right. So that goes back to my question to the gentleman, like who kind of made this claim? Because, Paula, you and I are having this conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never said anything about this concept having to do with proving anything, certainly regarding the shape of the earth.
Right. And here again, it shows, I think, overall the limits that we have to recognize. Because like I said, there are people who are convinced that anything and everything about our realm can eventually be proved by empirical science. This is what ballers believe. But I don't believe that's true. I think we're hitting a wall here at the point where we try to explain how physical things came into being, why they do what they do, how does light work. We don't know where stuff came from, that as far as naturalism is concerned, because naturalism to me is if it says everything must have a natural explanation, it's like trying to measure oven temperature with a body thermometer, right? You have two choices when you put a body thermometer in an oven and it pegs to its maximum. You can either A, conclude that you have the wrong scale, which in this case would be naturalism can't explain everything, or B, that everything must be stuffed into that scale, therefore ovens don't get above 105 degrees or something like that, which is ridiculous. So I think at the very most, any such discussion of ether or fields or gravity or any of that stuff can do is remind us of the limitations of empiricism.
I can agree with that 100%.
So maybe I shouldn't have brought that up in the first place. But it hasn't been, Ladies' Night has not been active, and it's been only a few of us that show up regularly. So I guess we did kill almost an hour.
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
I have a question about the ether.
Okay.
So, like a magnet, right, is basically, they say it's like producing electrons. Is that right? Like a magnetic field?
They would describe it that way. A magnetic field is more just energy direction. I don't know. I'm going to get a thunderstorm.
So it's not electrons, or?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly it's electrons. It's weird because electromagnetism, you almost can't talk about one without talking about the other, because where there's one, there's the other. If you have moving electrons, you have a magnetic field that goes at an perpendicular to it and around in a circle. That's the right-hand rule. And yet, where you have moving magnetic field, you can induce the flow of electrons in a wire. That's how we have energy production from, say, a water dam or water wheel or something like that. So there are two sides of the same coin: electricity and magnetism. And how they interact is, I think, fascinating, and yet also I have never really seen a full explanation that satisfied as far as why things do that.
Because the stuff I've seen people say that, like the mainstream says that a magnetic field is electrons, like that, and it's kind of like how like if I have a fridge magnet or just any magnet, it's like, how is this rock like shooting out electrons constantly? Like how is it like producing?
I wouldn't say it is.
Okay.
Because, like I said, unless the magnet's moving, whichever one you start with, there has to be movement in order to cause the other thing. Moving electrons can cause magnetism, and moving magnetism can cause electrons to flow. So electrons are a separate thing from magnetism, and yet they're where there's one, there's the other. So I wouldn't call it a flow of electrons in magnetism because that really confuses the term electromagnetism. You know what I mean?
Right. So how can you have a magnetic field though without like a stable electric current? Like just like a fridge magnet. It's like how
I wouldn't say it's a current.
or
I don't know. Yeah. And that's the problem. It's hard to define. What exactly is physically happening? It's hard to say. And I think, just by way of illustration of when you get down to very small things, how hard they are to describe. One of my jobs was I was troubleshooting and repairing 8mm tape drives back, a while back when people still use tape drives. And I was reading the literature on the device, and there was an ongoing argument as to whether or not the read-write head actually touched the tape, because at a microscopic level, you can't tell. So the smaller you get, the weirder it gets, and the more difficult it is to find words to describe. So even, we don't know the quote-unquote size of a magnetic field force. It doesn't seem to have quanta, whereas electrons, you can control the flow rate and things like that. But, supposedly you can isolate a photon. That's still kind of dodgy to me. Yeah. If you read about the quantum eraser experiment, you have to start with a photon. And I'm like, what the heck is a photon? Because supposedly they isolate one simply by increasing a light source until the very first detectable bit of light appears. And they're calling that a photon. And I'm like, that's just, dodgy to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to explain it. All I know is by observing, electromagnetism properties, and that if you close a circuit, electricity will flow if there's an energy source and stuff like that. You can use it. You can drive a car without knowing mechanics. But when it gets down to it, there's a wall where empirical science can't cross. So I don't know what to tell you about magnetic fields. I think they're fascinating, but I can't explain them, and that's why they're fascinating.
Well, the explanation that I've heard is that the magnet is actually like a converter to basically like opening up like a wormhole kind of to wherever the magnetic field comes out of. So I don't know, like what a image.
Yeah, any story will do. And I just want to say also, if I suddenly disappear, there's a thunderstorm raging around here right now. So yeah. But anyway, speaking of electricity, thunderstorm, lightning, and electricity, and electric charges, and all sorts of things. I think the clouds are supposedly, were they positive or negative? I forget which. Opposite the Earth, and when there's a path through the air, go figure what that is. The electricity flows with such speed and intensity that supposedly is, well, not just supposedly, but you can see the effects of how unbelievably powerful it is and blinding light. And I don't know how that happens. I just know that it does.
Yeah, the photon thing to me is basically the same as like looking at like stars, and then like NASA gives you like a CGI cartoon of like what those stars are. To me, it's like the same thing. It's like,
yeah, I agree. I mean, lights in the sky, you can look at them through a nice telescope, and there are still lights in the sky. Some of them have color, some of them flash like strobe lights, like Sirius. Some of them there's cloudy looking things, nebula, all sorts of things up there that we can look at, but I'm still having a hard time believing that anybody can prove that they are rocks in space. and why such a thing as a gas giant could possibly exist in a vacuum. I don't care about how much they try to say gravity is a container. It's not on Earth. Gravity doesn't contain anything. It doesn't contain gases. They go where they want when they're not in a separate container. Sorry about that. Hold on. So it's all presumption. It's all stories. They can do math all they want, and it still doesn't prove a thing about reality. I Level Up posted one of those pictures of is that ferrofluid? I think it is, where you can see those interesting lines. Yeah, fascinating stuff. I don't know why it does that, what the lines are indicating, because it's the ferrofluid that we're looking at. We can't actually see magnetism. We can only know when something reacts with it. So, is there anybody wanting to talk about Earth shape?
Is it ladies' night?
Yeah, supposedly. It wasn't announced, and only a couple of us ladies showed up. Huh?
I think I'm in the wrong saloon.
I don't know. It's been an hour, and it seems like the last few weeks, not many of the ladies can be here at this time on Friday.
Sounds like a good discussion anyway. You guys are making the best of it.
Hey, I got a question for you, Level Up.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on all these fake flat earthers that have been popping up lately? And I like to call them the Antarctic Voyagers.
No, they're always around. I mean, I've been in it online since 2015, and I think because of, well, it could be a variety of reasons, rule changes and whatnot. They used to be extremely nasty, putting porn bombing live streams and doxing people all the time, and people are to be a little more careful now. But in my opinion, I think some of them have actually moved on as far as the number that I'm seeing. Maybe I just don't get out much anymore in the flat Earth communities.
Well, I'm just saying around the Discord, like I've been hanging around the past, off and on the past 6 months, but like almost every day, a few times a week for quite a bit of time for the past month or so. And at the beginning, when I started frequenting here more, it was kind of just discussion, and you get the obvious people that are trying to argue the topic and get upset. But just in the past week or week and a half, I've noticed like people coming in here faking, like trying so hard to be like to get some like credibility and some validation around here as flat earthers. Like they're claiming to be flat earthers, and then they'll come in, they'll change the subject off.
Yeah, and the people who clone accounts and have all sorts of ways of trying to disrupt things.
Maybe I just haven't been paying attention as much, and like lately I've just been paying more attention. But
I don't know.
Seems like it's just like blown up.
They seem to come in waves. Like things will be fairly quiet for a while, and then it perks up again. I like to joke that they're like if there was an uptick at the end of the month, it's because they didn't meet their quota, and or first of the month and they just all got paid, and so they're going to be more active. I'm just making up stuff. But.
It's just so weird. They seem to be following a script almost. Like,
oh yeah,
they're coming in here and they know exactly how we would respond, but it doesn't sound genuine when it comes out of their mouths. It's like you can tell that they're taking a lot of time to think about what they're gonna say, so they don't say the wrong thing. And then it's like that. It's always like it's like a script, man. It's weird.
Yeah, that there's no doubt about that, about people following scripts. Some of them are, well, of course, on VC it's a little harder to fake, but at least in the text chats, various places, there are bots that are absolutely, you can identify them, but what's that?
If what I just posted, if what I just posted in the VC isn't copy pasted from somewhere, that guy took a lot of time to sit and write that out.
Yeah, to read through it, but
and that dude's been trolling hard on multiple different accounts the past 4 or 5 days. So,
and that's another thing, is it's multidimensional, because they'll be here, they'll be on YouTube, they'll be in Facebook, which I don't know because I don't go there, but people say that. The same account, sometimes you can actually identify the same person on all those different places. They have to be paid. They have to be agents of some sort, because who else would do that? I mean, I know there are a lot of crazies in the world, but this is a calculated crazy targeting a group across platforms, and there's got to be planning behind it. I think that's what we could say is a reasonable, necessary antecedent for that kind of behavior, especially in numbers, where it's becoming more common, like you're saying. I think there is a script. I think there are people who hand them out. And why they do that is kind of like the why do they lie question. But I mean, I can't possibly know, other than speculate, that they just want to destroy the movement from within, because that's much more effective, to infiltrate and subvert than to just simply outright ban. But yeah, I don't know. I think it does come and go, but as we know, the world we live in right now is just the powers that be are turning the screws tighter every day, faster every day, on all sorts of free speech reduction, and it always keeps going back to Orwell's 1984, where if you control speech, you can control thought, and if you control thought, then you can make it impossible for anyone to be capable of rebelling against the deep state. And that's their goal. I'll see if I can find that little, it's not a meme, but a image that I have.
That definitely seems like that's what they're trying to do, because if it's not the guys that are trying to rally us to go to Antarctica, they'll just start to they want us all to agree and speculate the same thing. Like they try to
right.
It's like they're trying to push their ideas onto us. It's very, very weird, but
right. I found that quote, Bertrand Russell from 1953. He said, "Gradually, by selective breeding, the congenital differences between rulers and ruled will increase until they become almost different species. A revolt of the plebes," that's us, "would become as unthinkable as an organized insurrection of sheep against the practice of eating mutton. Diet, injunctions, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable, and any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible." That's what they want. And so to pursue that goal, they will send out armies of trolls who will infiltrate and try to turn how people think about things, what they're willing to consider possible, and take them away from empirical science. Because in this question of Earth shape, you absolutely need empirical science, because it's flat Earth debate. It's not philosophy debate where we're trying to figure out how everything works. We're just saying, what shape are we standing on? And they're trying to cloud that, in my opinion. No, I think Ladies Philosophy Night, well, Lady Philosophy Night, I seem to be the main one speaking. I I get tired of speaking all the time. I'm going to need to rest my voice, but I mean, we haven't even started the event officially, so it could be opened up to anybody now, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, sorry, I've been painting the whole time.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, even just the two of us, it's hard to make it ladies' night, you know? I mean, if we don't have
True.
3 or 4 of us, what's the point?
Yeah, it's too bad. I miss Shines and everybody.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to them all. Oh well. Yeah, I'm all for calling it a ladies' night if that's what it was, and everybody just go back to their usual programming.
Hey, level up. Can you hear me?
I hear ya. Ben, do
Can
you
I
want
share a
or? Yeah, sure.
Can I share a story that just happened to me?
Depends.
Well, it's just about like a flat Earth debate that I just had, but it just I don't know, it's just not settling well with me.
Okay.
So I was sitting at the table with my brother, and we were supposed to eat dinner and then go. He just got a car, so he needed me to go take him to get a car, and that's just kind of like what the plan was. And his car just came in, so we were gonna pick it up. And so then we're sitting here, and I'm like, yeah, I believe the Earth's flat. And then all of a sudden, like a thick, like pit of just anger filled the room. And so then I'm like, oh no. So he's running around saying, the sun is round. It's a sphere. The Earth's a sphere. Gravity. Gravity. What? The SpaceX. People have watched it dock on the ISS. And then all of a sudden, I'm just sitting here. I'm like, you're not even listening to me. Like, there's actual valid claims I'm putting on the table here. And then he's like, you know what? I don't need you to take me. I'm calling my buddy. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
So, and that's my brother. Like, that's my older brother. So, I mean, I have a lot of respect for him, but I don't know. That just emotionally just like kind of drained me for the day.
It's a strange reaction. I mean,
well, that's what I said. I said, that's cog dis, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're screaming. I'm not.
Hey, what was it that actually like really triggered him that you said? Because sometimes, sometimes it'll be those like main triggers, and you wanna try and avoid those things and try and get them to more question their model versus you just trying to tell them that that it's flat. But we know it's flat and we can prove it, but sometimes with the, like you said, the cog dis, you gotta get them to question their reality before they can come to any conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I didn't go about it, but honestly, I left the table open for discussion. And at that point, I was like, well, let's just talk about like curvature. Like, can it, because that's where I normally go to, because that's just a good point. And he's like, just instantly saying gravity. And I'm like, I don't think that you can prove gravity. And then he jumped to the sun is round, so the earth is round. And
So
Mars
why
is
don't
round.
you think gravity, or why do you think he said that? What
Well,
that
because he's a huge,
why
I don't know. He is just super gung ho about space.
So why do you think that we can't prove gravity?
Well, I think that it's a theory of gravity, and that it's just a bunch of numbers, and that density proves it all itself.
Numbers. Explain how they use numbers to explain gravity.
Well, that's what I was saying. I was like, Tim, those are just calculations. It's not applicable. I don't know. It was just strange. Like, it was just weird seeing him so fired up for, like, I mean, I've seen him angry before. Like, it's not uncommon, but I don't know. That was just.
Yeah, your family's gonna be the hardest. Your family's gonna be the hardest, man. That's
Sure.
what you gotta remember. So.
Hey, my advice is just like learn the arguments better, so that like you can you have to literally like destroy them. People like that, like you have to completely annihilate them on like the gravity thing. You would have to just like eviscerate gravity to the and then like you would be like you would have to get them to realize that gravity isn't real at all, and then you can move on to something else, because otherwise it's just they just waterboard you with like they just say a bunch of stuff, and then if you don't address one thing, they just kind of move on, and like I've dealt with that before, and it's really annoying, but yeah, you just have to get better at it.
Yeah, I definitely need to get better at it, but I mean, even when you're not the best at like a certain topic, normally it's like your family who will actually like have a little bit more compassion or room for error, especially on topics like that. But at least in my opinion, that's, they're more caring to listen to you. But no, I got completely shut down and ignored and ruined, and the night ruined, honestly.
Hey, I have a question. When he started telling you the moon and the sun were round, did you respond to that at all, or?
Oh yeah, I did. Well, he was going so fast, but I mean, I was still putting points on the table, and he was like, "Oh, the
respond to that
sun's."
specifically?
Yeah, I did. I said, well, how just because the sun is circular and potentially not even spheroid, which doesn't even matter. I said, how does that even prove that the Earth is the same shape? And that's all I said on that before he moved to another topic. Honestly, I think he was listening to me, and each valid point I brought up actually rung true, I think, maybe in a way.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be hard to tell. Hey, look, I'm a little busy. I'm trying to clean stuff. You can maybe somebody else will talk to you about it. I don't know. Take it easy, man. I hope it gets better with your brother.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate that.
Hey, with the gravity thing, you have to ask them for an experiment that evidences gravity, like distinct from density and buoyancy. And basically, the problem with gravity is that you can't actually manipulate it. So you have to actually teach them what gravity is, and then teach them how you can't put it through the scientific method. So it's like basically pseudoscience. Yeah. So that's a good thing to bring up, because a lot of people don't actually know what science is. They just think they know what it is. So if you can actually educate them on that, then they'll be more willing to listen to you. So like you just can't manipulate gravity as like an independent variable, which is what you need to do in an experiment. You need to manipulate the cause of the effect, and you can't do that with gravity. So you can't like manipulate the bending of space-time. So
Well, I totally understand all those points. And maybe the conversation needed to be slower and longer for him, but I mean, he even said, I remember during what was going on, he was saying, "Oh, yeah, they haven't fully proved it, but they're working towards it. I mean, they're getting closer to proving it." Like,
maybe you just need to show them like NASA fails, just like ridiculous stuff that like, because that gets a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, ask him how he would explain the astronaut fading around a corner, like, and show him the video.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, that or them on wires, or the thing where they like manipulate the virtual reality like objects. Like, why are they faking why are they faking like they're floating around?
Yeah, man. ODD TV on YouTube. He does got a couple good videos on NASA fails, and also explains a little bit of how they could exactly be showing us that what appears to be a zero gravity environment. I say the term gravity meaning what we describe as us not going up or being, I don't know exactly how I'm trying to word this. I mean like gravity in a sense, like, not the definition given to us, but just the fact that we're heavier than the air and we sink into it.
Sorry.
No?
No, I'm sorry. That was my bad. My mic was hot.
Oh.
Did you hear me?
Relative dits.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I was trying to say. We sink in the air, we sink down to the bottom of the air because we're heavier than it. So that's just like I've noticed with plastic bags. You see a plastic bag, and like a grocery store bag, and you can actually stand it up. You can stand it upright, and those things are so flimsy. If there was a force pulling everything towards the apparent or alleged center of Earth, these plastic bags would be kind of conforming to the ground and flattening themselves out on it. But you can take a plastic bag and you can just stand it up.
Conrad, who are we talking to right now, real quick? I want to ask them a question.
His name, I forgot his name. Oh, Bendy Waters. Bendy Waters. Says he's a globe skeptic. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Bendy, how we doing?
What's up, dude?
Well, yeah, I got a question. Not really about the content so much. It is on topic. What's your favorite thing about the information that you've come across regarding the reality of your flat, stationary, enclosed Earth? What's your favorite thing about it?
My favorite thing would definitely have to be that it shows that there's a creator.
Ah, I see. How about, is there anything else? Because Earth measuring flat actually has nothing to do with the creator, one way or another. Okay?
Right.
Physically.
Well,
so what else, other than that, do you like about it?
I like that it's simple. I've always liked that it was like it's not something someone has to tell you.
Yeah. Yep. You can find out for yourself, right?
Yeah, I like that. I've always liked that freedom about life.
Cool. That's all I wanted to hear, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. As you were, guys. I know it's ladies' night. I didn't want to interrupt too long. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for listening, guys. Thank you, Level Up, for letting me talk.
Hey, no problem. That saved me some talking.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm identifying as a lady until the next couple show up. Unless that's an issue, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, it was pretty quiet for a while, so I mean, it there doesn't seem to be a ladies' night thing really. There's not enough interest right now. Maybe something will pick up back in the fall. I don't know. Huh?
If I'm identifying as a lady, we got a ladies' night.
Excuse me.
Yeah, next I'm gonna start women's swimming on the college level.
Right.
Has anyone seen the new documentary? I thought it was pretty good.
Is that whatever it was?
The next level. I think
Next
that's what it's
level.
called.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's kind of like the first one, but it's pretty good. I liked it.
They're talking a bit more about how there is more land and how they are hiding the land.
Yeah.
I think the only critique I would have is that they focused a bit too much on that part, like how they might be hiding land instead of like focusing more on the observations that we have regarding the things you can measure. But yeah, nonetheless, it's a very, very nice little film.
Yeah. Yeah, they focused on that and the what's it called? Censorship. That's what it is. They focused on that and censorship pretty much.
Did anyone ever do a compilation of the funniest globe arguments recorded on this Discord and made like a certain type of movie?
I don't think so, but that's a great idea.
Like with comic characters, like prank calls. I know there's like a prank call on YouTube. He used like comic characters. And then you would like make these animated characters speak the things that these glowers say. That would be so cool, but unfortunately I'm not an artist to make such things.
Yeah, I do graphic design, but I don't do animation. But that would be really funny.
What kind of graphic design?
Like logos and stuff for like social media platforms for like like YouTube channel banners, and I do business cards.
You work
And
sorry.
and like other small products.
Yeah, you work with the Adobe family, Illustrator, Photoshop, all that kind of stuff.
No, I haven't gotten into that. I just use Procreate. Occasionally
okay.
Canva, depending on the project.
Yeah, I went through school where the main focus was, media and design stuff, and we used the whole palette of Adobe programs. And
that's
now,
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I do not do any creative stuff, but if I do stuff, I texture things within simulators like the one that I'm playing right now. Because it's also kind of like an art when you try to make stuff look realistic. For example, adding dirt texturing to PBR material and all that kind of stuff, reflections and so forth. But yeah, I also did a lot of what is called Cinema 4D and Photoshop for creating channel banners like 3-4 years ago for people. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. You're creating something out of nothing.
Right. Yeah, I love it. It's a lot of fun.
I think it's like the modern way of creating art instead of having, just a frame where you paint things on.
Yeah, I gave painting a try and I was like, nah, this isn't for me. The most I can do is abstract, where I just put a bunch of random colors on there, call it a day.
I mean, that's actually, how many people these days make money, just throwing stuff on the
True.
painting,
Yeah.
and people who want to watch their money just buy it for a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow I do have a story, a short story. So tomorrow I'm going to this church social thing. So I know I'm gonna be the only one there who's a flat earther. So I'm gonna talk to a bunch of people about flat earth and see if I can get anybody to join the server.
Ask him about the first page in the book that they'll be leaving in.
Right. Yeah, I'll probably bring it up like, hey, you do realize that the Bible is a flat earth book, right? I can't wait to see the look on their faces. It's just gonna be great.
Yeah.
The ironic thing is that you'd be an atheist, right? You'd be the
Yeah.
only atheist there and the only flat earther there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the problem with churches or Christian institutions. What I see is that Christianity is somehow, for many people, more like a life image or something that you can say, I'm a Christian, blah blah. But it's not really about a relationship anymore, either seeking truth. It's just about living in the world, happy feelings and all that stuff. I mean, it's the same as just being a Buddhist or whatever. Just figuring out to pleasure yourself most of the time instead of seeking maybe truths that could change the whole perspective of the reality that you live in.
Yeah. Well, with these people, it's a Seventh-day Adventist church because I used to be a Seventh-day Adventist, so I'm familiar with everybody there. They're very religious and they do deeply care about scripture and God and all of that. So I think it'll be interesting to them. I think maybe a few of them will listen. I hope it so. Anyway, I'm not really going to focus on the religious aspect of Flat Earth because, I'm not religious. I'm definitely going to bring up a lot of scientific points. But to get their attention, I think I will start with that the Bible is a Flat Earth book. I think that will really get them.
Yeah, show them Job 38:14 if I'm quoting
Yeah.
it right.
Yeah, I had all sorts of like Bible-based flat earth stuff, but I think I got rid of all of it or most of it, so I should probably collect some and memorize a few before I go tomorrow.
Yeah, but really, maybe I think that's actually a good idea. Ask them what they would think about Job 38:14, where it literally says that the earth takes shape as clay under a seal. Because that's a very hard thing to explain or making it a ball,
Right.
I mean, okay, this
Yeah.
was the wrong translation. I think in the King James, it's not saying that the earth takes shape like clay under the sea, but it move it onto clay under or something like that. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Hey, KJ, do you? I mean, I understand you don't believe in God, but do you claim that there is no God?
I don't make any claims really. The thing is I've never met God, so it's like how can I prove that there is one? And I haven't seen evidence for a God because I can't prove that everything that I experience came from nothing, which came from a supernatural being. Like, I can't prove that. So I don't make any claims about it. I'm just an atheist by default. I know nothing, but I do have a lot of questions. So I don't make any claims like I know a lot of things because I don't. It's just mostly me trying to figure things out, but I really don't know how.
Interesting. I never. Well, I guess I've heard that. I've heard it said like that before. So you don't believe in a supreme being, you don't believe everything came from nothing. So is there like a term for that? That'd be like, because like I know agnostic is like you believe in, or is agnostic where you just nobody
Okay,
can
I'll
prove it?
explain
Would
it.
that be agnostic?
This is how
Agnostic
it
is
goes.
when you're open to the idea of a creator, I think.
All
She's
right, I'll
actually
tell you.
agnostic.
Hold on, friends. I'll tell you real quick. Okay, the proposition: does God exist? Yes, no, or withhold knowledge. Those are the answers. Okay, if you say no, you're an atheist. If you say yes, you're a theist. If you say withhold knowledge, you're an agnostic.
Oh.
Most people think they're atheists when they're actually agnostic, to be fair.
Don't know is agnostic. No, there is no God is atheist.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard the terms thrown around a lot, especially recently too in my research, like my like biblical studies and stuff. So like I'm like, what is that exactly? But I've kind of like heard it explained like that too. But you did put it in a different perspective for me,
Look,
or different terms.
the popularization of the term atheist, right, really happened of recent. And it really was to make people believe that there's more atheists than there actually is, because they wanted to envelop agnostics into their camp. You know, like the real atheists, like they'll say God doesn't exist. God isn't real. They won't say, well, I'm not sure. I don't know. There's not enough evidence. See the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Now they want to seize agnostics for themselves and be like, oh, you're with us.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah, man, I was almost, well, I guess I was probably agnostic, and then I was almost to the point of being atheist, I feel like, until I found flat earth, and then that just put me to a theist, I guess, if we're going to talk in those terms.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you'll hear Globers say all the time, oh, why is atheism on the rise, quote unquote, right? But most people in that camp are agnostic, but there's a long-running study that's been run for over 30 years that polls people with the correlation between atheism and sub-80 IQ, right? So it's well established that people who say God doesn't exist are generally stupid.
Oh, that one was for the trolls. If Chris is listening, take notes, Chris. Take notes.
Now, don't get me wrong, some of them are geniuses, you know, but the bell curve is such that so many of them are stupid that it still works out to the average atheist has a sub-80 IQ.
I mean, I would imagine that to an atheist coming in here and pretending to be a flat earther, it would just be like the most entertaining thing ever. Like, I don't know. It's like they probably really do get a kick out of it, especially when they're coming in here and they're like trying to play that word salad, get us to you know, mess up or try to make us look bad.
Yeah, but in the meantime, what's up? Is Lady Night over already?
I'm trying to keep
Nobody
it
make-
going. I just got done painting, so I'm chilling right now.
Cool. I was just wondering because we didn't put the official event thing. Because that actually does attract people when the event thing is going.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who's got the ability to put up and announce an event that is here consistently. So it's hit or miss whether it gets started or ended.
Yeah, Redford Bear usually sets the ladies' night, but she didn't this week.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll have to get some other ladies capable.
Kunnen jullie wel 1%
I vote KJ because she's like always here for ladies' night. I mean, even if she's not talking, she's in the chat. And Level Up. I mean, either of them two, I've seen them more consistent, especially over the past month.
Radioprotectie.
I don't know if my vote matters much, but there it is.
It's appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. You're always. I mean, you're always in here, whether you're talking or not. It would be I think it'd be a good idea, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yesterday I wasn't here, so I broke my streak. But, oh.
Well, technically, to start an event takes about 30 seconds. Anybody, well, not anybody, but you know what I mean? Like anybody can generally do it without even being present. Like you don't have to attend. You can just be like, beep, bop, boop, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
See, some of the Glovers actually look for the ladies' night banner, right? Because they want to come in when it's ladies' night. It's the only time they ever do come in. Those particular people, they like it for some reason, whatever that reason is. Some of them, to be fair, think that they're going to come in here because they think that the women are dumb. So like, aha, I can finally beat a flat earther. Ha 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 ha! It's going to be so great. And they get school.
Mm-hmm.
And others do it just.
I think you're roboting.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, AI. Like he was driving anyway.
Oh, okay.
Just a bad day and time, or what?
For what?
For ladies' night.
Oh.
You know, weekend, Friday night, people either, have someplace to go or, they just got off work.
Is this often the case that you guys are not having enough ladies around at ladies' night?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've always thought it was kind of odd to have it on Fridays toward the evening time. I feel like it would be better if it was on a weekday, maybe. I mean, it is a weekday, but not like the weekend type.
Right. And time zones, I don't know if it's, for me, it's kind of an awkward time. It's supper time. It's 5:00, husband's just getting off work, and yeah, it's kind of hard, but I could go for a different time of day, different day of the week. I think Sunday.
If I may ask, what are you working as?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm retired, but my husband and son come home at 5 and want supper.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's about when I eat, and so I'm just trying to eat supper, and there are some databases I back up for my brother's business, because even if you're retired, if the family business isn't retired, then you still have to work sometimes.
Right. Gotta feed the family, right?
Yeah, I keep asking my brother when he's going to retire. And, oh, maybe next year. He's older than me. But yeah, pretty much any mornings, I'm usually got other shows that I go to and stuff, but afternoons are fairly open. Of course, that's afternoons Eastern time,
Yeah, thanks for sharing the Psalms 19:1. I forgot about that one. I used to have quite a bit of the verses memorized, but once you stop studying, you just kind of forget. So, at least with me, I'm a very forgetful person, but thanks for sharing that. I was replying to a comment. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
I'm trying to figure out what this picture is about. Somebody just posted.
Oh, get beget?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's related to anything. Like somebody's having just a soda for supper and some air pressure, pair of gloves.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he's building a vacuum chamber.
Hey. Friday night work, it says.
Yeah, he works in some sort of metal shop. Yeah, that one thing with the gauge on it, that's for measuring depth. And then there's some like inserts. He probably works in CNC.
That makes sense. Yeah, because like I work with stuff like that every day. Those little pieces in the little green box thing right there called inserts.
Yeah,
But
you got it.
Is that a beer? That's not a beer, is it? I don't think that's a beer.
Yeah, that's a beer. That's a Hefeweizen. Hefeweizen.
Yeah. Is that? Do you work on a lathe CNC machine? Is that what you mean by CNC turning? Like it just spins the part, spins and then. Yep, yeah, that's a lathe. There's a robot arm there too, though.
I like that he has a beer right there.
Yeah, dude, that's actually like a really good job to have. Like for me anyway, I love it. I absolutely love making metal parts, man. I just wish it wasn't aluminum. I mean, I'm sure any metals are bad to be working around, but yeah, it's a fun job though. Yeah, man. I don't know where you're from. I'm pretty sure I know you got an accent. I think, if I remember correctly. But over here it pays pretty good at the place I worked at. So hopefully it pays pretty good for you too.
So he's definitely from Europe because he has a sign saying Achtung. But it could be, don't need to be Germany. I think it's like the Netherlands or something. When I remember his voice correctly. Dutch.
Hey, I saw a notice ladies' night is starting soon.
Yeah. Oh, the description, that's good. Flat smackery and some random globe quackery. Nice.
Wilbräu, yeah, I know that beer. I'm also a Hefeweizen fan. I don't like pills.
What's up? It's ladies'
What's
night.
up?
Deal with it.
Alright, I'll be quiet.
Cue the Jeopardy music.
Yeah, we need a theme song that'll play for like 15 minutes till everybody shows up.
All right. Well, I pinged everyone, so we might get some peoples. In the meantime, talk about lady topics or talk about topics spoken by ladies.
Well, we
Alrighty.
doing that, we did ether for a while and kind of other random topics just to decide whether we're actually doing ladies' night or not.
That's what ladies would do. Random toe picks. All right. It's all yours. Go for it. Woo!
Yeah, so where's the ball earthers?
I've noticed a shortage of them for a while.
Is it just on ladies' night or is other nights too? Because I don't pay attention when I'm not here.
Yeah, other nights. Seems like for a few weeks, like just not that many people on the globe side come in that much. Like a couple a day, at least I've noticed.
And there's how many people in the server?
I think 25,000.
Wow. You would think somebody would show up and
Yeah,
challenge.
I think there is a restriction on how many people can be in the server at the same time, though.
Oh, really?
I might be wrong. I think so. I think I heard that one time.
Hmm.
But still, that should be a large number, enough people to come in and debate.
So
There's 3,500 members of our server who are online at the moment.
wow.
We've got a ping to come to ladies' night.
Yeah, I do think a different day and time would probably be a good idea to talk about sometime. I don't know who would organize such a thing, but maybe somebody gold and influential, gold or mod. How long are we gonna wait till like top of the hour? We got 10 more minutes till another hour has passed.
Wait for what?
I think Jenny might show up. She usually shows around 6, I think.
It's going on 7 here.
Oh.
Well, you guys don't have to wait for nobody. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. You can call on people and tell them, I demand answers. And I demand them right now.
Well, we're hoping to call on ball earthers, but there don't seem to be any that's willing to talk.
Oh, what about Matthew Learns?
I was gonna say.
Matthew Learns, time to put in work. Let's go.
Hey, how's it going?
Kind of slow, but other than that, not bad.
Yeah, it's the weekend. It's nice to be at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, we need to get somebody with some level of influence to call some sort of meeting and change the day and time. Until then, here we are.
What have you guys been talking about so far?
A while ago, trying to sort of talk about ether and got kind of burnt out on that, I think. And then somebody brought up about problems with relatives who get triggered by the idea of flat Earth and this and that. Not really a theme tonight.
Yeah, I can imagine how it'd be polarizing if you try to bring it up with relatives.
It seems out of proportion, though. I mean, somebody just mentioned it to his brother that he believed Earth is flat, and the brother just hit the roof.
Yeah, I remember bringing Flat Earth up with my brother, and he laughed at first, but I gave him time, and eventually he's like, yeah, the Earth is flat. I'm like, okay, cool. So my brother's a flat earther, but my other brother, he finds it ridiculous, but I brought up a lot of points with him because he really loves the whole space thing, outer space. So he finds flat Earth ridiculous, no matter what I tell him. But anyway, at least I got one of my brothers on board.
Yeah, most of my siblings don't care. One of them just gets mad, but like most of them don't care.
Yeah, I expected laughter. Like, my family's pretty kind. I didn't expect anybody to get upset, but it all worked out.
From my other siblings, they're like, "Oh, what about all the rockets?" But then when I asked them about curvature, they're like, "Yeah, no, we can't prove that." But with
Right.
him, he's just like, well, he texted me and he's like, "Sorry, I was being a dick, brother." Like, you have to text me it.
Mm. Well, at least
Can't
he
say
told
it.
you that.
Yeah, it's true, but it's not like he's not here saying I'm sorry. He's
Yeah.
fled the scene and texted me I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Text him the link. Text your brother the link to the Discord.
Yeah. I don't think I don't know if he'd ever click on something like that.
Look, just tell him there's this group of women meeting who love to talk about things, and they'd be curious to talk to him about whatever he wants to talk about. And then when he comes here, he'll be like, aha, it's flat Earth, sucker.
I think the reactions are so strong because it's not specifically about whether the Earth is flat or not, but more about rationality. Like when you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," they hear you say, "I've stopped thinking and I'm not going to pay attention to rationality anymore." That's what they hear.
The irony that that's irrational.
Exactly.
Yeah, like confirming your experience of a flat stationary plane by measuring it with a laser to be flat. I mean, how is that not rational?
He also brought up, "Oh, I've seen the documentary, bro. Those people are nuts." That Netflix one. I honestly think he thinks that it's like a benefit to humanity to know space travel, and that like people who believe in flat Earth are a hindrance to, I don't know, to the structure of the system. Just because I know that he's my brother, I know the guy.
Well, that's kind of true of everything. I mean, the whole society of the Western world right now is anti-rational. It's being rational and responsible and thinking clearly and thinking independently are being villainized to the point where you're their greatest enemy if you do any of those things.
Yeah, that's exactly the feeling I got.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I think I was a little shaky at first because I'm like, am I sad or am I mad? But really, I don't think I'm either after a couple minutes because I'm like, I'm not gonna be sad because I'm not trying to be like play the victim because I don't think I am the victim, and I'm not gonna be mad because I'm gonna turn the other cheek, and I'm just gonna keep bringing it up.
I think reacting that way to anything, unless you deeply insulted him or something, then I don't understand that kind of a reaction. But that's becoming normal now, to fly way off the handle if somebody just looks at you sideways.
Level up. How long have you been into this topic?
To this one specifically, I would say since 2015. There's lots of stuff before that. 9/11. There was chemtrails, alternative health, UFOs, Bigfoot. Anything that was off the beaten path, I looked into. Freemasonry back in the 80s. I was looking at. So yeah, I've always been interested in whatever everybody else says is stupid, or silly, or nobody is crazy enough to believe that, and I'll just like, well, you know what? I got to find out what it is. I mean, you make a big deal about something being off limits. I'm going to go check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I've been down this beaten path, a couple different ones. And this is the first time I found this Discord, but I actually really like this topic because it is almost like irrefutable, even if all the other shit isn't.
Right. Because somebody was talking there. Oh.
What is
That's
going on?
A little background noise.
Stop, please.
Somebody was on the mic.
Sorry, that's a baby.
I thought so.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a basic lack of curiosity on most people's part, I think. About looking into things that are not mainstream, see what they're about. Most people don't seem the least bit interested in any of that. And if they have any interest at all, it's because they saw something bad about it on their evening news, and so they're going to be against it.
Now, have you ever given up on any of those ideas, like Bigfoot?
Well, there's been a deafening silence regarding actual physical evidence that they exist. I know there are people who insist that they've seen them. I can't say they didn't. I only know that I've never known anyone to have physical evidence. Can creatures exist that nobody's seen? Yeah, of course. If you look into any kind of ancient cryptids or anything like that, there's all kinds of creatures that people insist that they've seen, where they have a very always blurry picture of it from far away. But same with UFOs. It's like I've seen some strange stuff myself, so I know there are anomalies, and I don't know what they are. the most likely thing is Black Ops military. The next likely thing, as far as so-called UFOs go, in my opinion, is demonic activity, partly because the early researcher Jacques Vallée said that his conclusion was that these craft move like they're not even physically there. And there's a lot of other things down that path, but so there are entities, but I don't know that they take the form of Bigfoot or not. I don't believe that there are aliens from space, of course. I do believe that there are chemtrails as opposed to just contrails. I've documented many pictures of things that just, because I've been, I was a teenager during the 70s, and I spent a lot of time outside and never saw planes leave trails like that. I mean, they just didn't, and they didn't persist. Now it's all the time, 20 years later, that's all you see. So something changed. That's all I know. I don't know what the trails are made of or why, but I did see one jet. I didn't get my camera in time to catch, didn't know what it was going to do, but I saw a jet flying across the sky in the direction of an Air Force base I used to live near. And suddenly it shot out what appeared to be I would call a particle beam, a black beam that seemed kind of fuzzy, that shot out in front of the plane, and there was a little bit of a backfire behind it. And then as the plane followed that path, gradually I couldn't see it anymore. So, and I got some of the tail end video of that, but it was, not a high quality camera, so I couldn't use it as proof of anything. But so I've seen some anomalies in the sky. So, but other things, I mean, I've seen plenty of evidence that the food supply, especially in the U.S., is designed to make people fat and sick. Big Pharma is another giant thing that you can't really say much about, or you get kicked off Discord. So yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of things. I used to watch a show back in the 70s that hosted by Leonard Nimoy, of all people, called In Search Of, where they would look at all kinds of alleged sightings of things. Of course, they never found a cotton picking thing. We got tired of watching the show, but so yeah, I go way back as to looking into things. I've looked into Freemasonry back, I don't know, 30 years ago or more. So in general, like I said, I like to look into things that are off the beaten path, but as far as what I believe actually exists, the one I can't say that I've seen any evidence for is Bigfoot.
So can we make the conclusion that Bigfoot and the curvature of the Earth have never been witnessed by anybody?
Well, again, I can only speak for myself, but I don't know anybody who's actually seen the curvature. There are people who say they've seen Bigfoot. I don't know what they didn't see or did. I did have one person once in a message board say, because I had video and pictures of these orb things that I saw in the sky during the day. And they're like, well, I don't know what you saw, but you didn't see that. I don't think I stayed in the board long after that. You didn't see what you saw. So if somebody says they saw something, what am I going to do?
I think a better word would be demonstrated. So the curvature of the Earth has not been demonstrated with a measurement of curvature, and Bigfoot has not been demonstrated with a real Bigfoot that you can see in person.
What I've always found fascinating, having been interested in politics for most of my life until recently, is that Richard Burton, the famous actor who was married to Elizabeth Taylor twice, who died in 1984, and he's famous for the movie The Robe and things like that. He did a movie in 1984, which he also died in 1984 in real life. He did a movie called 1984, and John Hurt, played Winston Smith. John Hurt is known for having that alien come out of his chest. And the first Alien movie back in 1979 was Sigourney Weaver. So and he played Winston Smith, and Richard Burton played O'Brien. And it's just fascinating that 1984 is never shown on TV, and you can't rent it on cable for $3 or $4 or $6. You just can't find it. You can pay for it on YouTube, but 1984 is happening, especially in the last 2 years, right in front of our face, just 38 years later.
Right.
And we're not allowed to see it. And I just pulled up a couple things that Orwell said. He said, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is considered a revolutionary act. And then he said, the further society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. And then, Walter Langer, who some people say Joseph Goebbels said it, he said, people would rather believe a big lie than a little lie. And if you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later, people will come to believe it. And that's basically our educational entertainment systems today. We've been told so many times that we live on a globe, spinning watery ball, and we've been told other things that are just complete, utter lies. But because they've been repeated so much, they become the truth, even though they're a lie. So I just, I've come to the conclusion that everything that we've been taught from 5 years old up to 18. When we get this diploma for regurgitating information that we're told to regurgitate, and then college, that everything major that we've been taught has been a lie. And somebody yesterday on Discord said, well, my driver's ed wasn't a lie. And I'll concede that. It's kind of a funny moment, but I'll concede that what we were taught during driver's ed probably wasn't a lie. But everything else that we taught that had any major consequence in our life was a lie. And I always ask people, what do you think you were taught that was the truth between 5 and 18 and maybe even college? And, nobody's really come back with anything of substance. And I keep asking, and I just kind of go from there. Thanks.
Thanks. That's just absolutely true. And then there's the other angle on that is Brave New World. And somewhere there was a quote I wish I could remember more of and a few paragraphs, not really a quote, of Huxley and Orwell, or at least the approaches they represent as to which one would play out, which one was the best one to use, of whether it was extreme hedonism of Brave New World or the boot on your face of 1984. And looking back on things, I think they used both of them. They hook people with Brave New World, with all these pleasures and life of ease. And once they have you there, then it's an easy walk to 1984 because you've already gotten used to being dependent and having things told to you and given to you. And so now you're ripe for any tyrant because you don't have the will or even the vocabulary to resist. And that's why, I was just going to add, the last couple of years with all the lockdowns and stuff, why everyone, governments from the top to the local mayor marched lockstep with these rules, which is, especially in the U.S., is very unconstitutional, and that they would have everybody down to that level. And all the common people is the most disturbing thing of all, how willing they were not only to comply, but to attack anyone who didn't. Friends, neighbors, families, didn't matter. They were, and then to this day, you have these people who just get enraged at someone who isn't following what the TV set said. And that's the most disturbing thing of all, is how many of the common people have gladly embraced 1984.
We've been seduced. If you think of all the things we've been seduced by, you can just rattle them off. Obviously sports is a seduction. We got to have our football and our basketball and our baseball and our hockey. And in Europe, they got to have their football, which is soccer in the USA. And then obviously we're seduced with TV and movies and food that we can buy in restaurants. And I mean, music is a huge seduction, and people just basically want to get back to their seductions, so they'll put up with whatever whatever the government tells them to do until the government says you're free again. Well, we're never going to be free again, if we were ever free in the first place. And it's just fascinating that Orwell talked about having a boot on your neck forever, and they never let it up. And it just they're you watch. I always come back to Lester Holt on NBC News at 5:30 Central Time here in Texas. I mean, you can actually watch that whole 30-minute newscast and not get one thing that's the truth. Not one thing. I mean, it's just 30 minutes of propaganda. And people actually listen to that stuff and they hear it on TV and they think it's the truth. And it's just amazing that nobody has learned anything in the last 26 months. I mean, some people have learned things in the last 26 months, but the majority haven't. And it's really disconcerting that they haven't. Thanks.
Right. Yeah,
All right. In the meantime, we had 2 people join that left immediately. So if somebody could just watch, see when they join, call them out if they want to enter the conversation. I'm about to do some work. So, all right, I'm out.
Okay, I can barely hear you right now. But 2 people came and went. Oh well.
Yeah, we just need somebody watching the bodies so we can see when somebody joins. Mention them so they'll stay if they want to talk.
Yeah, it's hard to do, especially if you're trying to keep track of what you're saying and listen to somebody else talk. Yeah. And then.
Yeah, that's why one of the non-speakers got to do it. I'm looking at you. You. That's right. You right there. You know who you are. You.
Damn it, called out.
Hey, are we officially on Ladies' Night now?
Supposedly.
Yes, this is my first. This is my first ladies.
Now.
Yeah, this is my first Ladies' Night as a guy, so it's cool.
We're pretty tolerant, at least when it's slow, which it's been for a few weeks. Which is, I think you've been here about tonight long enough to know that we're thinking about how we can move this to a different day and time.
There's so many things that haven't been on this, for a very, very short time. I would just, love to go to different channels, different, areas on Discord that isn't being recorded on YouTube, and just love to discuss other things other than flat Earth. Obviously, I love talking about flat Earth. We live on a horizontal plane and not a spinning watery ball. But there's other things I like to get ideas of what flat earthers think about, other things that are going on in the world. And I know we can't do it on here, but it'd be interesting to go to a different channel, whether it's politics or religion or health or whatever, and talk about that someday. Because about 5-6 days ago we did, somebody said, let's go to this channel and talk, and there's 13 people that followed, and we got into a discussion. We really didn't have a chance to finish it. I think it got off track a little bit, and I'd love to talk about those things, because it's, there's so many things to talk about, other than flat Earth, which is the reason we're here. But there's so many other things to talk about that I just love to get people's opinions on. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, the live stream is much more restricted because of Discord and YouTube, but, yeah, anything that isn't being live streamed, any of the other channels, you could do that. But you can talk about stuff if you say it carefully, like poison darts or.
I found that supposed free speech has been replaced with controlled speech.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's, if we ever had free speech, if we don't have it now, it's controlled speech. Now, obviously, you can talk about anything you want to with Flat Earth on this voice chat, anything. But if you go off the reservation just a little bit, it starts to become double speak or controlled speech.
But the thing I will say is that in any place that talks about any and all conspiracy theories, so-called, if most of them shunt flat Earth talk to a dark corner of their server, if they allow it at all, which tells you something about it. So if you find a place that does allow flat Earth talk, then it's probably a safe bet that you can talk about other things too. Because that's the ultimate test of at least being open-minded enough to consider a topic and not just blow it off without, even thinking about it or shunning anyone who brings it up.
Because I know, Discord. I had a really good gentleman about a week ago explain Discord to me and what we should not say, and he was really, really patient with me and really good. And obviously Discord is up against some government, censorship things that came out February 7th and came out April 27th, and maybe even before that. So I understand that Discord is up against it because everything that we say, either in text or on here, is recorded or can be recorded and used against us in a court of public opinion. So it's good that we can talk and find people to talk with. Thanks.
Seems tonight there's not a lot else to talk about. Or at least anybody who's willing to talk. There's 2, 3 4 who are muted. 5 people on here are muted and deafened. Well, everybody's actually but me's muted right now, but 5 of them are deafened too. Not sure what that's about. But
hey, Level Up. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you were talking about the Masons earlier, because it seems like you've done like a quite extensive amount of research, are these people just being bad, and like there's quote unquote evil in their hearts, or is there like actually like an entity? Like they say the Baphomet or the devil or whatever, but it's actually organizing the structure of the Masonry or whatever. In your opinion,
in its history of it with Adam Weishaupt and people like that, definitely they were very much into the occult. The people who founded the modern Freemasonry movement, so-called, their writings there are always multiple levels of meanings in them. So their philosophy is that if people can be fooled, they deserve to be fooled. And so they even think that of their own members at the lower levels, so that people who join to the higher ups are useful idiots. They are generally people who join either do it because some organization they're in, it's the path to rising in the ranks, or being, getting perks from other business people in your community. There could be a gazillion reasons why somebody would want to be in some kind of exclusive club. But the problem with Freemasonry is that even at the first level, you have to take oaths that involve a torturous death that you agree to if you divulge secrets. Even though you don't really know much in the way of secrets at that level, the oath you have to take to belong and the rituals you go through should be disturbing to anybody with any kind of moral fortitude or really intelligence, in my opinion. But each level gets more and more bizarre and extreme. Every time you move up, you take another oath and do another ritual, and you learn the handshakes and you know the words that you say to other Masons and how you stand so that another Mason can identify you. There's all sorts of things that just builds and builds. And it's kind of the boiling frog analogy where it happens so gradually that by the time you're high enough to really know, excuse me, something dangerous or subversive, you're so entrenched that you're not going to get out. And at the higher levels, you know, the vows that you take, and for a while they'll say, I wouldn't be willing to do anything asked of me by the Brotherhood except treason and murder. But the higher you go, all of a sudden murder's on the table and then treason. So that your highest loyalty is only to the people above you in your Brotherhood. So, and I think my voice is telling me to cut it short for the night, but that's what I know about Freemasonry. And a lot of this there was a series on the John Ankerberg show many decades ago where they had a worshipful master on, a former one, who knew what would happen to him if he divulged, but he went ahead and did videos, you know, a whole series of them detailing exactly all those things I've been saying, and, you know, the clothes they wear, the aprons, the hats, everything, and how this builds up toward the top. And so it's not a conspiracy theory. There's a lot of stuff he quoted from their own writings. And like Manly P. Hall and people like that. And there are flat earthers, prominent ones, who quote with Manly P. Hall with admiration. And these people are the enemies of truth. The people who are high up in Freemasonry and the founders of it are enemies of truth who think nothing and actually enjoy deceiving people, especially large numbers of people. And it is absolutely a religion from top to bottom. If you're doing rituals and keeping secrets and taking blood oaths, you're in some kind of religious cult, right? So the thing is that when Flat Earth, it disturbs me when Flat Earthers speak with admiration toward people like that. Even though they will say out of one side of their mouth, we're against Freemasonry, those are the enemy, but out of the other side, they'll quote the founders of Freemasonry, like Hall and Weishaupt, and it's just like, I'm wondering if they're infiltrators. You know, who else would do that? But I kind of got off the topic there, but that's what I know about it.
I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of flat earthers who actually are also sellouts towards Masonry.
Right.
Pretty sure. I'm not gonna even doubt that. Some people just want to have the quick money. I can tell you an interesting story about Freemasonry. So, my mom, she is half Italian and she was born in Italy. And her father, he once worked for a mason on his house for like doing some outside construction work, you know, improving certain things that need to be improved. And this mason actually confronted my mom's father to where he asked him, you need to understand it was at a time where there was no internet or mobile phones and stuff like that. So, or emails. Yeah. So he approached him and asked, so are you interested in maybe owning a coffee in Mailand? What is Mailand in English?
Can you describe?
I think Milano.
Oh, Milan.
Yeah, having a coffee shop in Milan for people to go in and drink coffee and stuff. And the thing why he asked it is he asked him, you don't need to pay anything. The only thing you need to do is own the coffee shop, and he would have then used it for his brothers to have meetups for discussions and stuff. They would have used these types of coffee shops to have meetups and so forth. And the only thing he would have supposed to do is just be the owner, so to say, of this coffee shop, and play along with it as if they have no secret meetings there. So yeah, but he actually, for some reason, he sensed that it would be a bad idea to trust that guy, and he did not accept the offer, as far as my mother told me. But just imagine, he actually gave him the opportunity to earn a lot of money by just pretending to be someone who he's not, and move his whole family to Milano. Just to have this just to run a coffee shop for them.
Right.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I do not like masonry, and I will never like it. I do not like when people are doing things in secret, in hidden, so to say, in a hidden way, it's the same with people when they hide something from you, right? It's not trustworthy.
Right. Now, there's some people obviously love to be among those who have secret knowledge. It makes them feel better about themselves or something, but there's a cost with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, they're worshipping Satan himself in a 33 degree.
Yeah. And all these things they make up about, like Solomon's temple, and that Solomon was actually the beginner. It's like, for people who, speaking of some individuals I know who so have always hated the Bible, they sure love to quote Solomon when it's outside the Bible, and then to make him their hero in some ways and their arch enemy in other ways. Like, they speak glowingly about Solomon's temple and all the things that are the secrets in it, and that he had secret knowledge and could harness energy and all these things they make up. And yet, that's what Freemasonry tells people. And they're getting their teachings from the people they say are the deep state, which they are the deep state.
Yeah.
But they're either wittingly or unwittingly spreading their teachings. So I would say, just to bring that up as a cautionary tale for flat earthers who tend to think, because I've discovered flat earth, then I'm not going to be fooled anymore about anything. But they're already being fooled about a lot of things. Whether it's the real sources of some of the things they believe, or whether it's just denying that something's a religion when it is, such as the Freemasonry teachings and those things about Solomon, or anything, any number of things. They come from religion, just like Ball Earth does. They play both sides. This has always been the tactic of the deep state, is to play both sides of everything. Problem, reaction, solution, and all that.
In my conversation with the Mason that I had a month ago, he was like, "Oh, I'm a 32nd degree. I know all this stuff." And then I was like, "Well, what do you know?" And the only two things he told me was, one, you get French benefits because everyone's a Mason and you never betray a brother, and two, blah, blah, blah built Solomon's temple. And I looked at him and I was like, no, they didn't.
Another thing, what I find quite interesting about Masons is they, first of all, will deny to be a Mason. And then when you talk about, then when they realize you know a lot of stuff about Masonry, they suddenly ask you, are you a traveler? Someone on another Discord once asked me, after he denied being a Mason, because I saw his profile picture of being a guard for the unknown soldier in Washington. I don't know if you know that type of thing. There's these special guards that make these weird robot moves
Right.
because of the tomb of the unknown soldier or whatever, and I thought he must be a Mason because you can't be a part of this special type of military thingy. And first he denied it, but when he realized that I knew a lot of Masonry, I guess he might thought that I'm a Mason. He asked me, "Are you a traveler?" But I said no. He was like, okay. But it's literally this question, "Are you a traveler?" is just literally asking, "Are you a Mason?" but with their secretive, cool language.
Yeah, it's almost childish in a way, the mentality of, we have a secret clubhouse. You have to know the handshake and the knock to get in,
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I'm just, I find it funny. But also sad for these people because, they don't understand what type of very bad things they put on their life when they go through these rituals.
Right.
Very dark things, opening up doors and stuff, literally.
Yeah, it's a blood oath.
Yep. I mean, there's actually the ritual when you're reborn as a Mason. You're gonna get put into a coffin, and then they have this specific Mason hand gesture of pulling you out, and then when you get pulled out of the coffin, you're now a reborn Mason. It's just the upside down thing of being reborn through, being saved. I mean,
Right.
Satan always perverts everything, his role model is what is written, right?
Right.
He just tries to play God and have his minions. And for me, Masonry is nothing else than, minions for the one who's ruling this dark kingdom.
And then this, I think, partly explains how everybody marched lockstep with the lockdown down to the local levels, because there's a Masonic group in every city.
Yes.
And if you're anybody in politics or law enforcement or even the fire service, you're probably in the lodge. And if you are, everybody does as they're told. So it's a control system, and it's been sitting there for generations.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, "Oh yeah, your policemen, your firefighters, your judicial system, all Masons."
Yep.
Yeah, the worst thing is police, right? So I watch a lot of this auditing things on YouTube where people audit the police and stuff, and you literally see by how they are not able to speak one against each other because of their weird Masonic "you do not betray each other" thingy, and also they can't be real about the Constitution, and they can't really, if they even see their other brother in the police force doing something wrong, they can't really, say anything against them because they're just they have no spine, because of their stupid secret society doings on the go. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's just obvious, and it's the same as with the city council members and stuff like that. That try to throw something out for filming a public building and overthrow the First Amendment right and so forth, and when the police shows up, you just see it in their eyes now how they look at each other. They probably meet each other at night in the local lodge. That's why they can't act against each other.
Right.
It's just, I mean, America in itself is just a Masonic, whole, because it's just founded on Masonic principles. It's just like Disneyland for Masons.
Yeah, pretty much. Only a really darker one. I don't know. Disney is so dark that.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared for my brother because he's running so high with his narrative, and he already works for German TV companies, and he told me about people contacting him with sketchy things, and his ultimate goal is actually to work in Hollywood for Pixar Studio. And I know the subliminal messages that Pixar also does, and that they also work with, together with Disney and stuff. And I'm just a little afraid that my brother, just might end up in, if not already, but end up in such secret societies or whatever, because they try to get you when you still not understand anything, so to say, you know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes the things he said reminds me a bit of the philosophy of the Masons, and it's just, but it could be also just coincidence. It's not like, yeah, no, I don't think so, actually. No, my brother is not like that kind of guy. But I could also not say completely no, I just hope not.
It seems like what they learn, like a big part of what they learned, because he said, you learn the history or the alternative history. He's like, but that's not really why you want it. And something it seems like about the vernacular that they learn helps them understand what people can say and not say. Like if you're a police, like if you say this specific thing, then they can now proceed in this manner.
I mean, where it even gets funnier is when someone does a crime and he's a fellow brother, and I've seen a lot of videos where you can clearly see why they have not charged them the way they would do with normal people, because they're just Masons being Masons, They back each other's, they pat each other's back, so to say, which is actually pretty disgusting because it, doesn't make it equal for everyone.
Right. Yeah, it's a very big pyramid.
Yeah. Man, it's been quiet in here. Too many Masons. I'm just joking.
We just outed them all, or we've been marked or something.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of Masons, in general.
No, I mean, I have spiritual reasons not to be afraid of them, but
right.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what is everywhere, and if we don't educate ourselves on these types of things, we'll be more likely to fall prey to them. And like I said, it comes to the point where supposedly awake flat earthers will be teaching Freemasonry while claiming also to be against it, and that's just really a disappointment.
Well, I don't know if this is even accurate, but a lot of people say like the Book of Enoch is like considered a Freemason text, but a lot of people use it to justify like certain attributes about flat earth and giants and this and that. But a lot of people think that it actually may fit into like a false book.
Yeah, I've done videos about it. What I think about it as far as how things are determined to be in the Bible canon and stuff like that. But Enoch was the earliest copy anyone has, is like a couple hundred years before Christ. So obviously it predates Freemasonry, but it doesn't predate the Kabbalistic religions. And the thing is that Enoch, seventh from Adam, the one quoted in Jude, seventh from Adam is before the flood. So there were no writings that anybody knows of that were put on the ark and kept and revered. There's absolutely no mention of it. So, it's thousands of years from Enoch to the earliest written book that supposedly is from his words. Now we have to take it on somebody's assertion only that they're actually recording oral history. Nobody can prove that. But the thing is that Enoch doesn't tell me anything I'm missing from the Bible. That is to say, Genesis 6 already talks about giants. The Bible does say, has many passages about the sun, moon, and stars. And Enoch doesn't tell me anything that I really need to know. And the Bible isn't trying to be a meticulous, every history of every country in the world and every topic like science. It isn't trying to be that. But I think the reason people like Enoch is because it tells them things they think are intriguing about how the sun, moon, and stars work. It may or may not be true that that's how the sun, moon, or the stars work, but the problem is in saying this used to be in the Bible and somebody took it out. That's impossible to prove. Nobody can say what was in the Bible before that, because canons take time to form, and the idea of a canon, I've done videos on how that works too, but Enoch itself is very doubtful. Even though it's written as though Enoch said the words, there's no way to prove they're from him, and thousands of years pass between the time he left the earth and the earliest writing appears. So I don't have a lot of confidence in it as being authentically from Enoch, but I mean, I don't tell people not to read it. I've got a copy of it on my shelf along with Enoch 2 and 3. I've got all sorts of books on my shelf that I've read, but that doesn't mean I accept them as somehow authoritative scripture, But as far as Masons go, like I said, Masons and Jesuits didn't come along until at least 1,000 years after the earliest writing of Enoch.
Right, gotcha. Well, that's helpful, because I have watched a video on it. But then, you hear people who are like, no, you can't believe this and that. So, but that's good to know that it's up in the air as canon to the Bible.
In what they call the pseudogrypha, I pronounced that wrong. Pseudogrypha, also called apocrypha. Pseudo means, false. We don't know that the person who wrote the book is probably not the person's name that's on it. Like we know Enoch didn't write this because he was dead by thousands of years. But it's also apocrypha, which if you look up the meaning is something of doubtful authenticity or uncertain origin. And now the Catholic Church calls them deuterocanonical, which means second canon. So they hold them to be, and they didn't from the start. That was like a late Middle Ages or so. I forget when they exactly accepted it. But I would hold those. They're books that are written between the last Old Testament book and the first New Testament book. So there were no prophets in Israel to verify anything. And so that these are, they may be historically accurate to some degree. They may tell you something about the Maccabees and stuff. That's verifiable in other places as, and the, various revolts and things. But as far as all the aspects of the stories, as one person said it, they read like fan fiction. They just don't have the same character as the other books of the Bible, and so for a lot of reasons, I think they're good to read for information, for historical references, but that's all the farther I would take them.
Do you know anything about I think it's the Gospel of Mary?
That one I haven't read. I know of it. I've read the Gospel of Thomas. I've read bits of the one Gospel of Barnabas, but those are all Gnostic works. Gnosticism claims to be true to Christianity, but it is something that the Bible, without specifically naming it, seems to speak out against, such as saying that Jesus didn't rise from the dead. He didn't have to hang on the cross because the flesh is evil, and therefore Jesus couldn't have become flesh, and on and on. But those so-called Gospels are very much less authentic as far as if you use the same standards for them as you use for the Bible, People set the bar very high for the Bible, but they'll, without any criticism at all, accept these other things. And they just don't have the same quality. Just like with, especially like Second and Third Enoch, it's just such lower quality just to read it. But those other Gospels, I don't take them as Gospels at all. I take them as just, like I said, fan fiction. Just my opinion, but...
No, yeah, that makes sense. Last question is, because you do seem like knowledgeable on the topic, the relations that other religions have in some of their storytelling, does that have validity? Like, just like similar storytelling.
Well, every culture has a flood story, right? Which tells you there was probably a flood. Even if the details are different, most of them have a boat with a few survivors, and that God or the gods were angry and flooded the earth, and only a few survived on this boat. So it probably happened. I mean, if all the cultures are saying this, it probably happened. The only question is the details. So when it comes to books that are claimed to be from God, I think it's the standards have to be high for that to be meant to have any legitimacy. And I just don't see the books written between the Testaments as having any of that, as meeting the standards. And there are some, those Gospels of Thomas, Barnabas, Mary are written after in New Testament times and seem to suffer from the same limitations as far as I'm concerned.
Right, but I guess the question I'm not presupposing, but is it not that there is supposed to be some like one world religion, but is there like a common ground between these religions where we can find like peace across the whole, like we can agree on the same thing, or besides flat Earth, but
you mean what?
Because like religious prosecution is always going to happen for the people who want their religion to be worldwide, essentially.
Persecution for religious beliefs is often irrational. That what people just don't. They think you're a heretic and they'll want to kill you for it. But the thing is that from my perspective as a Christian, since I have examined other religious writings and chose the Bible as the one that I think is probably the most the accurate one from God, I'm going to compare other things to it, and what I'll see is bad copies, I would call them. Copies imply an original. And so if there are many religions, I would expect that as a satanic influence on trying to hide the truth by putting out a bunch of different stories. And they'll all have commonalities. I mean, to classify them as religions, they're going to have commonalities. There's some sort of deity involved usually, although Buddhism is called a religion without a deity. Some kind of ethical standards, codes to which people agree. A sacred writing or canon of their own of some type. And they're all going to have those things in common. But that doesn't mean they're all right as far as the details go. Just like with the flood stories. I mean, everybody, all the religions will tell you there's a higher power to whom you will be held to get to account. And there are writings that are authoritative for our belief system. And, like I said, this is just the common elements of a religious belief. But to pick the right one, in my opinion, the most reasonable thing is I start with the extraordinary evidence for the extraordinary claim that Jesus rose from the dead. And I start there and I say, well, he's talked about in the Bible, he quoted the Old Testament. So these are the writings that the guy who rose from the dead said are the truth. So I'm going to start from there and work my way out. And so everything that clashes with it is by definition false. Now, other people looking into it would have to say, okay, what religious things are common and what are unique? Because you can't just look at the similarities, you have to look at the differences. And there are several unique things about the Christian faith and the Bible that, not just the resurrection, but fulfilled prophecy. The Bible is nearly 1/3 prophecy. And so far, they've all come true. And people try to post-date the books and say they didn't. But, if you get into the details, and it takes a lot of time and study, I'm convinced that the Bible is prophetically accurate. So everybody's going to have to decide if they're looking for, if they believe, okay, Flat Earth has taught me that there is a creator. I want to know which religion is right. You're going to have to, before you start your search, you're going to have to decide how you're going to weigh evidence. Is it going to be, by which things have the best code of honor? Is it, because all of them can do that. I mean, atheists can have a code of honor. Is it, something else? Is it hard evidence? Like I'm looking at eyewitness testimony and artifacts to support the Bible, hostile witnesses that say that Jesus rose. I think when it comes to harder evidence, that the Bible is unique in that respect. But like I said, if you're seeking which one to pick, or none of the above and something different, the first thing you got to do is decide how you're going to identify it. What are the criteria you would use to find out whether something's true? So you have to sift through the commonalities and look for the uniqueness, because otherwise, you're like, there's 5,000 different religious beliefs and they all believe in a deity and have a sacred writing and a code of ethics. Then what? You look for the differences. It's just like with genetics. We have apparently 50% of our genetics is the same as bananas, which is why I say some people are half bananas. But the point is, it's not the similarities that make the differences in living things. It's that little percent of different genetics that can have a huge effect. And it's the same thing with any kind of truth seeking. You have to decide before you start and be consistent in how you apply your rules, what your rules are for determining whether something's true or not. And that's a question only you can answer. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
No, I really like the conclusion area of that. That was amazing.
Thank you. I've had plenty of time to get there. I have to say, when I was young, it bothered me that people didn't want to go to places in the Bible that were difficult to understand. And I've always been drawn to those things. And that's just kind of how I look at any truth claim, is put it to the test. See if it not only makes sense, but can consistently be held to be true. Like, is it historically accurate? Does it appeal to reason? Does it, appeal to character of a witness? Does it try to whitewash its heroes? The Bible doesn't do that. There are other writings you can, where somebody's primary character in an account is someone who just never does anything wrong. They have superpowers. But in the Bible, you find like King David was a murderer and an adulterer. Solomon had 1,000 wives and concubines and eventually started worshiping their gods. The wisest man who ever lived, and it was led astray by his lust. The Bible doesn't whitewash people. It lays out the good and the bad that people do. And, Abraham tried to pass off his wife, who was his half-sister, as only his sister, so he would get favors from the king of the territory he was going through, and so they wouldn't kill him to get his wealth. I mean, they're complicated people in the Bible's accounts, whereas I found that in a lot of other writings, they're very cartoonish and stereotypical. This is our champion who defeated the dragons, and Never, like George Washington could never tell a lie, stuff like that you hear. But I am getting tired of talking, so I might drop out for the evening. It's going on 3 hours. That's about my limit.
Yeah, your voice is starting to give out.
Yeah.
I can tell. Good stuff. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
love.
thank you very much. Have a nice meal and good afternoon.
Thank you. Your voice sounds fine, by the way, but thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming, and hope you can
All
find
right.
some more
Have
people
a
to
good
talk
weekend.
to. Hey,
Okay.
you too.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
All right. Flat Earthers, man. What's up? It's Friday. Friday night, Mongos. Let's get this party started, man. Fucking A, man. Whew. What a week, huh? What a week. Been a crazy Flat Earth week, man. Another week on the Flat Earth.
I've heard that Friday night it was late. I was walking her down the street and I was dreaming of the night would it turn out right. That's kind of what I was thinking about 35, 40 years ago. Well, anyway.
Well, it turned out all right, didn't it? You're still here, baby. It worked out just fine.
Still here, still married to the same woman for 35 years.
Ah, congratulations, man. What a great partnership. Gotta love that, man.
Yeah, the only thing that bothers me is, some family members, half that I know of gone along with this last 26-month narrative, and it just hurts me to death.
Well,
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Has there been any ups and downs in your marriage?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Has there been any flat or curved parts of the relationship?
Her and I personalities are entirely different. She's a Nazarene preacher's kid, and
wow.
So it's just it's just a different thing. And obviously, if I had to take my mother's advice from very young years, she said, don't have any particular affairs or relationships that aren't godly before you marry the person, and I didn't do that. And so that's kind of come back to haunt me. And then she actually picked the college that I went to just because it was a quote Christian college, and I went just because I could play baseball, which was really stupid. You want to do things when you're 18 that you love, but you don't think when you're going to be 30, 35, 40, what it's going to do for you. So I picked the college because my mother wanted, and because I wanted to play baseball as a freshman.
Yeah.
And so I didn't get to play baseball as a freshman, but I got tendonitis my first start as a pitcher in high school and in college, and I continued to play for another 3-4 years, but it was never fun again because every time you threw the ball, it somewhat hurt.
Yep.
And when you're young, when you're 10, 11, 12 years old, 15, 16, 17, 18, and you can go out and throw, and hit, and you love it. Then when it becomes a pain to just to even throw the ball, then you continue it because that's something you like, but you don't love it anymore.
Well, it becomes discouraging, and anytime you're in pain and you're trying to do something, the discomfort always wins, man.
What is it that you regretted, though?
About?
I guess you said about college.
Oh, because my mother, especially my mother, gave me my politics. My dad gave me. He was just a really great guy. But my mother gave me my politics, and she kind of didn't want me to go to a state-sponsored school, that was close by, around the Peoria, Illinois area, and she sent me to she wanted me to go to a private school. It's just like, looking back, it was like, no. And the only reason I went to the private school was I could play baseball. And if I went to the public school, next to Peoria, I probably wouldn't have got a scholarship. I probably would have had to walk on, and I probably would have made the squad, but I would have made it as a walk on. And I might have pitched, by the time I was a sophomore or junior. But I didn't learn to throw a slider until I get to college, and I never learned to throw a changeup. And that's my biggest regret as a pitcher, is never learning how to throw a changeup, because that's a really important pitch. And I never had a pitching coach.
Yeah, it's got to look just like your fastball, but
yeah,
you're changing the speed, man, and that's an art, man. That's fucking art.
It really is, and the times that I did use a changeup effectively, it was effective. And I only used it against really good teams, and it was effective. I never used it against teams that were just mediocre or average. But I never had a pitching coach in high school because it was a small school, and I never had a pitching coach in college because it was a very small school. But if you go play for a bigger school, they have specializations in coaches,
right? Yeah.
And one of them is a pitching coach,
training, all different workouts.
Absolutely. My daughter, my youngest daughter went to my youngest daughter went to a mid-major in volleyball, and the school was very serious about its volleyball. And so, she put on 20 pounds her first year of muscle in her legs and her thighs. And it was just amazing, how she changed in just 6 or 7 months of doing nothing but weightlifting. Because, in college, when you play some really good schools in college, you have to be serious about it or you get rolled.
You have to be deadly serious.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, I know guys, at pro level, and it's like, oh my God, it's intense, man. You got to be so super serious. And I always fuck with them. I'm like, don't you fucking big league my ass. Don't you be doing that.
Consider if you did go to a state public school, you'd probably be an atheist right now. And you probably would be, along with the narrative, the last 2 years, like your other family. Because most people lose their faith in college.
Robot. Gospel, you're a robot. You hear me? You robot? I don't think I helped you.
So your mother probably did you a great service. Think of that.
You're still robot. Still robot. I think that's gospel. I don't know, man. It sounded like him. I could be wrong. The bear.
What about?
Nah, you're toast, man. You sound like you're.
I mean, if you go to Berkeley, they don't give you time to pray. They don't value religion.
Yeah, those schools in the Cal Berkeley, in the Cal state area, Fullerton, Berkeley, I forget the other ones, but I mean, yeah, they're beautiful campuses. Irvine's gorgeous, but it's just like you would be caught dead there if you were serious about anything spiritually. You just wouldn't go there. And I actually went to a master's program at a state school that was close to my home for a year.
Isn't Berkeley like, aren't they like all like hipster,
Yeah.
Find your energy center, that kind of shit.
Yeah, in the 60s, the free speech movement, which was infiltrated with communists in the 60s, that started out in Berkeley. And that's one of the things, if you think about where the drug sex thing started, it was Haight-Ashbury, on the corner of Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco in 1962, and continued there for a number of years. And then you think about colleges. It actually started at Berkeley in the mid 60s with the free speech movement, which was dominated by communists, and drugs and sex and all that stuff.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, baby.
Yes, somebody said who grew up. I think it was David Horowitz. Who's turned from a Chicago '60s radical into a political conservative.
Yeah.
He said that sex, drugs, and rock and roll is a big indoctrination thing. I mean, it's just like you're just
doubt
drawn
about it.
to it. You're just drawn to it, and back
Well,
then you were drawn to it.
the music industry in general, man, is a lot of indoctrination. If you look at the different patterns of music through the decades, man, you can kind of see a little pattern that each generation gets their fill of some really radical ideas and clothing and fucking light shows and the look, and the it's all it's an orchestrated mind game, man. That music industry, man, really is there to screw you up. It ain't there to help you. We all like the music, man. There's a song that come on the radio or on the elevator and you hear it, you know every fucking lyric in the goddamn song as soon as you hear it. But if I said, hey man, sing me that song, you couldn't even get the first line. But as soon as you hear that music, you know every lyric in the fucking song. And it's weird how the mind can know that shit, subconsciously, I guess, right? And then all of a sudden, if you're put on the spot to sing it, no. You can't even get the first lyric out.
It's fun when if you watch TV and you see some of these older singing groups, from the '60s and '70s and '80s that are still alive, and their audience is all 50, 60, and 70-year-olds. There's no young people in the audience. They're all people that love them, and they come and they're 50, 60 years old, and they're singing along with them, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, they grew up, obviously. They grew up in their 50s and 60s, but they keep their memories of their teenage years and their 20s, which I do too. But it's interesting, when you watch these bands that were popular in the '80s, and they've kept their fan base.
Yep. Here's an interesting thing, man. I watched a documentary years ago about Alzheimer's patients, and they would go into these places, right? And they, a lot of these patients, they're kind of like, just kind of laying around doing nothing. But they would bring in some, like an iPod and some headphones, and they would put the music that they grew up on, and they would make them listen to it. And as soon as they fucking hit play, man, they lit up, man. They start dancing, they're moving around, they're grooving, and it triggers something way deep in their head, man. And the music is so deep into your head, man. People don't realize how deep music is, how influential it is, how mind controlling it is in a lot of ways. It's so deep, man. Music is a completely different language, and it goes to the deepest part of the brain. Is from what I learned from the documentary, and it can trigger old memories and bring you right back to when you were 15 years old, when you're an old timer in a nursing home, man, and you're just sitting there doing fuck all, nothing. And
I'll just go ahead and end the event then, unless there's any other ladies here that want to participate. It looks like it's over. Thanks for being here, whoever was here.
Well, I want to thank the ladies for a couple of you that showed up, and appreciate it. I mean, even one or two is great. More's always merrier, as they say. But
I'm gonna second that. Thank you, ladies. I didn't hear much of ladies' night. I was here for a little bit and then kind of got away from my phone, but yeah, it's much appreciated.
Super appreciated.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time, and I just stopped on my way home and thought I'd jump on it. Kind of felt like it ended about 10 minutes ago, basically. But if there's more ladies want to jump in, man, always welcome. Always welcome. It doesn't have to be ladies' night for the ladies to be welcome. So jump on in if you're in the mood. That'd be great. So yeah, I learned a lot. Spiritual stuff, religious stuff, magnetics. Talked about magnetic fields. Went to Enoch. Yeah, we were all over the place in the last few hours. It's good.
Hey, can you hear me now, Flat Earth dude?
Now we can hear you, Gospel. Zhish.
No, it's Orion. But
Orion.
When that other guy was talking about baseball, I was trying to ask him, is Flat Earth the best curveball ever thrown your way?
Oh, great question.
That is a great question. The without breaking Discord rules, the biggest curveball was 25 months ago. That was the biggest curveball.
That's right. It's 26 months ago, man.
And then when I found out certain things, which I'd be happy to talk about on different channels sometime, or different voice chat.
Baby.
But
when
I found out about that, then I went to look for other things, and this was just last October of 2021. Right. I went to look for other things that I've been lied to about, and and obviously, obviously my indoctrination and Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance wouldn't allow me to look at the shape of the Earth, because a year ago in May, just 2021, somebody asked me to look into flat Earth, and I said, no, I'm not going to. I don't want to be considered a nutcase or a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, or a flat tard or mentally ill. And so when I got tired of studying this other thing that I studied for 16 or 17 months and became pretty, comfortable talking about it with other people, even debating if I had to, then I looked at the shape of the Earth, and you only need about 4 or 5 different things to dispute the claim. I mean, if you can dispute the claim that we live on a globe, which has been the default position for generations, we live on a globe, and if you can come up with 4 or 5 things that dispute that, then the claim goes away, and then you find out that they can't claim or prove or empirically or with observation prove that we live on a spinning watery ball. They can't. It's theory backed up by CGI, paintings, green screens, and fisheye lenses. That's all, and taxpayer money, of course. And so the claim that we live on a spinning watery ball is gone through observation and empirical evidence. It does not exist. Period. It doesn't exist.
That's right. Jim. Jim 77, baby. 100% right. It doesn't exist. and that when you realize that, it sucks. It's kind of a kick in the tush, kick in the teeth. But some people get through it. Most people don't, man. Most people cannot even get to that level. And it's strange. It goes back to the indoctrination and manipulation of people's minds, man, through television, music, radio, news, books, stories, and especially schooling. No doubt about it. It sucks.
With me, it was that 30-minute documentary on the Treaty of Antarctica where it says closed. I think most people have seen that.
Oh, my buddy Ben. Yeah, my buddy Ben. He's an attorney, man. Smart guy. Great family guy.
Yeah.
I know. I've known Ben a long time, and Yeah, when he came out with the sorry, Antarctica's closed. And it was 35-minute little video, right? It's like, oh man.
It was so it's actually very easy to watch. I mean, and it has a lot of information in that 30
Oh
minutes.
yeah. Oh man, he's talking about how much it costs and which regulation, you got to fill out this and you have to apply it here and you got to go over to the EU and then you got to check with them and if any of these any of these people have objections to what you're doing, you're done and then you have to refile. It's like, oh my goodness. It's an absolute nightmare. Yeah, nobody's going to Antarctica. Not that anybody should, because it's freezing ass cold. And you might, freeze to death. But yeah, the regulations are off the chart ridiculous, right?
And then something they teach is they teach people who paint for a living and draw for a living. They teach them about law of perspective and vanishing point when they have to look at a road that's going away or
Yep.
telephone poles that are going away. So once you learn law of perspective when it comes to boats disappearing over the curve, which they don't.
Yep.
And then you learn about lasers and radar. It doesn't bend because radars were created line of sight, straight line.
No doubt about it.
And when you learn, when you learn those 3 or 4 things, then the spinning watery ball is gone. It's done. It's done. And I don't care if you say the sun is round and the moon is round and I can see Jupiter through a telescope. I could care less. Because the only thing that matters when you go to tie your shoe, you don't comb your hair. You look at your shoe. So when you go look at for the shape of the earth, you don't look up at the moon, stars, and the sun, which can be explained in Genesis 1:14. But you don't look at the stars. You look at the ground that you're walking on, and the ground you're walking on says it's a stationary level plane. Period.
Yep. No doubt about it, man. We're not spinning. We're not shooting through space millions of miles an hour. You got to put that stuff out of your mind. But the problem, man, the propaganda has been so heavy for so long, and it's really hard to break somebody out of their Disneyland adventure. It's like time to leave the park, man. We're leaving Disneyland, dude. Time, clean out your locker. Let's get the hell out of here. No, they don't want to leave. They can't leave Disneyland, man. They're having a hard time. And it's, I've been tried many different avenues to try to talk people to, it's like, look, you got to look at where you live, man. You got to check it out for yourself. Don't believe me. But they don't want to do it, man. They just want to watch their favorite baseball team, and
that is absolutely right. They care about their Kansas City Chiefs and their Dallas Cowboys and their Los Angeles Rams, and now with the NBA, they care about their team. And I think the NHL has just started its playoffs, and Major League Baseball is 40 games into their series, and
yeah, they'll get stuck on. They'll know every stat from their favorite player, but they won't look at the stats of the globe, man. And if you look at the stats of the globe, and if you can make sense of all those kind of crazy numbers, then you might wake up, say, "Hey, man, we're shooting through space. How fast? What? Millions of miles an hour? No, they don't even know their own model, and it's kind of fun to just see them kind of realize it. And I just, I want more people to realize it, obviously. But at this point, man, it's stop. I'm glad you came around when you did, because you looked at all the cocoa nonsense for the last 26 months. That the day that came out, bro. I was, with my crew, and we were calling BS straight away, man. We were already well versed in their cuckoo cocoa-ness, man. Cuckoo cocoa-ness. And yeah, they pushed that down and they pulled that crazy stunt. And I'm glad it took you to. I knew that a lot of people would wake up from that. I kept saying to everybody, man, I'm like, this is a golden opportunity here, boys and girls. We can wake a lot of people up with this nonsense, because it's nonsense, man. You know, complete nonsense. And I'm glad I got to talk to you, Jim, because you're one of the one that did wake up from that. Thank you.
I think the biggest thing you figure out is we aren't allowed to know certain things. You know, whether through TV, entertainment, school, education, we weren't allowed to know. And we were put in a box in a cage, and we're not allowed to think outside of that box and cage. And once you break out, you know, I went along with the thing for 2.5 months. I was a believer because I was in the Trump cult. And when you're in a cult, you don't know you're in a cult until you get snapped out of it for some reason. And so when I got out of the Trump cult, I also got out of the other thing. And so it's just really, really interesting that TV doesn't even allow us to suggest that what we were taught in school was wrong. Not even close. I mean, nobody's allowed on TV because 6 corporations control what we see on TV.
That's
And it
right.
doesn't matter if it's Fox, One American News, Newsmax, CNN, MSNBC. They're all club. And when you wake up, you realize that Gutfield, Hannity, Tucker Carlson, they're all clowns. They're very well paid clowns, but they're all clowns. And I mean, if you look at Hannity's net wealth, it's just unbelievable. And
what do you think he's worth, man? I'm gonna let me guess. Like $20 million.
A couple years ago, I looked it up. Now, whether you believe, you know, when you Google something, what it says,
Right.
but a couple years ago, it was 66 million.
Oh shit, 66 mil.
Yeah.
Tucker
So,
Carlson, 66
yeah.
mil.
I mean,
Damn.
Hannity was 66 million. I don't know about Carlson, but
Oh, okay. Hannity, 66 mil.
it's just like, I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Well paid cocks, man. Well paid cocks.
I looked at it a couple years ago. The least expensive salary that Fox was paying was Shannon Bream, and she was making $700,000 a year, and that was 3 or 4 years ago. And that was the least amount I could find. Now, obviously, it's 700,000. You're paying a decent amount of tax, and if you live in New York City or New Jersey, you're paying quite a bit, you know, to live. But it's still, let's say the government and the rent takes half of that from you. You're still making $350,000 a year take home, you know, clear. And
that's
it's just
like,
and you're not going to go against the narrative if you're going to lose that.
I got a friend that makes like $250. He lives very well, dude. I mean, he lives on the water in Florida, got a boat, you know. It's like, oh fuck, yeah, you're living good, bro. Shit. He's only making $250, yeah, take home. Yeah, he lives really good. But you know, schmucks out here, you know, making, you know, 50 grand a year, you know, basically. Yeah. I get by. I do all right, but you know, I just, you know, I'm happier than all those rich people, man. I know that for a fact. That they live miserable lives, man. They think they got it all good and shit, but they really don't. Because they gotta answer to a master, and I don't, man. I don't have to answer to just the creator, man. I answer to the creator. That's it, man. The rest of these cucks can fuck off. And it's hell of a dichotomy out here, man. But yeah, most people are not going to wake up. I don't know, man. I would like to see them wake up. Really would love to see a mass awakening. I thought Coco might do it. You know, like, oh no, but they lined up, man. They lined up for their Cocoa Puffs, man. Woo, did they ever line up, man? And I'm like, even our family members and our friends and it's like, dude, they just lined straight up for that stuff, man. And
Let's get ready to cuck world.
Let's get ready to cuck world. I love that. I might mooch that one. That's good. That guy made a career out of just doing that kind of shit, right? Yeah, so yeah, we're in a cuck world, and it's when you're awake, man, you know, I just walk around with a smile on my face most of the time going, damn, I wish I could wake these people up, man. Fuck. What the hell? No, shit. I'll try. You know, I just like, dude, man. You know, like there was a young gentleman who was in here earlier talking about he hit his brother up with the flat Earth, man, and his brother went full fucking retard on him, and even told him, dude, man, pull over, man. I'll get somebody else to give me a ride. Basically, he was giving him a ride to get his car. And he's like, forget it, man. I don't even want to talk to you right now. Like, I haven't had those. I did have my best man I could talk to about anything, man. I brought up flat Earth. He calls my wife up and says, could you have him not talk to me about that, please? And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. My best man said, nah, I don't want to talk about flat Earth with Kenny. No.
Poor guy, man.
Yeah, man. I tried everything with him, man. Like gas pressure, water level, the scientific gas pressure without a container, and he just kept cog dissing, man. Cog diss. And I thought, man, I know he's gonna get it because he's a real scientific kind of guy. I love science, love Feynman. He's a big Feynman fan, man. Like, I try to give him the quotes. Feynman, man, right here, man. Gas pressure without a container is like ridiculous. It can't happen. Can't happen. This is your God saying, man, gas pressure without a container is ridiculous. It can't happen. It cannot happen. And he's still cog dissed out, man.
They have ridiculed flat Earth for so many generations and so many times. Not necessarily in school, because when you go to school, all you see is that round thing on a teacher's desk or by a teacher's desk that's tilted at.
Oh yeah.
And so they don't have to ridicule it in school, but every once in a while on TV or at a congressional hearing, you'll hear somebody come up and say, well, we need to quiet those flat earthers on YouTube and those flat earthers online, and then you'll hear, even on a sports show, calling Coulthard, just out of the blue said, listening to him is like listening to those crazy flat earthers, just right out of the blue. It's like nothing prompted him. He just said it. And it was just, we're so told not to even think about it, the possibility. Don't even think about it. And once, and so when you bring it up to somebody who's been told not to even think about it, then you're looking. I've been called mentally ill twice now, and it's just like, it wasn't somebody face to face. It was online, So I was done with them. And but the fascinating thing is about flat Earth is if you're really, really serious and want to research it, you can become a flat earther in like a day or two. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, it's not necessarily easy to know what's going on for the last 26 months and turn your mind around on that. But it's really easy to turn your mind around on globe versus flat Earth. I mean, it's very easy. You just have to be serious about it.
Well, the easy part's the objective reality, man. I mean, when it really comes down to it, can you really in reality prove that you're on a spinning globe shooting through space at millions of miles an hour? I mean, of course they can, but if you're willing to objectively look at that and say, well, is this spinning through shooting space millions of miles an hour, is that, how do I prove that? How do I get to the bottom of that fucking crazy notion? And you can't, because there's no way. We've been trying for fucking 7 years. We've been out here pounding the pavement, man, going, wait a minute. Anybody got any curvature? I mean, the most simplest thing we should be able to detect. The most simplest thing in the world should be completely obvious. We sent up balloons, 127,000 feet, and it's flat. And, we've caught NASA how many times busting their own fisheye lenses. Yeah. At some point, man, you have to be, what is my reality? I feel like I'm not moving, and water's level, man. Damn. Water's level. Oh, ain't that a bitch?
I tell this story that we used to get together with college friends, and I remember back in 2000, we decided, there was 4 families and they all lived kind of close, so we decided to meet at Indiana State Dunes, which is just the very southern edge of Lake Michigan, which is just above Chesterton, Indiana. And we got there, and it was late July, early August. It was a beautiful day. It was like 75, 80 degrees, and I got there on the beach because I love the beach. And I looked out. There's Lake Michigan. Because you're on the southern tip of it. And I looked out to my left. It was like I can see all of Chicago. And if you drive it, if you drive it, it's like 33, 35 miles. But if you crow fly it, straight, it's about 22, 25 miles. And being a globe indoctrinated person like I was, I didn't think anything of it at all.
No,
not even once.
You don't. Yeah, I was there. I was a glober. I'm like, yeah, cool. I can see Chicago.
Yeah, and if you continue on Route 12 and go up to Michigan City, and then go a little bit further north and hit Interstate 94, and continue on to Benton Harbor, Michigan, then you're 54 nautical miles away from Chicago. And on a nice day, depending on how young you are and how good your eyes are, you can see it all. And so 54 miles is a little bit over 1,800 feet, 1,800 feet curve. And there's no way you can explain it away. You can explain away with refraction. There's no way.
No.
And if you take
you forgot about one thing. You forgot about one thing: observer height.
Yeah. Observer height. You dial that in at 5 feet or 6 feet if you're, depending on how tall you are, and then it comes down to maybe 1650. But then you're looking at Willis or Sears Tower, which is 1450 tall, and then you add the little antennas in, and it gets over 1700 foot. You should not be able to see anything of Chicago at 5 or 6 feet height. None. Because Lake Michigan is 577
I'll
feet
say
above
this.
sea level.
I'll say this. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Thank you, Tom Coombs. I appreciate that.
You're the guy. You're the guy.
The fun.
Jim, you actually Facebook messaged this bro, man. You did, right?
I did, and I told the story
Cheers
before
to you,
on here.
man.
I told the
Cheers to
story,
you, bro.
I told the story before. It's just like
I heard the story. It's
Yeah,
great.
Tom
It's a
works in
great
South
story.
Bend. He works in South Bend, Indiana, where Notre Dame is at. Notre Dame's
Right.
just huge. And if you take Notre Dame out of South Bend, then it's by 30% unemployment. Like if you take Ball State out of Muncie and take University of Indiana out of Bloomington, Indiana, they all become third world countries pretty quickly.
Real
And
quick.
and so Tom is stuck there with his family in South Bend at ABC affiliate 57.
Yep.
And
He's stuck. He's making 62 grand a year.
Yeah, and
Right.
he's working Sunday nights and stuff like that.
Right.
And he wants to get to Chicago or get someplace like that where he can make the big bucks. So he came up with the Mirage thing, and all his bosses appreciate it. And he's a good looking guy. He's young. He's very well dressed. Presents himself very well. Has a good voice.
Yep.
But he's stuck in a small market, a very small market in South Bend, Indiana. And so I don't even know if Fort Wayne, which is a little bit east of there, even gets him on TV. I have no idea. And so it's just like, he's wanting to get out. And as I told the story before, he's just like, wow, he's just like calling me a stupid and idiot and all that stuff. But he did give me that Apollo 11 was fake at the very end, and that was good enough for me. Once he said Apollo 11 was fake, then I was fine because I showed him the NASA photos. NASA gave us about 20 photos of Apollo 11. If you look at the that little yellow, that silver thing that they supposedly were in, I mean, it's a science project that was completed a day before the science project was due, and that's all it was.
With the homeless tweaker shelter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it could be one of those things you see in San Francisco or LA or any big city. Exactly. So it's just fascinating that oh yeah, the only reason I saw it because Tom got hold of that guy who took the picture, of Chicago, and he talked to him and got him to admit that maybe it was a mirage, and it was like no.
Do you know Jim, man? Do you know Rob Skiba? You heard of that guy?
Well, he did the video where he rented a boat and went across the Lake Michigan and got closer and closer.
Yeah. And then pretty much debunked any kind of mirage stuff, man. That was solid. That was funny.
What was interesting on the way back from doing his little trip across Chicago, he mentioned and even shown that the sun had quote a hot spot on Lake Michigan. And of course, if it's 93 million miles away, you can't have a hot spot. It would be more spread out, and you wouldn't have a hot spot. So
it'd be impossible.
On his way back, he proved a close and local sun as well.
There you go. R.I.P. Rob Skiba, man. I met him in person once, man. Great guy. Super fit. I don't know what happened, man. He got involved in the cocoa nonsense, and then I don't know if they targeted him or what, but
I heard Rob Skiba had issues with his lungs. Has been hospitalized even before COVID. So,
all right, well, so he might have had something, boy. But I'll tell you, man, of all the flat earthers I've met, man, nobody looked more in shape than this guy, man. He's like 6'2", slim, good clear eyes. I mean, the guy was in shape, man. It kind of blew me away, man. I'm like, this guy kicked my ass. But yeah, he came out here for a flat earth meetup, and I happened to be there, and it was. It doesn't look the same on video as he does in person, man. It was anyway, a super guy, man. But Anyway, I'm glad he did that. I'm glad he got out there and did some flat Earth proofs, man. Flat Earth proofs or globe debunking proofs? Which way are we going to go with that, man?
Can somebody find the video that Rob Skiba made going to Lake Michigan debunking the supposed
Yeah, we were
mirage?
just talking about that.
Can you post that on live stream? You have it? Find it?
If anybody's got it, yeah. So yeah, we got hustled, man. We got hustled in the globe world, and the hustle continues, man. And it's really hard to find a TV show or a commercial that doesn't include the freaking spinny shooting outer space globy thing, man.
Once you become aware of that we live on a stationary level plane, then all these movies that you liked, like Shooter. I like Shooter, and I tend to like Mark Wahlberg and some of the movies that he's in. But he discusses what happens to a bullet when it goes over a mile or two, and he says, well, I have to take into effect the curve of the earth, the spin of the earth. And it's like, okay. And then at the end, when he's in that orange jumpsuit, when he goes in and Danny Glover is there and the boss of whatever is there in the background to the right of the guy who's the head of the meeting, there's a globe.
Right.
And it's just like, there's a globe. And it's just like, there's two things before I became a flat earther, before I, changed over to a different team that I would never even think about at all. And when he said about have to take care of the the bullet in air with the earth spin and that globe is like, I mean, they do it so quietly to you. Universal Studios, which is owned by Comcast, which NBC. I mean, every movie they have, they start out with that that nice colorful earth spinning with Universal coming across the front of it. And they started doing that back in 1927 and 1930, 33, when nobody knew what the Earth looked like.
Yeah, nobody knew fuck all, man.
Yeah.
My
So
favorite, I don't know. Hey, Jim, I don't know if you've caught this guy, Math Powerland, or he did some stand-up comedy thing back in 2014, 15, where he would
he's funny.
talk about the globe and
is it a photograph or a painting?
Is it a photograph or a painting? And I don't know if I trust the guy or love the guy or hate the guy, man. But his information on this stand-up routine, man, was absolutely incredible because it made you think, the globe is everywhere. And it's all, it could be all painted, man.
Are you talking about the ex? You're talking about the ex NASA guy?
I think he worked for NASA. Yeah, he was the painter. Yeah.
He's an artist. He said some of the the people there said, yeah, it's flat. We know.
That is a very entertaining 11-minute video, though.
Oh, it is. It's super entertaining. Somebody played it the other yesterday or something. I think Sonny played it where he was doing his whole stand-up thing, man. It just reminded me, like, oh my goodness, he's so good. He had everybody laughing.
What happened to that guy?
Here's what happened, man. As far as I know, the last video I saw from him, he goes, "Hey, man, I'm doing a documentary. It's like 2 hours long. You can come and watch it, but you have to pay for it in crypto, and it's a certain kind of crypto. It wasn't like Bitcoin or some shit. It was I don't remember the fucking crypto that it was." And he goes, You can watch my documentary. I put it all together. It's like 2 hours long. Come here, pay with crypto. Have a nice day. And that was the last I heard of him.
Crypto.
That was the last I heard of him. And that was probably like a year ago.
He got tired of putting out free content.
Maybe. I don't know if it was on Rumble. I don't know if it was on...
These motherfuckers are going to pay for my hard work.
He used to do like live streams all the time on YouTube, where he'd start out and play his guitar for like a half an hour, and then he'd pick up his paintbrush and start painting something, and then
I saw videos where he'd be like working and talking to you.
Yeah, he'd be working and putting some paint on something, floor, canvas, whatever.
Yeah, he comes in and he just do this floor job for you. It's like really artistic.
Do the floor paintings, yeah. So, yeah, I appreciated his input, and always made me think about something. Always had something
He's one of
good
the
to say, man.
first people I saw that woke me up to this stuff.
Yeah, me too, man. When he did that stand-up thing, man, I'm like, oh shit, man. I'm pretty sure I got fooled. Pretty sure I got fooled.
Can I ask the group about a glober who is a glober who comes at it from a supposed Christian's perspective? His name is Danny Faulkner. What should I know about What should I know about Danny Faulkner?
Well, the only thing I know about Danny, man, is he went to the Denver Flat Earth Conference in 2019. And Nathan Thompson asked him a direct question. And he was live streaming it. He said, hey, man, can we have gas pressure without a container? And he didn't answer it. That's all I got to say about Danny Faulkner.
Because supposedly he's a professor, teaches astronomy and physics somewhere. That's kind of what I hear.
Yep. You got that right.
Yeah.
I mean, those people must be threatened by this flat Earth movement. They act like, they're all tough.
Well, he wrote a book. Faulkner wrote a book.
He was here he was here 4 days ago.
Okay.
On Discord?
Yeah, he comes in here. He comes in here.
Yeah.
What's his name? What's he go by?
Danny 57, something like that.
Danny 57? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Mongo. I'll call him a Mongo. He fucking...
See, when you're trying to support ideas that bad, you have what they do is like they figure out every single question they'll ever get answered, and they got to have an answer for it, no matter how lame the answer is.
Right. No, they don't care. As long as it's an answer. I mean, somebody said that today on here. It was like, well, every so often they have to move the goalposts, man, constantly, man. And, whether if it doesn't work out at 1 trillion miles, we have to move it to a 10 trillion miles or 20 trillion miles or, at some point, it's just like, what? Come on, man.
Well, like just for example, like they'll tell you the atmosphere up in the thermosphere, you go a certain height and you get to this thermosphere where it's like from 900 degrees to like 3,000 degrees.
Right.
And then you say, hey, wait a second, how you got an ISS in that kind of heat? And they go, well, it's not really hot.
The molecules too far apart to produce the friction. Fuck off,
I mean, it's either
man.
that fucking hot or it's not. I don't know.
It's either fucking 3,000 degrees or it's not, man. Come on. Quit fucking around.
That means hot. Don't turn around and tell me that and then say, oh, well, it's not really hot.
I have a question about thermosphere. Is that static or is moving?
It's moving. It's totally moving. 100%. It's millions of miles an hour. You know that. Come on.
Yeah.
Moving at the speed of light. You know that.
Yeah, but when they are imagining ionosphere, stratosphere, it's the layers of the sphere around the Earth, and all that stuff. It's going around the sun 66,000 miles per hour through the vacuum without
It's
any.
got to keep up with the sun going 6,000 miles an hour. The
Come
air
on,
does.
man. It's got to keep up and spin and shoot and gyrate through the atmosphere and space.
And after they tell you all that, they go, and there's absolutely zero proof of any of this.
Zero.
And the beautiful
no test you could do to prove any
beautiful
of that.
tilt of 23 degrees. You need to have reference.
33 degrees, of course.
Yeah, you need to have reference that you get that angle. That means that they know the shape of this whole universe.
Yep.
It's like people who are trying to defend, the idea that Oswald was the only shooter, when they shot Kennedy. Everybody's figured out that that's total bullshit, but you're just, out there shilling for the, the narrative, the official narrative. You're like doing backflips trying to, answer all these obvious things. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same deal. People do that for bad religions and politics, and they won't listen to new information and be open to truth. They just no, they're not interested in that.
Yeah, what I find really interesting is there's a couple of things about globers that I find really interesting. The first one is that they are absolutely unwavering commitment to the most unfavorable interpretation of everything you say. Like, and there's no way, like, if you say something, it doesn't matter what it is, they will have the most unfair. And then when you try and clarify, they go, no, that's not what you said. You're like, no, I'm clarifying. They'll always do that, right? Which is interesting because a lot of things are in this topic are kind of fuzzy, and so you have to actually understand what's being said. So when they're committed to the most unfavorable, then they're obviously not going to understand what you're saying, and that's deliberate, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's deliberate. The other thing that's interesting is that if they strawman you and you point it out, they just stick to it all the time, right? Which is weird because, like, if I accidentally strawman someone and then they point it out, I'd be like, "Oh, sorry about that." You retract from it, but they don't. They carry on. They double down on that strawman and then they claim it's not a strawman. And I'll give you an example of something I had today. So we were talking about the tides, and there's something to do with the maths and the tides, basically. It's actually Witsy and a couple of the others were talking about it, but I was there as well, and I just made a comment like, so what they said is basically that the prediction didn't.
You're cutting out.
Match by unfalsifiability.
Yeah, you just cut out for
and
like
then he said to me, well, are you saying that we can't make adjustment? Oh, shit, really? What bit did you miss? Where did I get up to?
Go ahead. I forget what you were saying.
Where did I get up to?
I forgot now.
You said waves and then stop it.
Wave?
Yeah, they was measuring.
You cut out when you first started talking about strawman and the tides.
Tides, yeah.
Oh, right, okay, fine. So basically, it was about the predictive power of a certain model, and they missed the prediction. The prediction was way off, and they said, "Well, we can adjust it later," which of course it makes your model unfalsifiable. What happens? Then you could say cool, and if you don't predict it, then you just adjust it, and now you're still cool. It means that your model actually has no criteria for falsifiability. Which then he strawmans, and then when I said no, I'm just talking about the framework for falsifiability, he just stuck on the strawman, which he knows he's doing, right? So I think with a lot of these people, they just are going to do this, and you can't save them. So just move on. Like, there's no point talking to these people. Did I cut out again?
Yeah, I think unless you can actually get somebody who believes we live on a spinning watery ball one-on-one or on an actual live debate, I think it's a complete waste of time to talk to them through a text. It's just a waste of time because they can run away or they could say something really stupid and there's just no response to it. So unless you can actually get these people on a one-on-one debate, whether it's, on Instagram or I'm not a real big YouTube fan because YouTube is censorship fascist plus. Sorry,
Yeah.
YouTube. And owned by Google, which is unbelievably censorship oriented. Unless you can get these Globers on a one-on-one live somewhere, they're actually a waste of time to talk to at all.
You said it's a waste of time, like talking to them in text, because they'll say stupid stuff and run away, right? The problem is that they'll say stupid stuff anyway, but they don't, like, you point it out and they're like, yeah, that's cool.
People can be really dumb when you're just texting back and forth. They just say the most retarded thing. I totally miss your point. They're just so clueless. And they just think they're smart as hell. It's so crazy.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that they do that anyway. Like, they do it in voice. Like, they'll say the most retarded nonsense. You point it out, and they'll just be like, no, that's true. You're like, what?
Yeah.
It just happens all the time. I don't know how new you
go
are.
Back to school. Take a science class.
Yeah, they say all this dumb shit. And you're just like, okay. Right. Yeah.
I think somebody mentioned on Discord 4 or 5 days ago that Facebook went out and hired some more trolls to troll flat Earth Facebook
They
groups.
need more trolls.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to get into it with a Facebook or troll because they could be getting paid, and why talk to somebody who's getting paid?
I discovered that I wasn't hip to that way back in early 2000s when I was going on YouTube and I was watching all these 9/11 videos, and I was arguing with all these people, and I finally just figured out that there's a whole program of people that just for their job they just go and post up at one of these videos and just as if they're just normal people with opinions, and they're just arguing and you shilling for the official narrative, and it's a complete waste of time trying to argue with these people.
See, you have to look at it this way: NASA doesn't spend $66 million a day to not go into outer space. They got to spend it somewhere, and part of it is propaganda online.
Right. Well, Bush administration was spending billions, on these kind of Orwellian programs, because they did 9/11, and they just had to put up some kind of a fight over their dumb ideas they're trying to tell us. And then the people that are undecided about things, they go, "Oh well, both sides make some good points," and then they, doubt themselves. You guys know Dr. James Fetzer? Anybody? What happened? I'm not even connected anymore.
Yeah, you are.
Oh,
You are. I don't recognize the name.
Oh yeah. Check him out. Probably have to go not on YouTube so much, but he's this professor, a retired professor from Duluth, university or something. And he just breaks down all these conspiracies real concisely and real clearly and just real quick. And he just I just watched one where he was going over the moon landing, and I mean, there's no way you can't see it's fake after you watch this. I mean, it just shows you example after example after example of all the problems. And then I saw today he had written a book back in after Sandy Hook, and the book's called "No One Died at Sandy Hook," and he ended up getting sued for $450,000 by this one Sandy Hook parent crisis actor dude that they've weaponized to sue everybody. I don't know. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you fine.
Okay. Anyway, I lost my train of thought.
Talk about James Spencer.
Fetzer, yeah.
So I'd be interested to know. So he talks about the moon landings. He talks about flat Earth. He talks about anything else?
Yeah, he had one of the illegitimate children of the real Paul McCartney on, and he tells just an amazing story. That he managed to figure out that his dad, the real Paul McCartney, it wasn't the guy that was in the Beatles anymore. it's Paul is dead research, and how all that works, and why, Yeah, the fake Paul McCartney he's in his 80s and he's doing a tour right now. "24/7. I don't live a lie. Can't hear jack shit on here. What's going on?
It's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. Not from where I'm sat. 'Cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just want to scream, yeah, this flat. Open my eyes, no going back. It's flat. What a surprise, the earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this smile full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream, love is flat. Open my eyes, 'cause it's so flat. It's flat. Schoolmasters' lies, the earth is flat. Find out for yourself. No one's telling the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD. March crews, B.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat. We don't live on a spinning ball. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. We the best music. It's flat, yeah. Another one. It's flat, yeah. DJ Khaled. You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog, see-top far less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, that glow.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. We've been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along, so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. 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 It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up and released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density that is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe. Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow rules on the spinning ball. It makes us think. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real. They keep you hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. Spinning around. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? They keep you hypnotized and you feel the Earth spinning. No, it's because it's not spinning. They keep you hypnotized. I don't feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Spinning around. But like if you Google Earth from space, it's all like cartoons and CGI. We're the real pictures. It's a fucking fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. The flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The speed of flat Earth is calling.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
I fucking like that. Here's my problem with gravity. You can't ever measure it. You can't ever test it. There's no equation for it. Show me the equation that proves gravity. Just knowing it's flat makes a huge difference. Because then every time they show you the ball, you can just go, we don't believe you anymore. It's a fairy tale.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. Flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is gone.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. Flat Earth is real.
It's all exactly as it seems. The steel flat Earth is gone.
I'm just stuck here in a dream.
Space is fake. NASA's fake. Flat Earth is real.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
We used to play pretend, Wake up. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment, knowing that they lying it, stay promoting violence, knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent, and nor will I be compliant, not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature, total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers, but up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness, and fluoridated water coming concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake. It's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move, but the liars on wires want to take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake, need to wake, need to wake up.
Used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake, need to wake, need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling. With every dose of Ambien, you're managing the trance you're in. So let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks that if I seek him, that he won't hide from me. If I knock that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees and trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake, need to wake, need to wake up.
Used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up. You need to
we
wake.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake.
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up. You need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Wake up. Don't sleep.
What happened to ladies' night?
Ladies' night. Hey, Eilish. Do you need to be checked in? You're in here. See, you're active. You don't have any roles. You wanna get checked in? Is that the real Billie Eilish? The truth acknowledged. What's up? How's it going? Nobody. Any Globers out there wanna show some proof, some evidence to your claims? You know, nobody. Oh, yep. Eilish, you gotta go into the VC check-in room, but I can't check you in though, cause I'm not qualified. But I think there's somebody in here that might be qualified to do that. So if you want to just hang out in the VC check-in, I'm sure you can get checked in.
Yeah, meet me up there.
Oh yeah, Larry will do it. Larry will do it. Eilish, he's waiting, or somebody's in there waiting for you already. So you want to go in there and get VC checked in. There you go. Yep. Let me go listen in.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet right now. I don't know. I might pick back up. You got any questions or anything? I heard you said you kind of new to it, or no, not new, but you just You're not an expert, so you got any questions on anything?
No, I mean, not right now. I don't think. I mean, I have been kind of out of the loop. Um, you know, I think I first started following. I want to say maybe like 2015. I don't know. It's been a while though, but I kind of like got into it for like a good month, like couple months, not couple, like a good amount of months. But then I just like I just stopped following it. I didn't necessarily stop believing it. I just like stopped following it. Um, yeah. One person that I do watch on YouTube that's still like a flat earther is flat earth flat earth asshole. I mean, I don't know, like what do you guys think of him? I mean, do you guys even know who he
He's the
is?
reason I started the channel.
Oh, right
That
on.
was that was that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I was thinking about it for a few months, and when I saw his channel pop up, and I was like, this dude just seems like a regular guy who plays the bass. Well, that's me. I'm just a regular dude who plays the bass. So I started the channel because of it.
Yeah, yeah, I really like him too. Yeah, he does seem like a pretty genuine guy, huh? But yeah, there like you or like I was told earlier, there is a lot of uh like I guess, shit, I forgot the term for it, but like yeah, like fakers. Um not fakers, but yeah.
Yeah, we call
Like
them LARPers, live action role play. So they pretend to be flat earthers, and then they say a bunch of stupid shit to
yeah,
make it
yeah,
look bad.
yeah, to basically like I guess yeah, like permeate the like make us look like stupids, or like yeah. Um I used to well I mean I guess I kind of still do follow Alex Jones, but there's like I remember like I came across like these like I guess like conspiracies or like theories where like um people were yeah they were like calling him like a double agent, double triple like it's like I don't know. It's a little hard to know who to believe, um once like everything gets like muddied, you know.
Well, you got to listen to what they say, right? And then you got to listen to the opposite of what they say, especially if you know they're controlled opposition. I think he's controlled opposition because he says stuff like the Nazis are taking over the world. Um, if that's true, then there should be like an Auschwitz in every major country, right? So that's not true. He says stuff like the dancing Muslims on 9/11. That's not true. He says stuff like the Muslims control Hollywood. Also, once again, not true. So what he does, I think he's a net for people who are starting to wake up, and it's like a safety net, right, for the elite, because what they do is they fall out of the mainstream and they find a guy like Alex Jones who does this thing where he'll tell you 9 truths, 1 lie, and then the next time it's 8 truths, 1 lie, and then 7 and 1, and then 6 and 1, and then 5 and 1, right?
Like Joe Rogan
So,
too. Joe Rogan's like
so yeah,
that. Sorry to interrupt you.
it's all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's other people who are like that, right? So basically, with these people, you got to listen to the opposite of what they say, right? So he's saying that the flat earthers are crazy. Well, that would make me want to look into the flat earth thing. And he said the no planers are crazy. So the no planers, he's talking about 9/11, the people who think there are no planes. Well, it boils down to this: either the government wants conspiracy theorists, and they want fake news all over the internet because a plane really did hit the Pentagon. This is scenario one, and they just don't want to provide the proof that it really happened because they want fake news, Or B, the second scenario is they can't do anything about the fake news, right? And they're having trouble containing it because a plane did not actually hit the Pentagon, and all they have is 8 frames that look kind of sketchy, and that's what they release to the public. And those 8 frames don't show a plane, but they show something that looks a little more like a missile or a trail from a missile, an exhaust trail from a missile. So, which one do you believe? Right? Do they want fake news? Well, obviously not, because Biden has his own Ministry of Truth now. So obviously they don't want fake news, or there wouldn't be a Google blacklist that was released on Project Veritas by a Google whistleblower. So basically you have to use your discernment, right? And does Alex Jones tell the truth? Yeah, sometimes he does. Does he make some really good reports sometimes? Yeah, he does. But what does he mostly do? Today in Reuters, looks like same old shit, different day. USA Today, basically, this is their narrative. And the New York Times released today, and we're just going to make sure that you stay in the mainstream media. Fuck.
I have this good internet friend I met on Telegram. He lives in North Carolina, and he's very honest about things and very down to earth. And he basically shares on the Telegram channel that Alex Jones got his start with the help of Ted Turner a long time ago, and so basically Alex Jones was planted by their side, because Ted Turner is definitely their side, was planted by their side to be CO or paid shill, whatever he is. So Alex Jones lives in Austin, Texas. I had a chance to drive down there a year ago for this rally for these muzzles that we wear, and it was just like, I'm not going to come within a mile or 2 miles or 10 miles of this guy. When Shelley Luther was arrested and detained for breaking the rules back in April of 2020, he came out from Austin and helped lead a rally late at night to the Dallas mayor's home, wherever they found that at. And so he is a publicity hound. Alex Jones only cares about Alex Jones. That's it. And so all I had to know was that Ted Turner helped him get his start long ago. And if you actually listen to the guy, he's very entertaining. I have people that say, listen to Alex Jones. Then I tell them, and they go, well, he's entertaining. Okay, he's entertaining. So is Barnum Bailey at the circus. He's very entertaining. So it's like, clowns are very entertaining as well. So I look at Alex Jones and I look at Rogan. Rogan, I think, is a plan as well. Anybody who gets traction on supposedly the truth side, anybody who gets traction is not a truther, is not awake. They're not on our side. The people that I listen to are the people that have very few followers, or have minimal followers, or have no national or internet. Hey, go look at him, go look at him, go look at him, or go look at her, go look at her. Because when they start telling you that, that means you got to look at that person and why are they getting that attention. So Alex Jones has always kind of been a clown to me, just because of how he acts. He can't contain himself, first of all. And so he either does that because he's that way, or because he thinks he's entertaining, so he acts that way. But when I heard, and from somebody who I trust very much, he was put on there by Ted Turner, got to start. It's just like, okay, whatever. People like him, whatever. I'm not going to tell people what to think. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say he is not on our side. He makes us look like fools, and we don't want to look like fools. Thanks.
Fucking love it.
Yeah, I seen one time where I seen one time where it was either Alex Jones or one of his reporters. They were being hassled by the government, like they were trying to get through, and they were like, "Look, I'm with Time Warner Cable. Like I'm a they were first they didn't say it like that. First they said, I'm a journalist. Let me through. I'm a journalist, and they were like, well, who are you with? And they were like, just let us through. They were like, no, we're not going to let you through. They were like, I'm with Time Warner Cable. Let me through. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, they said they were from Infowars.
Hey, I got a question for Eilish. So you said you got in Flat Earth 2015, and then you kind of got away from it, but you didn't necessarily stop believing it. I just was kind of curious what brought you back to it.
Oh, you mean like this server or like in
No,
general?
no. I mean, like, what brought you back into the topic, just in general?
Oh, well, actually, um, I guess like now is when I'm starting to get back to it because my friend, well, like one of my I guess friends acquaintances sent me this the link for this server just like a few hours ago, and I just I guess now is
Just
the
click
time
on it and
where
come see it.
yeah.
Just hang out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean because yeah, I've always I don't know. There's just for me there's just something so like genuine about truthers in general. Like people who just want truth. Like no tired of like the
Exactly.
lies. Yeah. I mean you guys
I'll
know.
tell you something. A truth seeker doesn't seek followers, just seeks the truth. And if people are, I was about to say the G word, huh? If people resonate with that, right, then they'll see. If you resonate with truth, you'll see it and you'll go that way. If you don't, you won't.
It is about resonating with people.
Yeah.
You go, you're one of us. You're a little bit awake here.
You guys know what resonance or resonation? You know what that is?
Yes, but go ahead.
I know you do. So,
Sorry, go ahead.
so basically, if you have a guitar amp, right, and you play like a C note, right, and it's vibrating so hard and so loud that it'll vibrate the guitar sitting next to the amp that's connected to another amp, and then that vibration, right, will make the other guitar vibrate, right, and in a way, that's how truth kind of spreads. Like when someone says, hey, like there's parts of the government that are absolutely corrupt and there's human trafficking going on and slavery's not dead. Look at the 13th Amendment, right? And then someone hears that and they're like, yeah, that's right. There are parts of the government that are absolutely corrupt, right? So that's what resonance means. I think I could be wrong.
I mean, I think we have a built-in guidance system that when we hear truth, it has the ring of truth to it. And it's so important. That everything we build our ideas on is truth, truthful, as much as possible.
I think it resonates even more if it's an E string that gets played because there's two E strings on the guitar.
Yet if it's a
So
semi-hollow body,
if it's the same frequency,
it'll start
same note,
feeding back.
yeah.
I saw this John Lennon do this concert one time. And he just leaned the guitar up against the amp and got a feedback going, and let Yoko Ono scream into a microphone. It was quite horrific. It ended the show real
Yeah.
quick.
Poor John. He
Um,
didn't. He didn't have
I'm
enough. Never mind.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But actually, Mr. Larry, you said that you have a YouTube channel, right?
YouTube channel. It's named Hank Hill.
Oh, okay. I, I was about. Wait, are you being serious or just joking?
Yeah, yeah, I'm being serious. You probably won't be able to find it. I did delete all my videos back in the day, which I regret doing. But um, yeah,
Well,
I was a YouTuber, but then because of my job, I don't really have time to like set my own videos up, and it's a lot easier for me to join a server like this and just um, take advantage of the people who are producing it because I don't have time to produce. So Helio Skeptic is a wonderful member of the server, produces all of our live stuff, and we also got another guy whose name is slipping my mind right now, even though I've talked to him for like hours. Who's the guy who does the second stream?
um, the the reason why I ask is because I guess your voice
The Dutch
sounds
guy?
familiar, but um,
Yeah, I used to go as Hank Hill. That's what I used to call myself for some reason.
What do you do? Flat Earth videos or something?
Yeah, I did back
yeah,
in the day. I was the guy
um,
who stood a broom up for like 20 minutes.
Stood a
Showed it.
broom up.
Yeah, on the bristles.
Show
Showed
no
that we weren't
movement.
moving. Yeah.
Yeah. Newsflash, you're not moving, folks.
Hey, didn't they say that you could only do that if it was going a certain direction, right? Or no? Am I wrong? I remember
Well, yeah,
learning
you
in
must take.
school.
You got to
They
take
told me
into
it
account
has to go
the
north or south or something.
direction of the spin, the alleged spin.
any of you guys? I mean, can we talk about the Mandela effect, or no?
That is forbidden.
Oh, is it? My bad.
No, I don't know. I like to talk about that once in a while, but it throws people the wrong way.
Does it? I mean, I don't know
Oh yeah.
if I believe it. I just I find it
I
interesting.
mean,
Y-
to me, it's like chemtrails in the sky. It's not a matter of believing. I just look up and there they are. Some things are just self-evident.
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I have no explanation for it. All I know is I remember how stuff was different.
So not everybody's been affected. I haven't been affected by the Mandela effect. I don't remember him dying in prison. There are people on here that have been affected, and they'll talk to you about it. But yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I know that Lou, he talks about it. I don't know if he's on right now or not, but yeah, he's one of the people that have been. To me, the way I see it is that our memory isn't exactly 100% reliable with our experience because of dreams. So you may not remember your dreams, but your subconscious does. And how do you know that the two have not become intertwined? So it's like this: if you go back and watch a video from like 10 years ago, like a birthday party or something, when you watch a video, it's not how you remembered it. Not exactly, anyway. So I would challenge you to find some of your early childhood birthdays and find out what year it was. Think about it for like, bro, there's nobody coming, bro. What are you stopping in the middle of the street for? Oh, sorry.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I just watched Forrest Gump the other day. Hadn't seen it for 20 years or something, and it's like Mom always used to say, life was like a box of chocolates. It's not anymore, but it was. You know, it's just. I'm sorry.
Well,
It,
what
it The
He
line
said it
is
twice in the film,
if.
guys. One time he said it when he was younger, and then he said it when he got a little older. And when he said it when he was older, he said it in past tense because his mama was dead.
Yeah, there's a scene where Mama's still alive, but she's in her last days, and they bring it up. Not after she's dead.
I would say she got it real close. I would say that cops are like a box of chocolates. They'll kill your fucking dog.
They will. I mean,
What
they'll abuse your right. You don't know what's going on.
what gets me about the Mandela effect is like how so far it has only really affected like really trivial things like media and like like other stuff like it like no one ever no one ever says, oh, like trees used to be purple, like the leaves used to be purple, like no one ever says
Right?
that.
It's nothing ever serious, right? Nothing that really matters. So I have my
Yeah.
own theory of the Mandela effect, and my theory goes like this, and nobody likes it. But I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna tell it anyway. So my theory goes is that when they erase history and rewrite history, the winners write the history, right? The people that were there and observed the actual events are suffering from the Mandela effect. When everybody who reads the history books, right, those people are not suffering at all. But the people who remember the truth, like for example, the people in 1969 that rejected NASA and rejected the moon landing, right? They remember the truth. Everybody else believes what they saw on TV, right? So those people in 1969 who said, "Oh, this is a hoax," right? Those people would be experiencing the real Mandela effect because they remember the true history.
Hey, I like that. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah,
Yeah, well,
definitely.
the thing is, it's changing the King James Bible. It's full of weird words now.
Weird words.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you can't do is you can't go back and change the 5,500 Greek New Testament copies that are 99.6% accurate. And not that long ago, they found like a mummy, and his head was wrapped in the Book of Mark. So you can't change, the
Holy
mummy
crap.
that hasn't been discovered yet,
I don't believe
right? But
anything I hear anymore.
if you had the original, you could go into the Vatican like Dan Brown and, create, whatever Jesus needed, a wife, kids, whatever you wanted to
Look,
create.
man,
You could
if they
change the
could
original.
change old Bibles, the ink on the page, they might just be changing whatever was original too.
My my a- the, my absolute favorite Mandela effect I guess proof is I don't know if you guys seen it, is like it's like that one video by CERN where like they're like celebrating like uh something or other.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like they're like holding up like a sign, but basically like hinting at the Mandela effect, like the actual like the yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, the name of it. And like apparently like
I saw that video.
yeah, yeah, like they did that before the whole Mandela effect was an actual thing. Um, so like that's actually like if the Mandela effect is true, that has probably got to be like the best proof of it. I don't know if I'm wording this correctly, but
Well, try not to say like quite so much. It's all good, man. Just saying.
I'm sorry, what?
Just try to not say the word like.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, I'm not entirely used to this. I'm sorry. No, I get you though.
like
like.
Understanding of the Mandela
It's
effect,
called constructive criticism.
but the Mandela effect is supposedly this effect where the past is altered, correct? Somehow.
Yes.
How's it altered?
Altered. Well, I remember. No, I was gonna make a
The
I
how
was gonna
is
make
the
a
hard part.
stupid joke, but I'm deciding not to.
No, make it.
Oh, I was just gonna say I remember my
Yeah, now we need to hear it.
I remember my PP being a lot bigger than it was. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, had to take it there. Okay. It's a Mandela effect. I used to have a huge thing.
Hey, you want to know something crazy?
Yo.
NASA thinks they can catch a falling rocket with a helicopter. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's SpaceX. They they're planning to catch a rocket booster with a helicopter. 4 stories tall.
I don't like Elon
I'd like
Musk.
to see a video of that.
All I can picture in my head when you say that is just a rocket crashing into the propellers of a helicopter.
Yeah.
Who in here
Helicopter
believes the
reversing it.
Mandela effect?
I mean,
Well,
you know,
is it a
NASA.
belief or an observation?
I mean, SpaceX looks just as fake as NASA.
No, we can't deny that we have beliefs because we don't have any beliefs, we especially don't have any knowledge, let alone any observation. So, who in here believes that it's been observed?
What's been observed?
This supposed Mandela effect.
For me, it's
I
just
think
so
I've seen. I think I've
you
seen
know,
like
I
a movie
observed it
change.
with
You
my
know,
eyes.
like I thought it was just weird, like that. That movie Moonraker. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, it's weird for 2 reasons. It's weird because it's go off into the vacuum of space, the second law of thermodynamics violation. So it's weird for that reason, but it's weird because in regards to this subject, because there was this one scene where they had a joke where Jaws gets in some kind of crash or whatever, and this woman runs up to him and starts helping pull rubble off of him. And as he stands up and brushes the dust off his shirt or whatever, they both look at each other and they smile at each other. And she has braces in her mouth, and he has steel teeth or something like that, stainless steel teeth. And so they both have mouths that are full of metal. And so the joke is they both look at each other, smile at each other, and they hold hands and walk away. Because they both have metal in each other's mouths. But the last time I looked at that movie, the last time I watched that scene, it was played out exactly the same way, but she didn't have any braces in her mouth. I'm like, I don't know what's up with that.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's evidence necessarily for anything. I'm just saying it's just what I observe.
Didn't
Yeah.
that scene actually exist though? Wasn't it actually a commercial though?
That's what I was about to ask. Is there footage of both versions of this scene?
Yeah,
I can only find I remember several times as a child, like more than 5 times, watching this movie and seeing it with her braces in her mouth.
The
That scene
scene does
and
not
then
work
the last
without her
time I've
having
tried to find it anywhere, I can only find it. The only way I can ever find this movie is just with her without the braces.
Yeah,
I
the old
think
version doesn't even exist.
pretty sure I've seen it. I don't know. I might be remembering
Yeah,
incorrectly.
I've seen both of them, both versions.
So then that would necessarily exclude that this isn't an alteration of the past. You're saying 2 different versions of the same scene.
Yeah, I suppose that could be.
Wait a minute.
So
Yeah,
can we
let me think
find
about
both?
that. They couldn't have. I'm sorry. Yeah. I remember the example, and they show the scene where the chick doesn't have any braces, and it doesn't make any sense that way. The scene doesn't pop like and have that kind of humorous,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, they both have metal teeth. Isn't that cute?
Yeah, I got the Mandela effect. I for some reason remember the Earth being a ball, but apparently it's flat.
Somebody ban this person. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's a good one because I remember it used to have two polecaps. But I would like somebody to show me where Santa Claus is on Google Earth because there's only one polecat on Google Earth.
Yes, I like that one
Yeah.
too. Where did it go?
Or show us a photograph of Polaris being directly above the camera. I've never seen that in my entire life anywhere. So why does that photograph not exist? Has no one ever gone to the quote unquote North Pole or North Center Point? Has anyone ever gone there with a camera and pointed it straight up? How come that photograph doesn't exist anywhere on the internet?
Doesn't exist on the planet Earth.
Dude, we got cell phones now that you would be able to look at the data right from the cell phone, like the telemetry data, and like you'd be able to prove it, like, but it doesn't exist.
So my critique of the Mandela effect supposedly is that it presupposes a ontological impossibility because you're supposing that an abstract entity, which is the past itself, is being altered. When the past is simply events that have occurred and stopped.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
what do
That's
you,
why I
I
provide
grew
a
up with
more
Oscar
logical
Mayer
form
hot
of the
dogs.
Mandela effect
It
because the
was a
past cannot
song.
be altered. Only the narrative of the past can be altered.
Right.
Hey man, I know what I remember.
wouldn't the Mandela effect, like if the Mandela effect was real, wouldn't that mean that
It is
time
real.
was like on a singular? Well, I mean, wouldn't it mean like yeah, it's like in Back to the Future? Well, like no, in Back to the Future, it's not like that. Like
I
time
have
doesn't
no
like
idea
fork.
how this thing works.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Yeah, I
wait,
mean,
finish your
most
question.
topics I talk about, I have some ideas to throw in about how things work, but on this one, I mean, I tend to look at CERN, and I don't even know why, but it's, I don't know how they're doing it.
But the other person asking a question, finish your question.
Well, I mean, I didn't really have a question. It was like more like I guess a half-assed observation, where like
Oh,
if we are remembering like things that are different and the past has been altered, wouldn't that mean that there's only one timeline? Because um, wait, I had it.
To me,
I
it's
think I
just
see what
like
you're trying to get at.
Yeah, right.
Even if you
Like
some
haven't completely finished your
technology is
question.
being used that we never seen before.
Well, there's no technology that can alter an abstract entity. That's what the past
Well,
is. It's
that's the
abstract.
problem.
well, I mean
Yeah, I think we get a lot further down knowing, the finer details of what we can extrapolate from this. If we could, if you could pour me a cup of time, and I don't mean the herb, I don't mean that. I mean, time. And the thing is, you can't do that. And since you can't do that, or anything like that, even remotely, it's we have such a hard way to find a base to even begin with, as far as proving anything we're talking about here to be true or not true.
Well, it's not a matter of trying to prove it with a posteriori data. Again, empirical sense data, this is an a priori issue. So in principle, even when you grant, like what the Eilish was asking, if you have memories that don't conform to the past, then you either have to reinterpret your memory or reinterpret the past. But to say that the past itself has been altered to be something else in the present, and your memory is the memory of a different timeline of the past, that's an ontological absurdity because that reifies time, it presupposes a reification of time, and that it could be altered to some other event.
Yeah, I got to hand it to you there. As someone who, in my younger years, was often misunderstood and hated right words. You
Damn, why is Discord always
know,
messing with you?
people
Start over,
run
Larry.
past each other.
Start over, Larry. You're roboting.
Oh, sorry. Is it better now?
Yes.
Is it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
Think about how often people understand each other. Like they're arguing pen, and the other one's saying like pencil, right? You writing utensil. And the other one's saying like pig pen or hairpin or clothing pin, right? And they're arguing like such fierce arguments, and yet they're in agreement with each other. So this thing where people misunderstand each other, maybe you just misunderstood, what was happening there, and you remember it wrong. And then when you see it, as you get older, right, you're remembering the misunderstanding and not the actual thing. Thanks for listening.
Right. Thanks for listening. Ba-dum.
What happened? I was trying really hard to listen.
I guess he had to go, or he has to fix his connection.
Oh.
The Mandela effect started to take effect on him.
I like his voice though. He should start a YouTube channel back up again. Like I don't know, he
Hey,
just sounds like that.
I got a question, guys. What does that picture I posted in the chat look like?
It looks like a colonoscopy.
Right.
I mean, not that I know what that looks like, but I'm assuming.
Looks
What
like
is it
something
supposed to
weird.
be? Is it one of
No.
those stupid NASA photos where they're like, "Oh, we took a picture of Mars," and like it looks like shit?
No, they caught a planet forming in action. Caught in action. This is the picture of a planet forming. That's just the most groundbreaking discovery I've ever seen in my life.
Which chat did you post in?
It's in the it's in the lobby chat actually. Whoops, it's not in the live
Whoopsie
stream
daisy.
VC.
Oh, lobby, gotcha.
I hate when NASA does these things. It's
No.
just so uninteresting. Like they're better off just like telling us about it in text. Like if the picture's gonna be, it's like if you go to a concert and you're like, oh, I saw Slipknot, and then you show your friends like these blurry ass photos. It's like you may as well not even show the photos. Just like you know.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
It's
all
effectively
NASA's
equivalent to
ever done is
unsubstantiations.
they get billions of dollars, and when they show you these fake images, it's as if they've accomplished that thing for real. You see, so that's all they got is these fake pictures of fake shit.
Yeah, it's
'Cause that's all that's
stupid.
available.
You know there's got to be some employees of NASA also who are very dissatisfied with these photos. A minority.
The
Even
general public eats that stuff up and doesn't never had one thought that it could possibly not be true.
yeah, just a little bit of skepticism. Like this could be a photo of my shirt, my tie-dye shirt.
They think NASA's so hip and cool and liberal. Space travel, that's cool. Science, they don't believe in God, so they got to believe in the authority figures.
Yeah, an idol falsely called God.
And these authority figures offer you a what do you call it? An atheistic worldview with their pseudoscientism,
Yeah. Which little do they know there is no such thing. There's only misotheists. An atheist is an anti-theist, and anti-theism presupposes theism. And so there really is only misotheism.
No God. There's no God involved in it.
Yeah, the next time I hear an atheist say the words "thank God," I'm going to say to him, "Don't you mean thank gravity?"
Yeah. Which is kind of, when you think about it, if anyone is familiar with comparative religion, gravity in the atheistic, quote unquote, scientism is really just the materialistic, non-theistic version of the Tao or the Shinto, the impersonal, omnipresent force that organizes all things and behaves as though it is personal.
I see it more like
I never thought
there
of
was
it
a
that way.
random accident. with no thought whatsoever by no living thing, and then everything that's living came from this explosion. That's
Yeah,
pretty far
whoever said that, feedback to what I said, yeah. It's amazing how you can really undermine everything that the everything that the atheist so-called believes when you really compare their belief
Put in a
system
lot of
with
thought.
everything else before it.
This is the type of stuff I think about.
So it's just an anti-theistic and again, really just misotheistic materialism where they
What's
reify
missile?
everything or just disregard everything that's abstract.
Oh, you mean like everything, all the astro theoretical stuff that they say?
Yeah, I mean the atheistic worldviews, they boil down to simply matter and motion. That's it. That's all reality is. That's the ultimate reality. Matter and motion. Matter in motion.
Matter and motion.
And then if that's the ultimate reality of your worldview, then all abstracts simply do not exist. And so knowledge is literally not
So
possible.
you don't even include consciousness and life in that model.
Right. Consciousness out, thought out, let alone truth and choice and morality.
You don't have a consciousness?
Right. So you're not even thinking right now. You don't have a mind to make a choice about anything, let alone choosing to believe anything, let alone choosing to communicate truth to me over against my worldview, where knowledge is possible. Yeah, no, not gonna wash.
Well, I'm just trying to get it. Can we get on the same page at all? Like, you're conscious, right? That's like
Hmm.
being alive and aware.
Right. You're mindful, right?
Well, how do you get
Self-aware.
from there's only material and matter? What was the other thing you said?
Matter and motion.
Motion.
Yeah.
So you got the matter in motion. So how do you get the consciousness? Where does that come in?
Right. In other words, Dr. Gerbanson said it this way when talking to his students. He said, so you start with zero self-consciousness. You got 1 grain of sand with zero self-consciousness. Now let me add another grain of sand. Now let me add another grain of sand. And all these grains of sand, you multiply it by 1,000,000. Do you still have self-consciousness? Nope. Okay, let me multiply zero self-consciousness by 1,000,000 grains of sand by to the 10th power. So that's zero self-consciousness to the 10th power. Do you still have self-consciousness? No. 0 to the 10th power is 0. What about 0 to the 1,000,000th power with 1,000,000,000 grains of sand? Do you still have self-consciousness? Bits of matter. Do you still have self-consciousness? No. So you can't start with zero self-consciousness and then get self-consciousness out of which has no self-consciousness.
So then, where did it come from?
Exactly. And they're still tripping over their feet on these very profound questions, which is very simply answered in the Torah. And he breathed into Adam the breath of life, and he became a living soul, a nefesh. And we are all his children.
The Torah is that Jewish? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Mikra, the Bible. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, yeah. I was raised Christian.
Yeah,
What I'm
I just
trying to
use the ancient, authentic terms because I just prefer to acknowledge them. But yeah, we're referring to the same book. You're on the same page.
Your Genesis creation story
Right.
and a bunch of other stuff.
You mean
So in other words, self-consciousness, which we have, consciousness, intellect, sentience, comes from the creator who is also conscious and intellectual and sentient and personal. And that's the only dichotomy that you have. Either what created us with personality, consciousness, intellect, and sentience either has those things or doesn't have those things.
He pretty much would have to have them if he's going to be making new ones.
I mean, we already established that that which does not have these things cannot give these things. So logical deduction out of this dichotomy, by necessity, you have to necessarily conclude that what created us to have personality, consciousness, intellect, and reason, and sentience also has these things to the superlative.
Yeah, but the educated atheist is going to explain that all away.
Oh yeah, they'll try, and then I'll just reduce it to absurdity, which is what it does. And you don't have to talk. You just let them talk long enough, and they'll hang themselves by their own word.
Yeah. I was just confused there because you said you have to have matter in motion, or you said that
Well,
like that
no, no,
was
no, not that you have to have it. That's just what their
you said
worldview
that was
boils down
all
to.
there was.
Yeah, that's what
But then you
that's their metaphysic. It's just that's all there is to reality, matter in motion.
but then you added the spiritual.
But I was giving an account. I was explaining that their worldview can't give account for a human
No,
experience,
I know.
including our
That's what I'm saying.
personality. Yeah,
The atheism goes nowhere. I agree with
absolutely
that.
nowhere. I mean, exactly. You said it exactly. From nothing comes nothing. So of course it goes nowhere, and that's exactly their eschatology. Their cosmogony in the beginning was nothing, and then all of a sudden there was something, and then everything is slowly decreasing in heat, and we're going to die of heat death, and everything's just spreading apart, and everything's just going to go back to nothing. From nothing
It's
comes
just
nothing. Somehow
it was
something came from nothing, and then something's going to go back to nothing.
there wasn't one bit of thought put into how this place would end up.
I mean, no consideration for the implicit eschatology of this metaphysic.
Very well said.
In the meantime, they defiantly defy what is obvious with this nihilism, this necessarily implied nihilism with nothing, something from nothing worldview, which will end up in nothing. They defy the implicit necessary nihilism in such a worldview, and they have this naive optimism where they think they're just going to advance and evolve, and then conquer the stars, and then somehow ascend the
Oh yeah,
present human condition.
they shall be as gods. That's what our rulers are going for right now. They're just got their agenda 2030, and they don't need us around anymore. They're going to just go ahead and enjoy it for themselves.
Sucking up the adversary's lies, hook, line, and sinker.
They're going for the whole ball of wax, all the marbles.
And don't miss a drop. And don't miss a marble. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Actually, the very opposite of that is true. They're missing a lot of the wax of this wax ball of lies. That's why you have to keep mentioning all these implications and ramifications of their worldview, which they simply have not taken into consideration or refuse to acknowledge, which reduces their worldview to absurdity. That which implies falsehood is false. Can't get false implications from the truth.
What happened? I haven't. Have I not looked up?
No, ta-ta for now, y'all. Y'all bless you.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
Oh, was that the guy I was just talking to?
Yep.
Okay. I was just trying to understand what he was saying. I mean,
I understood what he was saying pretty clearly. If you didn't understand him, you can go to the live stream, maybe replay the conversation, and kind of get a chance to reanalyze, I guess, what he said.
yeah, I guess that would be possible. How
Yeah,
long
I
do
mean, if
those
you're
live
trying
streams?
to understand what he was saying, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just gave him my assessment of the situation I think we're in, and he was just saying, "Oh, I'm
Oh yeah, no, I heard everything. I was here. You don't have to tell me.
just reviewing just to get in my head what just happened."
And I sure would like to see some good evidence of curvature tonight. If any globe defenders are out there, they want to bring some evidence to the table, that'd be cool. Anybody on the live stream?
I heard a
I
guy just
haven't seen any
yesterday.
evidence.
This guy said yesterday. He goes, "Well, I've seen the curvature. I've been up in airplanes, and you can just see it's curved." Sometimes the glass is curved on the airplane.
I think somebody explained that. I think somebody explained that pretty well. With the airplanes going up and down as much as they are, and the pressure that they go with, they have to use plastic windows that have a slight bend to them or curve for all the pressure that goes up and down, through all the heights they go through. And that's the reason that they're curved just a little bit, so it can give the impression when you look at 35,000 feet that there might be a bend to the horizon. It's simply the plastic window.
Plus, at that point, that's where all that indoctrination is so strong that you believe you're going to see a ball when you look out there. Because that's what you would expect, because you're flying over the ball Earth, is what you've been told.
Yeah, but all you really got to do is look at some large bodies of water at rest, and you can see that There is no observable curve, no matter how high up you go, no matter how low you get. There's no physical obstruction causing us to see, or causing our sight to end at a certain point. So
Right. That globe light really is destroyed already. We've looked at this thing and we've broken it down on every issue, and what logic and reason and testing, you can finally be rest assured you've got something right. Like, yeah, okay, the water is flat. It's never bends anywhere. I mean,
right, exactly. And what, we're spinning millions of miles away? That makes absolutely no sense. Millions of miles an hour,
oh
spinning,
yeah,
shooting this way, and the water sticks to it. I mean, come on, man. Doesn't make any sense.
I know, it's just so absurd. It would be bad enough if it was just a heliocentric model and all their ball planets, but it didn't move. It's basically like, the sun's kind of sitting there stationary and the planets are going around, but no, they got to have the sun like shooting through infinity, forever, at some ridiculous speed.
Well, that's just the only way that they can, uh, try to argue their model is to just keep making it more complex, and it just gets to the point where it's so complex. When you're looking at the numbers and their calculations on one thing or another, that the average person looks at it and they're like, oh yeah, smart guy already figured it out, so I'll just believe them
Exactly.
because they're well educated.
It's
They
like,
they completely forget the fact that they have their own senses and they can go and they can look at this stuff too. And a lot of people, they just look at the pictures and they're like, wow, that's cool. But like, people with the I guess I don't know the word I'm looking for. I guess people that are really good at analyzing things and questioning. It's about questioning what you're told. You don't want to just believe just because I'm here saying the earth is flat. I wouldn't want you to just agree with everything I'm saying, but at the same time, we do know what we can prove. um as far as the other stuff goes, it's just like, yeah, we have our ideas of what this thing or that thing could be, and how it works, but can we actually prove it? No. We can prove that it measures flat, and it is flat. Long distance observations and laser tests show us that. And just the overall, science in general, like the second law of thermodynamics. How do we have a pressurized system next to a container, or pressurized system
yeah,
next to a vacuum? That I meant to say.
I mean,
So you can
like an
kind of.
example like that is you just giving them back their crap science right back to them and say,
Right,
explain
it
this to me.
sucks. They're
This is
they're
what you're
they're
saying
coming
it
at us.
is.
They're giving us this information, and then they go around and then completely lie to us, and we don't question it just because, oh yeah, somebody smarter than me figured it out. Why should I
Because
question that?
look, we know that they have space programs and they're always sending genius things up into the outer limits. And
We don't know that. We don't
no,
know
I
that. We see rockets
that's
go up. You said we
no.
know
I'm
that. We
saying,
don't know that, dude.
we were taught that. I'm talking about the masses, how this works. Um, uh, so we're so impressed by all that genius that we're never going to challenge an astronomer who tells me a star's a trillion light years away. You don't have the math to prove that. I mean, it's an overwhelm type thing, and they've trained you not to even think about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, people
Yeah,
much smarter than you.
that's what the general public does. But at least there's a few people out there that have realized it's a lot more than most people think. I know quite a few people in my life, they've come to the realization that the Earth is flat, but they're kind of closed up. They're not really open about it. Just
Yeah,
because it's a
I
touchy
know.
subject, and some people like they don't want to, I guess, ruin their reputation in a sense, just because it's such a polarizing topic. It does get people upset.
Because you're going against the masters,
Yeah,
Yep.
you're
And
not
that's
conforming
yeah,
enough.
like Flat Earth dude mentioned earlier in here. Flat Earth dude mentioned earlier that this whole you know Holocaust or whatever was going on the past couple of years, it was a good opportunity for a lot of people to realize, how badly we've been fooled into just believing what the mainstream narrative tells us.
I agree. Even the most indoctrinated people, you know, must in their heart feel like, hey, this something might be going on. I feel like I'm there's predators, looking to take things away from me.
Yeah, well, some people don't. They don't even realize that, and it's because of a lot of different reasons. I think, in my opinion, one of the main reasons that people just kind of don't really care or don't look into it or whatever, that they might question some things, is they're just so distracted with physical things like technology and just like Facebook, social media, just like distractions. Video games. We got.
It's it's all by design. It's all provided. So here, get distracted. Here, have an iPad, have a phone, have a laptop. Uh,
And then
never.
they feed us all this short form content, right? You know what I'm talking about? TikTok, and you got your Facebook Reels, Snapchat videos are only like what 10 seconds long or whatever. I don't even really know. But the thing is, it's short form content. It's made to lower your attention span. So what they really want to do is they want to make it so we're not even focused on one thing for longer than a minute, so that they can keep on feeding us, lie after lie after lie. Then we get more and more distracted. We can't focus on one single thing because we're so used to,
You can't even think anymore. You can't even hear your inner voice tell you anything anymore.
well, yeah,
I
you
have.
just go. You have your phone tell you whatever you think you need to know. It's just all right there. Why would you need to think for yourself when you got a screen right in front of your face that's
Matter of
telling you
fact,
all these things?
if you take a person and have them sit, in a chair quietly in a room, they get very uncomfortable. It, they want to start distracting themselves. Like, I'm going to jump in the car and turn the radio on.
John D. Rockefeller did say he wanted a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers. And I think one thing that you notice when you go to YouTube and you hit in something about flat Earth, Wikipedia has that definition of flat Earth, below it.
Yeah,
It's archaic. It's archaic, and nobody, you shouldn't even
yeah,
think about it because
yeah.
it's
It's
so
just some
backward.
stupid thing ancient dumb people used to think. And religious fanatics.
Yeah, but that's actually crazy because like we have people that have been taught flat Earth in public schools here in the early 1900s. There's been some interviews done with some older people. They were taught that the Earth was flat. So that doesn't even fit the narrative of what they tell us. Oh yeah, they've known back when Eratosthenes did his thing. That's when they said, like, I think the Earth was the center of the universe. Basically, that's when they said they figured out that it was a ball. But it's like how if that was the main the main belief back then, why did the flat Earth still carry over into the more modern society?
I
And it
don't see
wasn't
why any
until
of I
go
don't
on, no,
think
go
any
ahead.
of the ancients would have come up with a ball Earth model. That was invented like by Jesuits or something.
Yeah, man, they've definitely spent a lot of time on, trying to make their model work with what happens up in the sky, with what we observe here. But the thing is, there's still some things that they can't really explain. They come up with straw mans or whatever I don't know what the argument would be like, but for like the Seleninian eclipse, the argument with that is just refraction, and it's like, if you really understand how they say refraction works, it doesn't make sense. How is there a shadow cast on the moon and the whole moon is refracted?
Yeah,
Um,
I mean,
that
there's
that
this
doesn't
idea
make
that
sense.
there
No,
might be
I know
another,
the
a
argument.
dark
I know the
body.
argument, but it still doesn't make sense. That's the only time that they can say that a shadow is being refracted. That's the only time they can say that, because they have to, so that their model still works. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing I'm most foggy on in the flat Earth is explaining eclipses.
Yeah, I'm not that great with it either, but I do know that the Seleninian eclipse is basically showing that there's a shadow cast on the moon, and the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon. So where's the shadow coming from? Uh, it doesn't
There
work.
might
But
be
then they try to
dark.
say what?
I was going to say there might be a dark body that we can't see involved in this whole situation. The
Yeah,
black holes,
that's just speculation. We're not sure.
right?
So
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of the thing, theories that came up.
right, we can't prove that. So
No, we don't want to be like NASA and run around talking about stuff that doesn't it's not provable in any way.
right, yeah, they definitely, they cannot prove to us that they're in space. I haven't seen anything that I would consider evidence that they're up there. You know, I don't get it.
No, I've
Um,
come to the
it's not that
point
I
where
don't get it either. I've just seen the stuff they show us, and it's not in line with our technology. So how do we have
once you
all these
see the fake,
pictures, but these pictures have to be an artist rendition. They call them photos, right?
no, they
But
call them images.
or images. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, I should get to bed. But they said yeah, they call them images, and it's been
Because they don't want
explained.
to
There's videos
lie.
out there. Yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
It
That's what
has
they
to be,
say.
man.
Yeah,
I love that
that's
guy when
what
he says
that's
that.
that's what he says. Oh,
It's like
if it
because
has to be
it
Photoshop,
has to be,
why?
dude.
Yeah, exactly. Why does it have to be Photoshop?
It's all
Why
fantasy. We're
can't
not
they
going to
show us
planets.
a real picture?
Nobody's
Yeah.
going to any fucking planets, man. It's all fake. All of it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, have you seen the videos that they show when they landed the rover on
Oh, you
Mars,
mean
man?
of
It's
the
like, what the
celebration
hell is
and the
it's just an animation. It's literally an animation. It's like, where is your actual proof that you guys are landing on a planet? And then it takes, however long for them to start sending us pictures, which, I mean, they've been debunked.
I mean, they got caught. They're using this Devon Island, and it's just this rocky, barren, godforsaken wasteland of a place, the least inhabited island in the world. And NASA sets up a little base there, and they're running these rovers around, and they just put a red tint on the desert and said, "Look, there's Mars, man. Look at these fantastic pictures of Mars." And you hold
Yeah,
up the
there's even
sign.
one of these pictures out there. You can see like a groundhog in it, or some sort of like a
Yeah.
prairie dog or some shit.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. What are you trying to do here? You should at
Game
least try
over.
harder than that. You know, you should at least try harder than that. If you're gonna try to fool us, you should at least try harder than that. You know what I mean?
They would just say, "Oh, it's just a rock. It just looks like a. It's not a squirrel. Just a rock. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, I think the thing that people who believe we live on a stationary level plane, a flat Earth, they sometimes tell us they know what the stars are. They tell us what the moon is. They tell us what the sun is, and they have no idea. It's speculation. And I think, but we can say what's below us because we actually walk on it and see it. So every once in a while, you'll get somebody who says this is what the sun is, this is what the moon, what the moon phases are, and the stars are, and it's just like that's pure speculation. And I had somebody send me a seven
Know
minute
what they're
YouTube.
not, though. We know what they're not. That's the main.
Yeah,
That's the important thing. We know that they're not big. What do they say? Like fission, fusion,
yeah.
reactions. Light years away from us. Like whole concept of a light year is unfathomable to the human mind. That distance. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head,
They're
but I
just so
mean, we would never
ridiculous.
be able to even travel that distance in our lifetime if we started from the day we were born till the day we died.
Somebody once said that the sun is a great mystery. It gives us heat and light. We know that for a fact. But other than that, we don't know a whole lot about it. And now, obviously, you can take a sun filter if you want to, and look at it. Look at the sun at 9 a.m. and then 12 noon, and then 4 or 5 p.m. in the afternoon, and you do see that it's bigger at 12 noon than it is at 9 a.m. and 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It is bigger.
Well, it's just
So
closer.
yes, the law of perspective and vanishing point is definitely in play. And the reason these globers tell you that the sun stays the same size as it crosses the sky is that nobody's going to go outside and look at the sun. They know that, and so they lie to us right up front. Say it keeps the same size. When if you had a sun filter and took the time to
Well,
actually look,
the thing with that though, the size of the sun, you can't really say that it's bigger at this time of day versus that time of day because it does fluctuate based on conditions, the parent size of it. So we can't really say that we know that it looks bigger. It does in some cases, but I've also seen some cases where that thing looks like it gets bigger on the horizon, which
yeah.
it's like we can't say we know that it appears bigger at noon for everyone because it does all depend on the conditions. So
That's why I said 9 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 or 5, because obviously we've all seen the when the sun comes toward us in the morning and away from us in the afternoon, and it's ready to leave our sight. Atmospherics can cause it to look quite big. So if you wait till it gets above the horizon quite a bit at 9 a.m. and then 12 noon and 4 or 5, you can use a sun filter, but not when it just moves toward us in the morning and sets on us at evening. Obviously, we've all looked at a
yeah,
sunset.
see, I don't know. I don't know. I've never actually observed. I've never done that with a camera, but
Well, just a sun filter.
um,
You almost don't need a camera, but it'd be nice to have a camera. Yeah,
yeah, I
I
don't know.
act.
It doesn't that I don't it doesn't really interest me to like look. I guess look into that, but I do. Because I already understand that the Earth is flat. So localized sun comes with that. So
Yeah.
I know it's localized and it's smaller than what they tell us, and that's good enough for me. As far as it appearing different sizes, it appears all sorts of different sizes, and it also it's very obviously about the same size as the moon. When you look at the sun and the moon, they're very obviously like very very close in size.
I mean, I
Um,
I used to remember the sun being more yellow. it seems all white and super harsh.
Well, it's
Yeah,
that
I don't
man-made.
know. It,
It's
it
that
could be it
man-made
could be
climate change
changing.
now. See,
I mean,
But you know,
I've
that's
heard,
like you know, like you said, like you said earlier, that could just be Mandela effect, man. You know, you never know.
anything's possible now.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. You're not
But
wrong there.
I have seen such a thing as an artificial sun, if you will, and I don't understand who the hell would need that. I don't understand.
Captain Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you have a source for this artificial sun? I'll look at it. Yeah.
My
I
mic
just
not working.
Googled it one day and I saw some pictures of.
Yeah, you gotta show me sources, man. If you're gonna claim artificial sun, you saw one, whatever, you gotta show me.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if I go grab you one.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Sorry. Oh, what's up, man?
I just wanted to call Tom out and see if there's any new people here real quick. How y'all doing?
Oh, yeah, we got. I've been talking to Captain Dan. I think he might have been around for a little bit.
Captain Dan's one of them crazy people that thinks the Earth's is flat. We've got Vlog. Hello, Vlog. No rolls. Anybody want to hook him up?
Vlog.
Vlog. Everybody else looks like crazy flat earthers. Y'all don't think you're on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. What's wrong with you?
Hey, man, it's flat. Been a flat earther my whole life.
your whole life. What's your journey to flat Earth? When did you realize?
Oh no, I just mean I was born on a flat Earth. You know.
Okay.
It's definitely it hasn't changed. I do remember being taught of a ball, but you know.
Yeah,
Um,
we're taught a ball from the very beginning.
yeah, man, we definitely are for sure.
You know these. Obviously, I don't remember, and I don't think I did this to my two daughters, my wife and I. But you see these pictures where a baby's in a crib, and they actually go buy toys to hang above the crib, things that circle above them. And can you imagine? Can you imagine being 3, 4, 5 months old or a year old, and in your crib and looking up at Saturn and the images of Saturn and the Earth and the Sun above you?
Oh, dude,
And
my bedroom when I was younger, it was like outer space themed. I had
really?
glow in the dark stars on my walls. Yeah, oh
Wow.
yeah. Yeah, but like, and I thought it was super, super cool, you know, when I first started learning about it. But then, the older I got, and like, I got into the science classes in like, middle school, high school, I just started learning about it, and I always had questions that it seemed like the teacher didn't really want to answer, or their answer to me, it didn't really make sense, and then I had another question. And then I ended up at one point, I remember, I don't remember the exact topic, but it was about like, the solar system and like the planets, like revolving around the sun. And I was just like asking some questions, and he would, answered, and then eventually started getting irritated, and he was like, that's just how it works. It's like, so anytime you hear a teacher tell you that's just how it works, you should really question if they actually know what they're teaching you. So, like that's why in the main live stream here, I try to just stick with what we do know, the stuff we do know how it works. We know that you can't have gas pressure without a container, right? And then we know that water always seeks its level. In large bodies of water, you don't have an observable curve. And you can observe a curve on the horizon no matter how high you go. Up in a plane, whatever. They say the planes have the curved windows, but I've been in planes too, and not all of the windows are that curved. Sometimes they'll have a little curve at the edge of the glass or plastic, but you can still see that the horizon is definitely not curving like it should at that height. So
That was well said, Conrad. Can we say hi to Moonbug? We've been joined by Moonbug. You want to say hi
hi,
to Moonbug?
Moonbug.
At least say hi. Check your mic. We want to put you back on mute. You're VC verified.
Mic check, Moonbug. Mic check.
You have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
Should we go see if Vlog wants to get checked in? I don't know. We got Vlog in here.
Vlog, if you want to go up to the VC check-in, somebody will be working with you.
Yeah, you pop up there.
Moonbug doesn't want to talk, so
have a little chit chat.
I don't see anybody else on here. There's Miggy. What's up, Miggy?
He hasn't been talking. I don't know if he's just listening or what, but yeah, he's been here for about an hour, maybe two.
Okay, I was just saying hi to him. He might not be near his mic right now. Usual suspects: Flo, GMC, Flat Earth Dude. He's an asshole. Flat Earth Dude, stay away from him.
See, back in 1966 to 69, Mr. Spock told me that space was the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission to explore strange new worlds and seek out new civilizations. Boldly go, no one has gone before. I mean, my goodness, I bought that big time.
Is that a Mandela now? I don't think Mr. Spock ever said that. It's just what they said at the start of the show, right?
Oh, I thought it was Mr. Spock. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I thought
that
was Leonard
That
Nimoy's
was
voice.
definitely not Spock. That was some weird voice that was nobody probably on the stars. I don't even think that was a voice of a person on the Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
Hey, Shanna. Good to see you in here.
Hey, you guys. Sorry, I just popped in, but I don't think that
You missed
voice
Ladies'
actually.
Night.
I know. I always miss Ladies' Night because I'm too busy doing stuff like early in the day on Friday. Getting ready for my Shabbat Shalom, and I just can't get into Ladies' Night, and I hate that because I really want to be here for Ladies' Night, and I apologize, ladies. All you ladies still listening, I'm sorry I wasn't here to be with y'all. But I'm here now. Does that make a difference?
Yeah, we're trying to get this Vlog guy to go on the BC check-in. He's new here. I don't know, maybe he just wants to listen, but...
He said his mic is broken.
Oh, yeah, the old broken mic gang, huh?
Yeah.
That sucks. I've been there. I have been there where I had my headphones worked fine but nobody could hear me, so I know exactly how that is, and it really kind of stinks. And I feel bad for whoever's microphone is broke. I'm so sorry. Who is this guy? We're trying to check in and their mic don't work.
Vlog.
Because even here on Discord, even if you're on a cell phone and you don't have any, like, say you don't have a headset at all and you try to just use your cell phone does not even work on Discord as far as a microphone and headset and stuff. So that won't even work. So because I went through all that stuff trying to figure it out, and I had to get me some new headsets. I got me some new wrap around the headsets with a little thing that folds down on my head. I love it. Loving my headset.
I had to do that as well. I had to go spend $20 and go get something so I could hear. And so,
Yeah, because dude, just the cell phone, you could not. There was like no sound.
yeah, even when you turned everything up as high as it could go with Discord in on your iPhone, you still couldn't hear very well.
Yeah, so I did the same thing. I got me a cheap little $20 headset.
Yep. Yeah, I don't
And
like going.
they're the old school, like, wrap around the head, they look like earmuffs,
I don't like going to Walmart, but that's where I went to get mine.
I think I bought mine from my son, 'cause he's a gamer, and he wanted to upgrade his gamer headphones, so I bought mine from my son, but, I'm pretty sure he got them at Walmart too. But they work good, and I
Oh,
love this. I love
yeah.
I don't have to mute here like when you can hit the mute button on the screen. I don't have to do that. I can just flip up the microphone thing here slides up and down on the side of my headphone. So I can just flip it up and I'm muted. So I don't have to worry about that. I can just flip it up if I want to go pee on the tree. Nobody can hear it.
What I find fascinating about those earphones is you can actually have your ears hurt, or be alerted, because some people's voice, or some people's connection is so much stronger than others, that you can be talking to one person and somebody comes on, it's like all of a sudden it's like this loud voice in your ears, and it just kind of makes you want to put the volume down, but then you can't hear somebody else. So it's kind of interesting how those earphones work. But yes, they are a lifesaver when it comes to talking to somebody.
I haven't actually had a problem with these. I don't know if they have some kind of internal thing, but everybody comes in a good volume for me. I haven't had anybody come in super loud or anything. But that's just, I've had these for about a year and a half now that I've been using them, and I have never had anybody come in super loud on these.
Hey, Shannon.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, can you try to say hi to Moonbug? Maybe he or she'll talk to a woman.
Moonbug. I'm not familiar with Moonbug, but Moonbug, listen.
It's a VC verified person, a brand new person. See if you can get them to talk.
All right. Well, I'm a lady. I have been in the flat Earth movement for many, many years. I'm still very new to it because unlike a lot of flat earthers, I haven't completely submerged myself into it. So if you want to come in and talk to me, feel free to come in and talk to me, Moonbug, because I'm very cool and chill to talk with, because I'm still like learning from a lot of these guys here and gals here, because I don't like to commit to memory stuff that a lot of people like to commit to memory, because I'm just like, yeah, if it's fake stuff, I don't want to learn it. And I know a lot of my flat earth friends probably are like, that's stupid, girl. But I really don't want to commit to memory stuff that I'm like, well, if it's bullshit, why do I want to learn it? So anyway, Moonbug, come in and talk to me. I'm a very accepting, loving person, and I promise you we'll get along, because I get along with everybody.
Yep, Shannon's real nice. She won't bite your head off or anything. She'll be real nice. And she'll also talk about other stuff with you too. She loves to go talk to in the other rooms and have conversation about other subjects as well.
Yeah, Moonbug, if you come ask me, and you want to go down to a different room and talk about other things, I love talking about a ton of different topics. Because listen, I will tell you right off the bat, I started off as just like your normal average day person, had no kind of conspiracies going on in my head whatsoever. And my husband put this flat earth conspiracy in my head, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I went down that rabbit hole. So I went down the rabbit hole the completely opposite way of what most people did. So I'm still going down some of these other rabbit holes that you might be starting off going down to come to where you are now. So, and does that make any sense to anybody? I'm just saying, like, I'm a kind of newbie to some conspiracy theories. So if you want to talk about other things, I would be more than happy to go and chat with you about some other things because I literally started with flat earth and then I'm now learning about a lot of other things.
Well, that was a
So
good appeal. Let's give Moonbug a second, see if they want to talk now.
cuz
Go ahead,
cuz
Moonbug.
cuz Moonbug might actually be able to teach me some stuff about some stuff that they're learning about because literally, like I said, I I started at one spot and I went backwards. So I'm still trying to learn about, like I still have some really uh uh well, I don't really, but I still have some stuff to learn about the uninflated tire. Let's just say I don't want to I don't want to say a certain thing that'll get this stream shut down. So let's just say I have some stuff still to learn about the uninflated tire.
The
Okay.
uninflated tire. What is the uninflated tire?
Uh,
Let's give Moonbug a chance to say something. We're all talking, and they're not. Let's give them 5 seconds see if they want to talk. Okay, Moonbug, are you there? Okay, y'all go ahead.
the
Okay.
the
Okay.
uninflated tire. You don't know what that is?
The uninflated tire. That would just be something I see on my car and change, and then take the the uninflated tire to get it replaced or blown back up.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. The inflated tire. The inflated tire, my bad. I don't know why I said uninflated. The
Or,
inflated tire at the bottom of all the rubble on the day back in 2001.
oh, that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The,
The
the, the,
inflated tire.
Captain Dan.
oh,
The
yeah.
every commercial, whoever made that tire, they should be making commercials about their tire company saying, "Wow, look at our tires. All of this shit burned to the ground, but this tire that we made survived." That should be like
Oh.
the best
Oh.
commercial ever.
Then following quantum of conscience.
See, I
Do
like to talk. I like to talk
do
about that. Plus, what
what
we've been going through for the
who
last
said
26
that?
months.
Who said that? Come on, say it again.
Stormfire. What's up, Pam?
Hey, did you guys hear about how Antarctica, there's like a hot springs oasis past the mountains, and that's where all the billionaires go to vacation?
So
Yo,
you
can
change the
that guy get
voice.
banned just for having a voice changer or no?
Hey,
What?
Yeah,
who
there's no
who
voice
said
changer.
something?
Who was
Who said
that?
something about me watching too much Quantum of Consciousness?
Well, hold on a second. There was somebody on here with a voice changer. Who was that? You can't have a voice
Yeah,
changer on
that
here.
was a person with no name. It's La or
Law
exclamation
something.
A dot. I don't even know what that is.
I give
Says
him.
butter.
I did
Butters.
verified him, so he didn't have this
Bottom of
voice.
the list. Bottom of the list. Kick the fucker out.
What you
Well, let's
do?
give him one chance to not use the voice changer. Can you use
Oh,
your real
too
Oh
voice?
late.
shit. Okay, he's gone.
All right, never mind.
So who asked
Yeah,
me?
I'm not tolerating that shit right now, honestly. That's with everything that's been going on, especially when the first thing he said was Antarctica. Nah, not now. Not ever, honestly.
So was it Stormfire that asked me if I've been watching too much of Quantum of Consciousness?
I didn't say too much. I really like the guy. I think he has a little content.
I really like Matt too. And listen, I take him with a whole grain of salt, a huge, like rock salt grain, okay? I love him. I really love him. And I wish he would I hope that Matt finds him a woman that is good for him, because in a lot of his recent videos, he's been talking about some things, and he said some of the things he says just, in my opinion, please, Matt, if you're listening, just lends me to think that he's so lonely and he wishes he had a good woman. And so I hope he finds a good woman. But yeah, I do like listening to Quantum of Consciousness. And let me tell you, I take it with a grain of salt. I disagree with much of what he talks about, but I find him easy to listen to. Do you know what I'm talking about? Easy to listen to?
I listen to Matt usually before I go to sleep. I
Yeah,
put Matt
me,
on, and
me too.
so
I
like
do too.
I get pissed off when he spends a day or two not making videos because I'm like, dude, how am I gonna sleep tonight? No, but yeah, he's great. He gets the gears turning like nobody else, in my opinion.
Me too. Same,
Because he
same.
doesn't
And
take
I'm like you. I get
yeah
pissed. I'm like, what am I gonna fall asleep to
right
tonight?
right
Am I
yeah no his content's great, and it gets the gears thinking like in a different way than just you know like my favorite thing he's come up with recently is like I mean, it's all on purpose. Everything is to distract people. Flat Earth, Jesuits, Freemasons, Mandela Effect, Mud Flood. It's all a bog. And that's one of my favorite points that he's made recently.
I 100% agree. That's why you don't necessarily see me hear this off that often. Is because I also think that flat Earth is a bog system.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. Yeah.
Because and
well,
not that I don't agree with flat Earth. It's just that I do find it a bit of a bog system, because people get stuck in their ruts and they just stay there. And
right. It's like this. They've created so many rabbit holes for people to go down that there's a flavor for everybody's taste. You know,
Right.
you're not going to start if you already want to know about conspiracy stuff, you're going to find at least one or two bogs to just fully immerse yourself in, right? Anything. There's a million of them, like Matt used to say. Quantum of conscience, by the way. It's not consciousness, it's conscience. But
it's conscience.
conscience, yeah, but you can say conscience or whatever you want. But
yeah,
he made that a big point. Anyway, you can put 1,000 conspiracy theories or conspiracy facts or whatever on a wall on post-it notes, a sticky note for each conspiracy theory, and then turn around and throw a dart backwards, and you'll be able to put a dart through one that can take you 1,000 days or more to really dig through and shit like that, and you're just wasting your time.
Right. And see, this is why. Okay, I love you guys and this whole community.
Yes,
But
Flat Earth is
this
way
is
different, in my opinion. The community is. Anyway, keep going. Sorry, I'm listening. I gotta go do some things. Take it away, Sheila.
it is way different. But at the same time, it is one of those darts. And this is why I don't come here that often. I may come here once or twice a week, because I have left this. I'm now trying to tend to my garden and do things in real life, working out my own life, because people, you need to unplug and get out of all these rabbit holes, because they're just going to tangle you up where you can't get nothing done. Because literally, I was sitting here on my phone day in, day out. Yeah, I'd go to work, but as soon as I got home from work, I was on my phone listening to videos. And I still do this, by the way, but I'm trying my best to not do it as much. I'm trying to get out there, plant plants, get my garden going.
Now, see, you're already in the old guard. You don't even need that info anymore.
Exactly. But I still come here because I know there's people that come in that aren't where a lot of us are, and I want to be here to talk to them and
People
to
like
tell them.
people like Truffle. Hey Truffle. Sorry to interrupt you, Shanna, but you're just saying
No,
this,
you're
and
fine.
I just noticed Truffle. You're Globe skeptic. What's up, man? Globe skeptic. What's causing you to question the globe model?
Concern.
While you're at
Don't
it,
ever
while you're at it,
apologize to me, man. You don't have to apologize to me for interrupting for a newbie coming in because that is the only reason I'm here.
while you're at it, Conrad, there's another guy I can't pronounce his name, guy or girl. TPP.
Senpai.
Yeah.
Yep, senpai or whatever. Yeah, non-VC verified. You want to get verified, man? Go up to the VC check-in and we'll get you checked in. But you can't talk unless you get VC check-in. So
Do I have the clearance to check in people? Anybody know? I don't know if I do.
I think you can
Yeah.
talk. I think you can talk in there. I don't know if you
Well,
can
when you
check them
put
in.
people in, you should be able to.
Yeah, you got to be able to give out the VC verified role and the unmeeting.
I don't even know how to do. I don't know how to do any of that, so I probably am not.
I do want to apologize. It wasn't Mr. Spock. It was William Shatner, Captain Kirk, who did the introduction for Star Trek. My bad.
There you
Sorry.
go. Yeah, it
Okay, I
was
thought
it was Captain Kirk. That makes more sense.
I
Yeah,
thought it was Captain Kirk.
I got
I didn't
my
know that.
Star Trek heroes mixed up. I'm sorry.
Hey, were you a Star Trek nerd back in the day?
Yeah, I was a Trekkie. Yep.
Yeah, listen, I was born in 1979, but my dad was born in 1950, and uh, every night he would go to sleep, and he was in the next. Him and my mom were in the next room, and he would fall asleep listening to old Star Trek movies when I was growing up, and it would go to with the white snow right after that. But I remember hearing all of his Star Trek shit. And sometimes I would be laying in bed with them because I'd be like, oh, I want to be in bed with mom and dad. And I'd watch Star Trek for a little bit with my mom and dad in bed. And so I was kind of a Star Trekky nerd back in the day.
I think when they brought Spock back to life after the third movie or the second or third movie, they brought him back to life. I think they allowed him to do the end of it. Where he said, space is the final frontier. Maybe that's what I was thinking about.
Which movie did
The
they
best
bring
thing
him back
about
from the
that,
dead? What are you talking about? I didn't watch a lot of the Star Trek movies, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they did six. I believe they did 6 Star Trek movies, and then the sixth one, Kirk dies.
I
But he's
remember
helping.
the whale. I remember the whale one.
Yeah, the one in San Francisco. Yep.
That's the only one I really remember. It's the only movie I remember.
I used to look forward to them being released, and I always go to the movie theater right away and see them because I was so into it.
I was pretty disappointed with the whale one.
The rail one was really corny. The one in San Francisco with the whale, that was really corny.
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed with that one.
Yeah. They had to move a whale or something, take it up to
Yeah.
Star Trek Enterprise.
I actually liked the New Generation Star Trek with Captain Picard. I actually really liked the New Generation. A lot of people didn't, but I did.
What's fun is that a guy by the name of Picard, Picard, actually went up in a gondola with a helium balloon in 1931. He went 50,000 feet up into the sky, and he reported back that it was flat with a slight upturn at the edges. And
then his son Jacques Picard went down to the lowest point of the ocean.
yeah.
Did you know that? Did you know that?
I didn't.
See, now those are scientists.
We got another.
I believe it was his son that went into
Mike
the
Larkin.
Marianas Trench, Jacques Picard, which was his son. Because he was like, my dad went up into the sky. I'm gonna go into the ocean.
He's my Mike
and
Larkin.
no,
He
I
built
can
that.
hear you. I can hear you, Dave. You're fine. I hear you.
Well, never mind. They left already. There was a new person here. But go ahead.
But I found it fascinating that the guy's son, that I can't remember his first name, the first Picard that went into the sky in the balloon, and it wasn't actually a balloon. A balloon actually took him up in this very hard thing. Uh, Basically, the thing his son used to go into the bottom of the Marianas Trench, a balloon took him up in this huge hard thing.
It's
And he
like
had
a ball, a metal ball deal, like a submarine looking thing.
into the sky. Yeah. And he had a tiny window he could look out. And he said when he looked out his window, it looked like a flat earth with upturned edges. And that was actually published in Popular Science.
I posted the documentary about 30 to 45 minutes ago, that 90-minute documentary that came out in February of this year, Flatten the Curve, the documentary. And the last 5 minutes of the documentary has a really great song where it does the credits at the end of it, and it details what Picard did. I think the other guy's name was Kipler, I think, but don't quote me on that. But they explain what Picard did in 1931. It's really cool. To music they did.
I think it was his son Jacques Picard in the 1960s, I want to say, that actually did the bathysphere, that went to the bottom of the Marianas Trench as deep as anybody's been in the ocean, in the Madrid fault line, I think,
Are you
is
talking
where they
about
went.
Jacques Cousteau, Shannon? Jacques Cousteau?
No,
His
she's
relation?
saying the Picard had a science. Son was a scientist here.
But I think the same person you're talking about, I think it was Picard's son that did that.
Yeah, that's what you were saying.
Real quick,
Somebody
we've got
conflated that with Jacques Cousteau.
Sorry, Captain Dan, we've got fortune teller here. No rolls. If you want to go up to the VC check-in and get the ability to talk, somebody will join you up there. Go ahead, Captain Dan.
Anyway, I am actually more enthralled with people actually studying our ocean floors and going deep into our literal world than people going up into the sky, because there's nothing to learn in the skies. That's my opinion. Because, even according to like our stupid scientism scientists, they say we know more about the sky than we do our oceans. So I was very fascinated to see, there was some pretty cool footage from the bathysphere that dropped down in the Mariana Trench, and I don't know. There's just I think people are, especially when I say people, scientists, true scientists need to focus on what is going on truly here. And I'm not talking about these stupid Scientologists and people not. There's too many people trying to say, well, global warming and this bull. No, we need true scientists looking at stuff. Because okay, if global warming, and they truly believe that glaciers are melting at such a high rate that it's going to flood the earth, they say by like 50. Why are bankers giving out all of this money to say high-rise hotels in Florida? Okay, let's just put it. It is no banker in his right mind, because there's no way a person taking out a loan, putting a motel on Florida Front Beach property, if there's no way they're going to pay out that loan before the Florida gets flooded, if such a thing is coming. So, are y'all following me with this?
Yeah, because Barry Obama is building a new home in Hawaii on the beach, and Bill Gates is building a new home somewhere on the beach, and so I don't think they seem too concerned about what's going to happen.
I'm just saying the whole flooding because of glacial
melt.
It ain't happening. It's just not happening. These people are making up shit to tax people, and people are paying these taxes. We as Americans, and probably in the UK, Europeans, wherever you live, your government is also taxing you upon these things and making you pay for all of these taxes for climate change crap. And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
It's based on man-made climate change on a globe, so they're lying to you right there.
It doesn't matter if it's a globe or it's flat or whatever. It's all bullshit across the board. But yeah, I understand. It's not a globe. It's not a globe, but even all flat is still bullshit. No matter where you live, it's bullshit. And they are trying to tax all of us. And they're super. People are not thinking this is a big deal. This is a big deal. They're super taxing us on this across the board on everything. Every single product you buy, they're putting this tax on of limiting CO2, which, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Don't they understand that CO2 is what feeds the plants? They want to go green, but they want to cut off CO2. Well, CO2 is what feeds the plants. Are these people? They're freaking retarded. They are so. I'm sorry. I should shut up. It pisses me off.
Actually, for a green plane, our CO2 levels at around 410 right now, parts per million. That's actually not high enough. And then when Gates gets up at TED Talk and goes, "We need to take this thing down as close to zero as we possibly can," with that formula that he showed, that's death. That's death to humans. You just can't do
Listen,
that. But he doesn't care.
It does seem like. Have you ever? I've never actually seen the movie Soylent Green. I've never actually seen the movie.
That's because you're not old enough.
Well, I am old enough actually to see it.
Because I think that was Charlton Heston in 1973, if I remember. I might be wrong on the year, but I think
It
Charlton
was
Heston was
Charlton
in that.
Heston. It was Charlton Heston, and
Yeah.
the guy that played his roommate was actually his friend in the movie the church. What's the Easter movie they like to play? I can't think what it's called.
Oh, The Robe?
No, the Chariots.
Oh.
In Egypt, where they have the spirit of God comes over and kills all the newborns in Egypt. What is that movie called?
Oh, Ten Commandments?
Yeah. the roommate that he has was actually one of his component roles in the Ten Commandments. That's his roommate that tells him, well, actually, there's not any algae growing in the ocean, in Soylent Green. And anyway, we're living basically in the Soylent Green. They're trying to get us to live like that, you guys. That is what they're trying to get us to live like. They're pushing for that. Bill Gates has bought up almost half of the growing property in America. And China has bought up the other portions of it. And you've got your tiny, small farmers that are trying to still salvage what they've got, but they are being pushed out because the prices of feed for their animals and fertilizers have been going insane, where Bill Gates and China are going to own all of our resources, period. That's what's going on.
I think the U.S. government in America is actually paying farmers to not farm anymore. Actually, to sell their property and get out of the business altogether. And I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea who's buying that up.
Literally this week, I have seen a ton of videos of farmers that have been told by the government that they paid the farmers off, and they paid them more than they would get from their crops just to go and till under their crops.
Exactly. Yep.
So what the hell is going on, you guys?
Food shortages are coming. It's all planned. It's going to be part of the depopulation or genocide of the good Earth. That's UN Agenda 2030, 2035, and ultimately 2050. And
why do people as like
Just kidding.
Not such as us, but why does the average American not understand and see what we're talking about? Well, the government is actually literally paying people to till under their crops while they're at the same time saying, we're going to have food shortages. Well, why are we going to have food shortages? Because you're paying them to freaking till under the crops? What's wrong with y'all? What is why?
It's what John D. Rockefeller said, which I said a little bit ago. Is that John D. Rockefeller said we want a nation of workers and not a nation of thinkers, because a nation of thinkers will figure it out. So we're told to work, and then when we come home to watch our sports and take care of our kids and go to soccer practice and whatever other practice we go to, and so we don't have a chance to sit down and go, the human race is being herded for, I call it extinction, and we don't know about it, we don't realize it.
Well, and like I said, I haven't actually watched the movie Soylent Green, but I'm very familiar and understand the premises of the movie is that basically what our government is trying to do right now is Soylent Green, where they want to kill all the crops, where people and literally, I'm not even sure that some places are not feeding people human remains right now. I'm not sure that that's actually not happening. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding when I say that at all. I think that might actually be happening.
It's happening in America. They
And
put it in corned beef and stuff like that.
So we're being we're literally being pushed into these movies that we've been told about. Soylent Green, 1984. All of these things are coming to fruition. We're living in this right now. Why are people not up in arms and literally going to their states' governments and throwing down?
Because
People have been, and I can only speak for the United States, people in the United States have been seduced. We've been seduced with materialism and with entertainment and through our education. And it's just not 1 decade or 2 decades. You know, it's going back to the 60s. We're on our third generation from the 60s. We had the Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco in 1962, and then we had the Madonna generation, and now we're in then we went to the Britney Spears generation, and now we're in the what's her name? I can't think. But you know, so we're 3-4 generations removed from any sort of sanity, and it only takes one generation to lose it.
There's people,
Can I also
but there's
say something
people
about
like
the?
me and you. There's people like me and you that have a sound mind. Listen,
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything except talking to you guys about this stuff. Let me ask you, because I personally, I'm not stepping out yet and doing anything personally. What is your holdback? Because I'll tell you my holdback, but I'm asking you what's your holdback of, or any of y'all? What is your holdback? Are you hoping that something will change where?
there's like no army to join. You know, there's no coalition of opposers to together with, and they've kind of thought of everything. If anybody does get up in arms or something, they will just be crushed and labeled, of course.
Hey guys, real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can't talk about that here.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I
good. It's
understand.
fine.
I understand that it is a very this is a hard topic because Can we take it somewhere else?
Well, anywhere else, yeah. Go ahead.
Anywhere else?
Well, because
Where-
we just can't say it on the live stream. Can't talk about the R word, the big R word with a lot of letters in it, if you know what I mean. And it rhymes with evolution. But it's an R word. Now you get it.
You can't say that.
You can't really talk about it. No, I mean you could say the word a couple times, but even then, an algorithm might get flagged, and then it might start listening more intent, and it might be a strike against us later. But yeah, anywhere else, if you want to talk about that, feel free, by all means.
See, and I don't believe in that R word either because that means.
Oh, that'll never happen. By the way.
That R word means to re-evolve this system, and that doesn't help us at all either.
No, you change the system, it's still fucked up with the system.
We need a breakdown, a total breakdown,
I mean, don't say reset. Don't say I told you about that reset.
I'm not going to say it.
That's what they're doing. They're breaking down
All right,
this
hey. The reason I came in was because I don't want to talk about it, and we'll get in trouble if we do. So yeah, take it down to chill or wherever else, guys. Love you.
I love you too, man. I'm cool to stay here. I just, I know a lot of us are super tired of even thinking about what's coming.
Well, we can't even talk about it in a VC without getting censored. So they basically already went.
You're just building back better.
I like to take things down to the biblical room when things get unpopular. That's where I like to go, just because you could talk about anything in the biblical room.
In the Bible, the R word is attributed to Lucifer or Satan, right? He's the one who R words against God. I can't believe we have to use the fucking term R word instead of the
Well,
actual
that's why
word.
I don't like.
You can't use real words.
Conquered.
I don't even like the R word. I don't like it because that word means turn to
Revolution goes
it's
round one
like
time.
let's come back to what we were and start over again, and I don't like that term. There is a better word for that, and
Guys, really and truly, please don't talk about that here. I'm sorry. You just keep going on it, but so if you want to be in the live stream, try to keep it on Flat Earth and so on and so forth. Please, thank you. I know it's a bummer, it's a party pooper, but we got to do it.
Hey, where you're at, is your moon a bit crescent to the south and has 2 stars going adjacent to it due north?
I can't see my moon. I'm sorry.
I want you to put on your shoes, go outside, and take a look for her.
Anybody go outside and go look. The moon is a little bit turned to the upper south, and it's got 2 little stars, or actually 3, going straight out from it to the north, due north, which I find really cool. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. There's 4. There's 2 little dots next to the moon, and there's 2 more. So there's 4 stars, and they're all pointing due north.
Let's talk about the moon for a minute. The craters. How do those craters get there?
God.
Yeah, I think the moon's craters were created in the creation. That's my personal belief.
And it's weird because it's supposed to be turning, but we never see the other side.
Yeah, well, we will never see any other face of the moon ever, 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 because we've always seen the same face of the moon for as long as the world has existed. The same face of the moon has existed.
Have you noticed how they're all round? I mean, it's like no meteor came from an angle, and hit the moon and made it, made something a little bit heavier on one side than the other. They're all perfectly round. So that, what's the chances of all the meteors hitting at a perfect 90-degree angle? It's just not there.
So do you think that that's just decoration, Jim?
It's God's decoration. It's Genesis 1:14. Genesis 1:14. Yeah, that's what it is.
Do you think it could be a disc?
Yes, it could be a disc that illuminates itself. Absolutely. Or it could be plasma that illuminates itself. Because the sun does not illuminate the moon. The moon is self-illuminating.
So I'm guessing, Jim, this is where I fall, but I'm guessing you fall in the same spot, is that the moon and the sun have their own glory.
Oh, absolutely, because I've said this before, on Discord. When you are a glober, which I was for 99% of my life, when you're a glober, Genesis 1 through 31 means very little to you. But when you actually see that we live on a stationary level plane, a flat Earth, then Genesis 1 through 31 just jumps off the page at you. And it's like, wow, you can't get enough of it. You want to go back and reread it. And so obviously, if you look at Genesis 1, 6 through 8, it obviously talks about a firmament. And Genesis 1:14 talks about what God does to the sky. And
I don't have my Bible on hand right now.
So what about those who aren't?
It's just 1:14 about where he says he places them in the
vault.
Right. So again, what about those who aren't religious?
Then who aren't spiritual or religious?
I said religious, not spiritual.
Yeah, if they're not religious, that's between them and God. I really can't.
What if it's not between them and God because they don't believe in the God that you do? What then?
they'll
What
know.
is the
They'll know
what
sooner
is
or
the
later.
difference?
No.
What's
I'm
the
talking about
difference?
how flat Earth. Like, listen. My point is this, and I don't like to cause heated arguments, but 2 points. Number one, we aren't going to talk about religion here anymore. Number two, religion or not, Bible or not, God or not, Earth measures flat, and I think that should be the main point.
Sure.
What is the difference? What is the difference between religious and spiritual to you?
You can be spiritual without religion is dogma. Being spiritual is being in tune with.
That's not how you define religion. Define religion. It's not dogma.
Oh, I don't care about the definition. I've been raised by, or whatever you want to call it, many different religions. So it's, to me, religion is dogma and nonsense and comic books and fairy tales.
That's not the definition of religion.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and not argue about it here, because this is Flat Earth chat. So let's bring it back to Flat Earth, could we please? Thanks.
But these things are actually these things actually apply to
Not really,
flat
because
Earth.
it's not empirical. You can't measure anything in the Bible. Does that make sense?
You can't measure anything.
Yeah, go find where the Bible's talking about, right? And prove empirically that's where
what's
the Bible's talking about.
empirical
And then
Well, the Bible says the earth is stamped out
I'm gonna get
as
blocked here.
with the
You're
edges
fortunate.
turned up. It says the earth is stamped out with the edges turned up.
great, that's what a
So,
page in the book says. Super.
well, that is a flat Earth document.
That's fine if one document confirms that if it says flat Earth on it. It's the same thing as a piece of paper saying globe Earth.
I'm just saying, it's very difficult to separate the two.
Separate which?
The
Religion and
spiritual.
spirituality. Yeah. So religion is based on true, pure spirituality, and then spirituality is the thing that's better than, say, a religion, human-made religion.
I'm just saying it's very difficult for me to separate out the two because I only came to flat Earth because of spirituality.
It's bigger than that, though. It's even bigger than, humans' opinion of this, that, and the other.
Well, religion comes with a connotation of rigid institutions, instructions, religious rites, and that sort of thing. Religious rites, ceremonies, that sort of thing. A level of organization and rigid structure. Spirituality is more like a cafeteria buffet of picking and choosing whatever you want to believe, with or without that rigid structure being in place. So on the spectrum of analysis, spirituality implies more flexibility, and religion to some people implies more dogma, rigidity, and structure. That's the general analysis.
Well, the biblical term of religion is to take care of orphans and widows.
Right.
That's what religion is defined as in the biblical
Ideally,
term.
but that's not what we get.
But that is what the Bible literally defines religion as taking care of widows and orphans.
Right. And there is a myriad spectrum of people in the flat earth community. Some people are comfortable referring to the Bible for any sort of inspiration or any sort of defense of the flat earth or whatever topic. Some people are more new age. Some people reject the Bible entirely. So in that regard, the Bible may or may not be referred to in the discussion.
And so I personally think religion and spirituality are two different things. Even in the Bible talks about religion being this specific thing that I just told you.
We're still talking about the Bible.
We are still talking about it, yes. And spirituality is dealing with your creator and how you come to your creator. That's
Right.
upon every person upon themselves.
Well, I would go with what the Bible says as a, biased Christian religitard, because it appears to be the only account from the dude who made it, this, God dude or whatever. And so to me, it does warrant listening to on that level at the very least, because we don't have any other witness saying, hey, I was here. Here's how it's created. And so that's the reason why I would tend to listen to something biblical. But other than the biblical, defense or whatever, we have laser test, infrared, and long distance imaging. So either way, we have more secularized evidence, more, less secularized evidence, whatever. Either way, it's flat.
It's flat. Well, even then, uh, I like to consider it more of a pillow top thing because if I had an ottoman and I put my foot if I had a footstool and I'm God and I'm gonna put my feet up on a footstool, it's gonna be a little plump. I might
Yeah,
look down. I might
that
look
would make
down.
sense. That would make sense with the firmament dome. If it's a generally flat layout, kind of upturned toward the edge, toward Antarctica, like a clay under the seal in Job 38:14, it would be flat. Ocean basin that's flat, sort of upturned at the Antarctic edges, covered by a dome like a footstool with pillars. Makes a lot of sense. The analogy makes perfect sense at that point.
And that's literally how I see it. And when he looks down at it, it says grasshoppers, or whatever. We we all the same breed. We all living down there. And he's like, man, what is going on with them? Why can't they agree on shit? Why can't they get along? Why? I mean, I try to put my mind in the Father's eyes and said looking down on us all the time, and I can't really understand why he has not just annihilated us, to be honest, because we are so terrible to each other. Why can't we all just get along?
He loves us. He gives us time. But some people, want to submit to the truth. Some people want to rebel against the truth. And so you're going to have varying, relationships from there, varying amounts of submission, varying amounts of rejection and rebellion, and different relationships that come from that.
And I guess because I'm only man, I cannot understand this endearing, and trust me, I'm very endearing. My husband and me have been through a lot of shit. We've been married for 24 years. A lot of shit, and I've been very endearing. But sometimes I'm just like, man, how can the father be so endearing to his people when they are just so bad in so many ways, you know?
The
Like,
love of a
wow.
father is, something, the rules, the
It is.
structure, and the love.
And I have a child. I have a child. He's 24 years old. And trust me, I understand the endearing love because my son, he's done some pretty bullshit things. And, I mean, he went to jail. I had to bail him out. I've been through some stuff with my son, and I still love him, and I still
Is
hope.
he still a
And I
criminal?
think I think the thing is hope. You know, hope is what is keeping us alive at this point. I'm sorry. What was your question?
Is your son still a kind of a criminal type?
No, no, he's actually working with my father and learning a trade. He's welding and building things with my dad.
Oh,
My
that's
dad,
awesome.
my dad's teaching him a bunch of different trades because my dad is an auto electrician, but my dad is also my dad is a super smart guy. Lockheed Martin came to my dad back in the 60s and tried to get him to come to work for them, and he turned them down. And even though it was like a very good salary he could have got, but he was raising us children, 4 children, me and my other 3 siblings, on a peanut farm, and my dad turned them down because he was homeschooling us and wanted us to be raised on a farm where we could learn how to truly work and do good work. you know? And
Yeah. It
so,
was a functioning farm, a producing farm.
yeah.
So that's a ton of work.
Yeah, it was a ton of work. We had irrigation to change. We had tanks that we had to go clean out the pumps on the irrigation in the tanks and stuff.
Did your
And
dad drive to his job every day or what?
no, we lived on the farm.
Farm was his job.
The farm was my dad's job, but Lockheed Martin came to my dad because he's
Yeah,
such a
that's impressive. He's like some
because
genius. You know?
he's a genius. My dad is such a genius that Lockheed Martin came to them because they wanted him to work for them, and he turned them down because he wanted to raise his children on a farm and be there in their life every day.
Where was Mama?
Right there alongside with us.
She could have watched them kids while he goes and makes $1 million a year.
No, but he didn't want that. And he would have been making like 6 figures. But instead, he said, no, I want to be right here beside my children, teaching them how to farm and work hard and be good people where they know how to work. And my mama was right there beside us doing the same shit.
Wow, that's fantastic. Sounds like a great guy.
He is. He's a great guy. And right now, he is teaching my son how to build. And my dad's got patents on some insane super cookers that have their own. I can't even explain it, but my dad builds cookers. You can look up Hutton, Hutton, Hutton cookers.
Okay. Does the son get along with his dad?
Does my son get along with?
Yeah.
Yeah, they get along, but my
Because he's
son
got to have the right attitude, you know.
my son is working with his granddad, with my dad.
Yeah. They get along though.
Yeah, my dad loves him. He's like he's because I homeschool my son as well, and he's like my dad's called me and told me he's so willing to learn and understand how to do all these things. He's doing a great job at learning how to weld, and they're doing all kinds of really cool things.
That's a great opportunity. He's learning a trade that he can just like always make money going forward with that, you know.
Yeah, and a lot of y'all could not probably afford to buy one of my dad's cookers, but look up the Hutton Hutton cookers. These things, literally, my dad built these. All of the racks inside them are they're what are the I can't think of what is this material. They're lined with something I can't think.
Some space age material.
No, it's
Are
not
these like
space age.
industrial size or what?
Well, he has made some industrial size, but most of them people want like a cooker in their tailgate cookers, you know.
Oh, a tailgate cooker. Yeah, I'm
So
gonna check them out when I get later. Hutton
but
cookers.
they're like $5,000 for a tailgate cooker.
Wow.
But you can put like 2 or 3 logs of wood in that thing. It's got a regulator. This is where he got the patent going with
For
it.
$5,000, you're burning wood in there.
Yeah, wood, but only a few logs of wood, and it gets the best flavor. And there's a regulator in there that my dad patented to let the temperature keep it regulated where it regulates the temperature with the wood. And with only a few logs of wood, you can cook a brisket for like 18 hours.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. Did he ever invent anything else?
No, it's his only one he's ever patented.
Lockheed Martin, they're going to put him to work making, rocket ships.
Oh yeah, Lockheed Martin came at him hard. They really wanted him because he was a electronic guy, you know.
Okay, yeah.
And now he's actually trying to work on making a wood burning refrigerator. Because back in the day, you know, propane heat, they had propane heat refrigerators.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
And so if you could go off grid and have a wood burning refrigerator, how cool would that be?
I've never even heard of such a thing.
Yeah. It is such a thing. It's possible. I know it makes no sense, but the wood heating up the stuff in the coils that would cool the refrigerator, I know it makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
But it totally works because used to they would have propane fire going into refrigerators to
I've never heard of this.
yeah. Those and by the way, when we moved to when we were at our last house, we actually I wish we would have never hauled them off. But we hauled off like 6 old propane refrigerators, and they worked off of heat. The heat in the propane, the heat would somehow do something to
You
these
could have put them on
coils.
eBay.
I could have. I know. Now I'm kicking myself in the ass about it. But we took them off to the metal plant, man.
Yeah, just sold them for like $15 worth of metal.
I still kicking myself in the ass about that. Because that's like technology we don't even know anymore.
I'm in my 60s and I never heard of it.
Yeah, they used to have propane refrigerators.
You know, I'm not seeing the fire there. It seems like I could see the pumping gas in, but you say there's an actual fire involved.
Yeah.
Anybody else on this server ever heard of this? All these people are just lurking.
Everybody likes to lurk, man.
You ask them a question, they just all just sit there.
But yeah, used to old school refrigerators like in the like 50s and 60s ran off of propane and it was they had a the fire would light and it would ignite. I don't know what ran. This is because it's so old school. I don't know what ran through the coils.
I mean, the
It would.
earliest refrigerator I could think of, you plug it in the wall.
Yeah, these things ran off of propane. They didn't plug into the wall.
They're for off
And
grid.
it literally it may have been a chemical, maybe a chemical. There may have been a chemical where the heat produced something in another chemical coil that made it super cold. I don't know how it worked.
Something we learned from NASA missions.
Oh yeah, sure. But look at my dad. He's got some cookers.
How old is he now?
He's 72. And so I'm hoping he will pass his knowledge on to my son. so my son can continue building his cookers because my dad is 72. He's not
Yeah,
going to be
sometimes
able to,
there's a generation gap, you know.
and he just, well, my son is he's the grandson, so he's the second generation. You know, he's the skip. He's the skip. So maybe he'll pick it up and keep going on with my daddy's cookers because they are actually super phenomenal. He had one person pay him $20,000 for a cooker.
Custom design, probably.
It was definitely custom designed. But we're talking, you know.
I mean, you know, if your son is like, you know, real smart and can learn the whole business from the old man, when the old man passes away, he could step into like, you know, the leadership position and maybe, you know, run a successful company, you know.
That's what my father is hoping, and that's what I'm hoping. I think my dad is trying to get him to be in that position so that he can take over his role, you know.
This is an old-fashioned way of thinking, you know. How old's your son?
He's 24.
Oh my God, yeah. Um, yeah, I just hope he's real, you know, humble and grateful that he got this opportunity to learn these trades and everything. And, you know, you can't just go find that on the street, you know.
Yeah, I know. And I tell my son that every day. I'm like, you need to be grateful that you're working under my daddy because and my son's like, I know, Mom, Granddaddy's super smart. He's so smart. I can't even talk to him most of the time because he's so super smart.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
So he gets it. He knows. He's very appreciative of what he's been being taught.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
It's
How you
Friday
doing?
night.
Huh?
I think half these people went to bed already.
Yeah, I'm almost in the bed. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, but
Oh goodness.
oh yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Well, actually, I got COVID, and so I have to stay in bed for a couple days. So that's why. I mean, I mean COVID by like fever, but yeah, it was
I was gonna
COVID.
say, did you test positive for COVID?
You, are you talking to me right now?
Yeah. So, did
Yeah.
you actually take a test and they said you had COVID?
Are you serious? Are you really talking to me?
Well, you just said you had COVID, so yeah.
Guys, I hate to be a party pooper once again, but we can't talk about that subject either.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
So, and that one's even more strict. So, I don't know if there's a moderator around right now, but we need some moderation at some point if we're not going to have people, you know. And at this point, we should know we can't talk about COVID, right? So that should be the last time that word is used tonight, if that's okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
I didn't bring it up.
You just used that word.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I use it, but
I'd like to know.
I don't use that word either, but I just hate to hear somebody coming in and saying they got it, and then you're like,
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I jumped in. So, no,
I'd like to
none
know
of that
where
talk. No
everybody
V
keeps disappearing off to. They come in here and then they're gone. They come in and they're gone. They're just like, are we really that threatening? I mean, come on. Just if you think it's a globe,
No,
let's talk
we're
about
that
it.
boring.
Come on.
It's guerrilla globing. It's like guerrilla warfare globing shields, globe shields.
Yeah. They're staking it out. Yeah, they're getting a good basis in. Yeah, just get a bunch of people VC verified, and it's all gonna pop in at once. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, the globers they're they're making their moves like Conrad and I were like talking about this last night. Like they've been probing us. Let's just say
What are they gonna do? Come over here and just shatter us with their great ideas?
they're like testing
Well,
out tactics on us. Like there's this new one where they're like pretending to be globe skeptics, and then they're just basically wasting our time and like our energy. And then
we're
now they're
pretending
just
to be
sending.
flat earthers.
They're the ones that got too much time in their hands if they're doing that.
Well, I mean, shills have no lives. I mean, that's their entire purpose is just to like cause trouble for us. So
Right? There could be one in here right now. Honestly, who knows?
I mean, there most likely is.
You know, I actually don't have that much free time on my hands, you guys. I don't know if you know this, but I think every single one of us should not have that much free time on our hands. I don't care if you live in the city and you got, a little backyard, something,
Gotta stay
something,
busy.
something. Stay busy. Get some. If you don't have a way to have a garden, get some buckets. It costs like here you can get some potting soil, a pretty good bag of potting soil for like $6. Fill that bucket up, plant something. And I don't care what you want to plant. Squash, tomatoes,
Then
zucchinis,
watch those plants
whatever.
slowly die every day.
Listen, no. If you love those plants and you do your due diligence, they will do good. And I just want to encourage everybody. Plant plant something. I don't care where you live. If you got a balcony, if you live on the second floor, put something out on your balcony and plant something. I don't care. Grow something.
Plants have a tendency to die
It might
around.
be the only food you have to eat in the fall. I don't know.
Oh God.
Oh God, come on! Don't give me the oh God.
I know we're all gonna die.
Well, we're all gonna die someday.
I know, but it's gonna be sooner than later.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think, the Father would want us to do our due diligence to
Live
do the
another
best
day in hell on
to
earth.
do the best we can with what we're given. So I've been busy doing what I can to do with what I got. That's all I'm saying.
You got a yard?
I got a yard.
You're fortunate.
Hey, Shanna, I started I've been working on it, but I got some real progress in my garden today. Since you're talking about it.
See, you got another gardener.
You got some real progress in your garden today? What'd you get?
Yeah. Well, I got it all so there's it was like wood chips mixed with till soil, like not really wood chips, more like brush, like chopped up brush and stuff. And it just kind of sat like that for like a year, and then kind of got overgrown. But I raked all the weeds out, pulled all the weeds, and I got all the wood chips raked back, and I got the dirt exposed and stuff. Yeah. Hopefully it'll work out. I've been looking into this back to Eden gardening where you use wood chips. The wood chips retain the moisture better, so like you when it rains, right? The water absorbs into the wood chips, and it's kind of like watering your plants for longer instead of just going down
Like
into the
mulch.
dirt. And yeah, but it's just straight wood chips I'm gonna have on the top layer. So it's gonna be like mulch and dirt and stuff, and then it'll be a layer of wood chips on
What are
top
you
of
gonna
that. So I got
grow?
a ton of wood chips.
What are you gonna grow?
Pears.
Flat Earth foods, man. Everything that grows on a flat Earth that you can eat, man.
Well, like
All
me,
flat
I've got some potatoes that I had that went bad in my what you call go bad in my pantry, and I put them out about 4 weeks ago. In about
They're all black and hairy.
I put them in about 4 inches of, not even 4 inches dirt. I barely buried them in 4 inches of dirt, and they're now like 3 feet tall. And I have been mulching them with my clippings and my grass. When I'm on my yard, I rake up all my grass and all that stuff, put it in there, and leaves and more soil. I've got my landlord's gracious enough to bring me buckets of soil that he will rake up for me. And I put that all in there, and I've got it up to almost 3 feet tall now. So those potatoes, which is like about 7 feet long, I've got them growing. And my peas, I've got everything I have is growing in buckets or troughs. And I've got my peas, I've got my squash, I got my tomato plants, I got my
Do you have canned foods and stuff? Storable foods?
Do I have what?
Do you have any storable foods?
Like what?
Like canned goods and beans and rice and water and
Well, I don't grow anything like that. Is what are you
No,
asking
no.
me if I grow stuff like that?
No, I'm just you seem like you're kind of growing things so
Oh yeah, I've probably got like 100 pounds of pinto beans and yeah. I'm a bit of a weird prepper, but I'm not like your normal prepper because I do shit right. Because like my beans, I went to cook some beans the other day and I had weevils in my. You know what weevils are?
Yeah, you got to keep that shit out of there.
I have weevils in my beans, and I was like, ah, shit. And I was like, oh, whatever. That'll just be extra protein. I just cooked them.
Apparently, insects are nutritious.
I mean, do you think that's bad that I did that?
No. People eat bugs all over the world, apparently.
I mean, a lot of people would probably say, "Ew, that's so gross," but I just was like, "Fuck it." I just poured them in the water and I boiled them,
You got
and
to
I was
get a
like,
container next time that they can't get in.
I went to my local Walmart in the bakery section and asked them, "Hey, do y'all sell y'all's food grade buckets?"
And they said no.
And they said no. And I actually know the girl over the manager section of that area because she went to high school with my niece. And she said, "Girl, I'll try to sneak out a couple for you." But she was like, literally, we have to sanitize them, clean them, and then put them in the compactor and compact them with our boxes. They can't even they have to clean them before they throw them away. How insane is
I
that?
don't even understand. I thought you were talking about buying something that was new for sale.
No, I'm talking about like in the bakery section where they get their flour and pickles and all that kind of stuff in buckets, food grade product buckets.
Right, because they can't have cockroaches get in there either.
And they can't even sell them where I live. In a lot of places I was looking online, a lot of places their Walmarts have signs on the doors saying they will sell their food grade buckets, but ours does not. They make them, sanitize them, they wash them, sanitize them, and then put them with in their compactors where they put their boxes and everything. They compact them with their boxes. How insane is that? Like that these are not even the same product. How can they compact cardboard?
I don't get it.
I don't get it. And why would they make them wash them and sanitize them to compact them?
Yeah, what, are you gonna wash something before you throw it in the garbage?
Yeah. Like what the fuck? Yeah, and if somebody wants to buy some, I was literally there willing to buy them from the store, and they wouldn't sell them to
They're
me.
not allowed to sell them to you. They're
But
like
they
for commercial use only or something, you know.
but they can just throw them away. Just throw them away.
Yeah, that's wasteful.
Because I wanted it to put, like I told you, I had my beans that got weevils and stuff in them. And here's the thing, most people don't understand this. The weevils are already there. When you buy flour, there's weevil uh, eggs already in your flour. Okay, when you buy flour
from the
beans,
factory,
there's already weevils. The eggs are in those things, and
yeah. Now
so
I'm all confused.
unless you put your shit directly into the freezer, weevils will probably come out in your food.
They just appear out of nowhere, and then they're just in your food.
Because it's not a bug coming from your house into the food, it's in your food already.
That's
And
sick.
Yeah.
You know how, like, when you grow tomatoes, all of a sudden one day you go out there and there's these big on your tomatoes. I mean, like, where did these things come from?
Are you talking about the big green worms?
Yeah.
Those
They just show
suckers,
up out of nowhere.
and they will decimate your tomato plant in a day.
No, all they do is eat.
They will eat your tomato plant in a day. One of those motherfuckers. I
It's so
had
disgusting.
like 5 of those suckers on my tomato plants last year, and I was gone for a day, and I came back, and my tomato plants were. I was like, "What the hell?" And
Oh,
I
shoot the
found
hell.
I squished every one of those motherfuckers.
Oh man, they're like a big green blob. They have green blood.
They are the horned tomato worm. They are so bad, man. They're so bad. And you know what they look like before they become that, or after? After they become that beautiful, soft, brown moth wing thing. After that, after they've ate on your tomato plant for so long, they become that beautiful, huge moth with the big blue eyes on it.
Weird. Then they live for like 3 days and die.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
The cycle of life.
But yeah,
Fly into a bug zapper on
I
your
really
food.
hate those. Oh man, when was the last time you seen a bug zapper?
Oh, quite a while, I guess.
When I was a kid, we had a huge one. It was like 4 feet long and 2 feet. It was 4 feet long and about 2 feet deep. And that sucker, every morning there was tons of dead bugs underneath it. Because it did its job. Because it was right outside the garden. And
they crackle when they hit it.
Yeah. That's kind of how they sound.
They scream a little bit.
Yeah. I think that was just the zapper going off. But man,
One day I was living in California, like in the 90s, and all of a sudden look on the wall and there's the biggest damn moth I've ever seen. It looked like a bat or something, you know, it's so big. And I've never seen anything like it since.
was it brown with two
Yeah, it was
big blue
brown.
eyes?
I don't know if it had blue eyes, but
Well, not blue eyes. Like on the wings, it looks like two big blue
Oh,
eyes.
right. It might have been that. I do remember it was brown. and I was
and
tripping.
huge.
I lived in California my whole life, and I never seen anything like that.
That's what the tomato worm turns in. That is what the tomato worm starts out as. It starts off as that moth, and then it
Yeah.
turns into the tomato worm.
I remember when
Or
I was a kid.
I'm sorry. It starts off as that tomato worm, and then it turns into that moth.
Right, worm first, then the butterfly.
Yeah, because I caught one of them and I put it in a jar.
Yeah, who
And
doesn't do that?
and I kept it, and it was a huge, like, it was a gallon jar. I kept it in that, and it had a big hole in the end where it could get out if it wanted to, but it never did.
Oh.
It just stayed in that jar, and it
Never figured I could just leave.
no, but it did fly out. It did fly out of that hole, and it
Yeah.
was one of those huge brown moths, huge brown moths. And
He
I
was
was
a
like,
worm, and when he was a worm and you had him in that jar, he was going, "Man, one day I'm gonna grow wings and I'm gonna fly right out of here."
but
he couldn't get out when he was a worm.
but I took him out because he was eating all my tomato plants. And my husband was like, "Well, let's just see what he's going to turn into." I was really curious too, so we did, and it was one of those huge brown moths with the blue spots on the wings.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful.
I was gonna mention, I remember when I was a kid, I was living in Southern California, and then like annually or something, there would be like a zillion ladybugs would come through, and then I used to see grasshoppers and um, praying mantises, and then I noticed at some point I just never ever saw those things again. Like the ecosystem is getting messed up.
Grasshoppers are not your friend to a garden, but praying mantises and ladybugs are your super friends to a garden because praying mantis do not want to kill your plants. They want to eat the bugs that kill your plants. And so do ladybugs. Even though ladybugs seem super harmless, they actually kill aphids and a lot of things that
Aphids, yeah.
they like to eat on the stuff on your plants that are attacking them. But praying mantis take care of the bigger bugs, like grasshoppers.
Yeah, they're like a little alien or something, the praying mantis.
Yeah.
They have those arms that they hold their food, and just cram it in their mouth.
And I like to watch the praying mantis because you know how they like to like rock back and forth, back and forth. They'll sit there and rock because they're like trying to act like they're like being blown about by the wind. As they're rocking, they're like creeping and they'll keep creeping forward and forward and forward towards their prey, and they'll just snatch it. Praying mantis are amazing. I hope I described that properly because I hope y'all all got the right picture of them just like uh 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 uh, they're creepy but awesome.
Yeah, they're awesome. I like them. They're really smart too.
Yeah, they are really smart. And I know this is not a gardening channel, you guys. I'm sorry, but I do love to talk about gardening and things like this because a lot of people don't know how to garden, and a lot of people may think that a praying mantis they want to kill it, but don't kill a praying mantis because they are actually going to help your plants if you're trying to garden.
Plus, it wasn't hurting you. Why do you need to kill it?
Yeah, if it's not like so many people hate bees. They're like,
I love bees.
I love bees. I have been attacked by bees though, and I got bit by probably 20 bees at one time. I probably should have been in anaphylactic shock, but I wasn't. My dad got bitten by about 300. We were out clearing some
300.
Yeah, me and my sister picked out probably 150 stingers out of my dad, and then
Holy
we took
fuck.
him to the emergency room. But we were cleaning out some brush with a track hoe,
Yeah.
and he knocked down an old tree, and in that old tree there was a honeycomb.
Well,
We didn't know that, you know.
yeah, of course.
And so
Bees
and
just went
he
crazy.
and
Just
he's
like,
stuck in a track coat, you know, buckled up in it and all that shit. So he couldn't get away from him as quick as we did.
they just chase your ass and they're gonna get you. You know.
Yeah, once you knock down their home, they're pretty. It's pretty bad. It was really bad. Like I probably got bit at least 30 times, but I had 20 stingers in me. My dad had like 150 stingers in him.
I know. It seems like that would kill you.
Oh, we had to take him to the emergency room because he started throwing up and all kinds of stuff. It was pretty
Heck
bad.
yeah.
But you know, that being said, I still like bees.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who knocked their house over. You know.
Yeah, exactly. And my dad, I think that tree. I don't think he's messed with that tree. I think it's still there. He like bumped it. I don't even think he knocked it down. And you know,
Well, how did you
we
end
love
up
the
getting stung?
ecosystem of how bees work and all that. You know, we
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that they serve a purpose.
Oh my God, they go to every plant and flower and pollinate everything.
But what was your question? You said?
Um, well, okay, your dad. Heard how he got stung. I mean, what? How'd you get stung 20 times?
Well, I was right behind the track hoe
Oh, same incident.
because we were when he was knocking down stuff. Me and my son and my mom were going and gathering everything and putting it in a pile. You know, and
So bees just went
my
after
son
everything.
probably got bit about 20 times. I got
Oh
bit
my
about,
God.
and none of us went to the hospital except for my dad.
Those bees were gonna let any one of you get away without getting whacked.
No, they were like, fuck y'all.
They didn't just pick one person and go after him.
No, but luckily we had a what it's called a mule, but what most people would say like a little uh Polaris or something, you know, like a four-wheeler or something to jump on.
Yeah.
But my dad was stuck in this thing buckled up, and so he couldn't get out of it fast enough to jump on with us. We were literally laying flat on the
Was he
ground.
like all screaming and stuff?
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad, and we were all laying flat on the ground and just like trying to stay low while my dad got our thing, and then we all jumped on the mule. That's what we call it, the mule. It's kind of like a little gator, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
You know, one of those little ATVs. You know,
Okay. Could the
and
bees keep up with that thing?
well, they didn't. We drove away in that after my dad had gotten bitten so many times. Once we got to the house, me and my sister pulled out at least 150 stingers out of my dad's scalp and shoulders and his
You
arms.
were all stung up too.
And yeah, I was all stung up too. So was my son. So was my mom. It was. It
But your
was
dad was like, it seemed like the emergency to attend to because he got 150.
because he was right there at the tree. They just immediately swarmed him. He was buckled into that thing. He couldn't get out. So yeah, he got like bombarded with them.
Was this out in the country, like?
Well, of course it was out in the country. It wasn't no city street or nothing. What kind of question is that?
I'm living this life for me.
Yeah, it was out in the country. And I'm pretty sure that tree is still there.
It's got a story to tell.
I don't think my dad has messed with that area at all since then.
He almost lost his life there.
Yeah, and when he went to the emergency room, they actually pulled out like 300 more stingers out of him on
If any
his
of you would have been
body.
allergic, you'd be dead now.
Oh, they did have to give him some whatever anaphylactic crap. And they said if he ever gets stung by a honeybee again, he will probably be put into anaphylactic shock because he's been subjected to so much that he will probably be I don't even know. Like they say.
Seems like he'd be so tough from that. Like, what?
Yeah,
One bee's
I
gonna
would think
sting
the
me?
opposite. Like if a bee stings me now, I'd be like, I'm good.
Yeah, big deal. I got stung by 20 last year.
Yeah, big deal. I got stung by 300 last year.
Yeah.
Because me and my sister probably pulled 150 stingers out of him while he's like, I'm good. Literally, we're sitting on the back porch pulling all these stingers out of my daddy with tweezers and stuff. And I'm not kidding. We probably pulled at least 150 out of him. And he's like,
you ever got tangled up in some cactus?
oh yeah, oh yeah.
You have to pull those things out.
There's no way to pull those little red parts of those cactus. The little tiny red parts of the cactus.
Yeah,
There's no
few
pulling
different
that
kinds.
shit out of. There's no pulling those little tiny
They're
piss
like
ass.
hairs.
They're like hairs. There's no way to pull that shit out of you. We're not talking about cactus. We're talking about prickly pears. Right?
Yeah.
And those little bitty red hairs that are on prickly pears, you can't pull that shit. That stuff's gotta fester up.
The scourge of the West.
Listen, I've lived in West Texas all my life. And I know all of the scourges of West Texas living.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Why you think I smoke?
You got the smoker's chuckle there.
Well, right now I'm smoking Montegos, but I used to
El Cheapos.
That's the El Cheapos, yeah.
I know. Every time I try to smoke a cheap pack of cigarettes, I regret it. Like halfway through, I just don't even want to finish the pack.
Well, listen, man. I was smoking these things called show cigars, which are cigarillos, and I was smoking them like a cigarette. And my husband's like, babe, I smoked them for about like 6 months, and he was like, babe, I was coughing my ass off which I still cough my ass off, but he was like, "You got to stop smoking this shit because you're smoking them like cigarettes. You're inhaling them. I was smoking them like a cigarette, and there were cigars, and they were $10 a carton. $10 a carton. You hear me? $10 a carton. That's cheap as fuck. Anyway, so now I'm smoking these Montegos, and they're about $45 a carton. But they're actually a cigarette. It's not as harsh, so I'm not coughing my head off as much.
Yeah.
Whatever. Whatever. I don't think it's that bad to cough your head off. I actually think it's good if you're coughing your head off because at least I'm coughing the shit up.
It's one way to look at it, I guess.
I mean, that's how I used to look at it. I mean, like, yeah, it might be bad for me, but at least I'm coughing and coughing that crap up. If I'm not coughing, that means, it's just staying in my lungs and consolidating down in there and doing some bad shit. If I'm
Turning your
coughing,
lungs black.
yeah, if I'm coughing, at least I'm coughing that shit up. Is coughing a bad thing? Why is coughing a bad thing?
You do it in a hospital, they'll put you on a ventilator.
Yeah, why? I'm asking you truthfully, is coughing a bad thing? Isn't coughing a good thing? I'm coughing crap out of my lungs, and my lungs are saying, hey, I don't want this shit in here. So it's coughing crap up that I don't want in here.
Okay. You be you.
I mean, truthfully, ask yourself if I think that's a validated question. I think coughing and using your lungs to extract stuff that your lungs don't want in there, because a lot of people take medication to stop themselves from coughing. Maybe coughing is a good thing. Cough that shit up.
Right. But I mean, if you're coughing, there's some symptom of something. Problem.
Like smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, I smoke them too.
I'm just saying, I don't want to take Mucinex or some kind of cough blocker to stop me from coughing, because I do want to cough up whatever might be in my cigarettes. To yeah, I want to cough
What do
up
you
my
spit out
shit.
green loogies when you do that? I mean, I cough, but I
No,
don't.
I
very
don't
often
cough up. I don't cough up green loogies. I cough up clear loogies, but I still want to cough it up.
I guess, yeah. I mean,
Do you, as a smoker, you said you smoke. As a
yeah.
smoker, do you think it would be a good thing to put you on something that would be a cough suppressant where you wouldn't be able to cough up stuff? Don't you think it's a good thing that your lungs are able to produce mucus to cough up the things, whatever might be in your cigarettes, to expel it from your lungs? Don't you think that is doing a process that your body is supposed to do? I personally think it is a really wonderful process that my body is able to do, where if I smoke a cigarette, it says, "Oh, well, my lungs don't like that," so they produce some mucus, and they take all that smoke stuff and expel it and I cough it up.
Gross subject.
It is a gross subject, but a lot of people don't understand it this way.
Okay.
You know, like a lot of people, they're like, oh, okay, take it from a non-smoker's point of view. A lot of people, when they get a cough and their body starts producing mucus and
mucus,
and they start coughing up stuff, they want to immediately go to the doctor, go get on an antibacterial, you know, take a antibacteria, you know,
who's got
or
time
what
for
it
all that?
what?
Who's got time for all that?
Well, apparently a lot of people do.
I coughed. I must go to my physician.
That's literally how our world works today, man.
I must have COVID.
I don't work that
Uh-oh.
way. I haven't been to the doctor in like 20 years.
Yeah, I don't want to go because he'll probably tell me I got something terrible.
Yeah, I don't want to go because they're gonna tell me I got something terrible too, and I'm like, I don't want to fucking know that because that's
Yeah, I feel
bullshit.
good right now. I'll go when I feel bad. Then I'll go.
Yeah, even when I feel bad, I'm like, I'll wait it out.
Oh, of course. The last place you want to go to is the hospital.
But what I'm saying is, your average person, they'll go to the doctor because they're coughing up some phlegm. And are you familiar with Thomas Cowan?
No.
Well, he had some. He is actually a professor at a school. I can't think where he taught. But he was a professor at a school. Anyway, look up Thomas Cowan. You can look him up. You'll find out. Have you ever heard of the book called The Invisible Rainbow? Hello?
No, I haven't heard of that. No.
Oh, you should totally look up The Invisible Rainbow. You're gonna be mind freaked. The Invisible Rainbow. Please look up the book The
Oh.
Invisible Rainbow. You're gonna be like,
Put
oh
it up my
yeah.
list of things to look up.
And The Invisible Rainbow, because it talks about how like in the Spanish flu back in the early 1900s in
Yeah.
like 1918 somewhere in
Yeah.
there.
So. Uh-huh.
That's when the radio frequency was also introduced to.
Yeah.
And anyway, in this book, it attributes a lot of these different sicknesses to the frequencies that were introduced over the years. So like
no doubt.
So like the Spanish flu is because the radio wave was first introduced to people and people's bodies weren't quite they they just had to adapt to it, and a lot of people got sick, some people didn't.
I think they said like millions of people died supposedly.
A lot of people did die. And over the years there was like when radar was introduced in the 60s, we had what was swine flu or something.
Seems we have
Anyway,
an outbreak of cold with the expansion of the telecommunications, system, be it telephone, radio, satellite, or more accurately, Sataloon, etc. It's always accompanied with some sort of outbreak of cold or something like that.
yes, all I'm saying is what the Invisible Rainbow, the book, which is a really just go look at the book of The Invisible Rainbow. That's what the book is called. And it was wrote, I think, in the I don't know when it was wrote. I think it was in the 1980s or something. But it covers when all of these different frequencies were introduced to our culture, a sickness happened. Especially when it was first introduced, a huge sickness happened. So we have the Spanish flu, and then in the 60s, I can't remember what it was called. It was a big thing. And then
Zika.
Zika.
Actually,
no,
no, that's recent.
the
There's a lot of outbreaks.
Zika.
I can't even keep track of them. Zika, Ebola, swine flu, SARS, avian flu, cold, whatever.
H1N1.
Zika
Mhm.
wasn't until the like 2000 or something.
I stopped buying into those a long time ago.
But anyway, this book talks about how all of these things are tied to different frequency waves that were introduced at the same time.
Yeah.
And
Makes sense.
so it's our bodies trying to adapt to the frequencies.
Is the
It has
5G
nothing actually doing to do with there's no actual literal disease going on. It literally is our bodies trying to adapt to a frequency.
yeah.
Yeah, they link it. What were we saying, Captain Dan?
I was wondering, is the 5G network up and running or no?
Well, the
Yeah.
infrastructure for it is being built everywhere, but 5G goes all the way to the structure, the mass that you're starting to see, all the way down to the particular frequencies that they're using. In particular, they point to the frequencies that are used over the 5G bandwidth, in particular, the 60 gigahertz frequency, as being deleterious to health specifically.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
and interesting you asked that question because you know when all this COVID CO
The
whoa
C virus did pop off around the time this happened, but we got to watch out for putting out quote unquote spurious medical disinformation that might want to make a government narc, tell and take down any servers or anything in regards to the C virus.
So that all that being said, do you remember the cruise, the cruise that was going on out in the Atlantic Ocean? And they don't believe me. They just don't believe me. And I'm like, listen, they are everywhere they put one of these windmill farms, the weather does not react how the weatherman says it's going to because it fucks up the fucking weather. I'm sorry.
Well, the main thing is
Cut
people
out.
are being kept from thinking in these ways on purpose. And so once we start making these connections, we're going to start connecting it to weather warfare, 5G, the symptoms of our body, and, assassination, being able to basically take advantage of these beams and these rays at the right frequency to knock out a person's heart, give them cancer, knock out their brain, give them a seizure, do targeted assassination. And they
She
don't
cut
want
out
to
or
think
did I
of
cut out?
those.
Listen, all of these things are tied together. Every single one of them. They may seem to be tied together in different ways, of course. Of course, they're tied together in different ways because not all of these ways connect to everybody on their personal level.
The main thing is keeping people from making these connections. So they'll lie, deceive, or whatever to keep people from thinking on these terms about weather warfare, targeted assassination, flu, 5G, sickness, health. They're just going to lie and deny and try to keep people from thinking on these terms.
But this here where I live, recently we've had a ton, and we've had many people had their signs say no to the
There's
wind
definitely a
farms.
dangerous impetus there.
But I live in upper middle central Texas, like by Abilene, if you know where that is. And wind farms have come in here, and we've been in a super drought ever since. And we've never seen a drought like this since the wind farms have been here. It's pretty crazy. And Texas is a huge producer of a lot of I don't care where you live. We're a huge producer of a lot of y'all's foods. Wherever
Yeah,
you may live.
they've turned West Texas into a desert. It's pretty sad.
And it's because of the wind farms.
Yeah, they cut down a bunch of trees and a bunch of cattle killed whatever grass is left. So then they put down like wind farms or solar panel farms, and yep, it's pretty sad.
I don't think cattle kill grass. I think it's just overgrazing, undergrazing, and then properly managed grazed land.
No, it is. Listen, a lot of y'all are maybe misinformed. There's no overgrazing or this or that. The fact is, we have always had sufficient rain to grow the grass to feed the cattle. But when all these people came in and accepted these wind farms, if you know what I'm talking about, wind farms, I'm talking about these huge windmills, these big old white windmills blowing. It's changed the weather. It is changing the weather. And so the meteorologist says, yeah, we're fixing to get a big old rainstorm, and it goes all around those windstorm. It will literally go around where those wind farms are, where all of those things, those huge windmills that are to produce electricity. The rainstorm goes around them because it's producing some kind of up up upwind storm or something that makes the storm go around it, where we don't get no rain.
How long have the windmills been there?
A year.
Are
One
you sure
year.
it's not correlation? Are you sure it's causation and not correlation?
I'm
I mean, a
telling
longer
you,
period of time would tell, I guess, but
we're we're in a part of Texas where April shower, where March winds. You know, we live by that whole stereotypical thing where March winds brings, I can't even say the saying right, brings April showers. But I but I'm at the point where are we relying on March winds and April winds and May winds may bring June flowers? I don't even know, because literally we've had these wind farms to the north of us. I mean, they're at the west of me right now. North and west of me. And we should have had super showers by now. Because where I'm at in Texas, this is our shower time. This is when we're supposed to get the most of our rain all year. And they just put up these wind turbines, and we have had no rain.
How many would you say there are over there?
I don't even know, man. Hundreds.
I mean, hundreds?
Well,
Hundreds?
Yeah.
well, when you start
Yeah.
weather manipulation or whatever the hell these shadowy governments are doing, you're probably going to get rain in places you shouldn't get, and or lack of rain in places that should have gotten rain by now. There's probably going to be a system-wide response when you tweak the weather, as it were.
Well, those wind turbines can't handle high winds because the motors can't handle when the blades start spinning fast. And I mean, you can watch videos of them. They'll just start on fire and break apart pretty fast.
Well,
So
if the
yeah.
innovation would have been natural, we could have gotten some innovators and some constructors or some creators of these windmills, some inventors that knew what they were doing and knew how to turn a windmill during high weather without it breaking apart, getting on fire, killing a bird, or whatever. But the thing is, during the ice storms, these things, freeze, break apart, and, fixing them is a nightmare. And they're not very energy dense per hectare of, area when you're using these wind farms. It's like a huge amount of area for, less bang for your buck versus like, gas or something like that. So
Well,
I like how we're
this
trying to
is
push some of
not
this green stuff, but it's only so effective.
this is not what I'm talking about, though, you guys. I'm talking about, okay, say, okay, these turbines work off the wind, so wind's blowing past them. Okay, this is the natural wind that, because they feed off of wind. Okay, but when the wind comes across them, they turn and they turn the air upwards or whatever, and it changes where that wind is going to go. So this is in a way changing the weather of how it would naturally act.
So you're
So
saying the presence of the windmill is changing the weather by blowing the air upward, basically, or changing the wind pattern?
it is changing the wind pattern, yes.
Yeah, there's established wind patterns that have existed who knows how long, and these things would can mess up the little ecosystem by preventing the wind blowing where it needs to blow and stuff like that.
So what I'm saying is this whole green bullshit, this whole green wannabe green
Yes.
bullshit is is actually doing more harm to our earth than doing good because it's causing droughts.
Oh yeah, and did you know that those wind turbines are not biodegradable? So they have these wind turbine graveyards where they have to cut up the propellers, the blades,
Have you ever
and like
seen one of those things go off wild? Like where their generator doesn't regulate how they turn and they go like full blown bullshit and then go like wild crazy and blow up and
yeah, I have.
like full they go like insane. It's crazy. Have you ever seen one of those things
So
do that?
you're saying they have a graveyard for these things and they cut up the propellers and
Yeah, look it up. It's pretty sad. Like, I mean, they cost millions of dollars uh to get set up. Like,
It's so not it is so not green. These
yeah.
windmill farms are so not green.
Are they blue, red?
Listen, I'm just saying
I mean,
they're not green. What people I'm not a green person. I'm not a tree hugger or
I
anything,
certainly
okay?
hope not.
But I'm saying that all of these windmill farms are they're like literally not green. They're the last thing from green.
Well, keep in mind it's just a marketing term, you know.
I don't know how else to phrase it. They're black. They're totally black. Is that better?
Well, they're not. Well, the term is sustainable. They're not sustainable.
They're not sustainable. They are not sustainable. It's totally bullshit. Anybody that
Economically
wants to
sustainable, but I
it
think
is
when they say sustainable now, they're talking about basically being able to manage the population at a certain level. Like if there's too many people, that's not sustainable. If there's too many cars, it's not sustainable. Supposedly, too many people eating meat supposedly isn't sustainable. Too many people having houses or using water isn't sustainable. It just depends on what they want to
This
sustain.
is the
No, I meant like
justification they're going to use
for the
to kill
money
us
you
all.
for the money you put into making them, they don't have a long enough lifespan to make them cost effective or worth it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not worth it. It's bullshit and they want the general population to believe that this is a way to get energy that is clean energy that is sustainable and it's not. It's all bullshit. It's a complete lie.
And it's an inversion
I don't
because
like
what
my
they
energy
really,
clean.
yeah.
Oil is actually more sustainable and way cleaner, especially how in America how we produce oil is very clean, it's sustainable, it's a really clean way to
Is
I
it?
don't know. I don't know why people have a problem with it.
Well, I mean, keep in mind the clean, dirty things. Again, these are just marketing terms, like the green one. I mean, you could say one thing's clean, you could say one thing's dirty all day long, but they're just marketing terms.
Well, let me tell you this. My husband, and many people here have already heard this from me many times, but I will tell you this. My husband worked in the oil field for over 17 years, okay? And he worked as a drilling rig person and he also worked as a reentry. I don't know if you know what reentry is, but basically that is where you go into you're going back to a oil rig.
Is it when you go to an oil well that you took a lot of oil out before and you're seeing if there's more there again?
Well, basically, where they were like was depleted. There's nothing left there, and they would go back in years later, and it's like flowing, okay? Flowing again, booming. How can you go back when? Okay, let's go back to Rockefeller. Rockefeller said that oil is a unreplenishable man, what's the word I'm looking for?
Resource.
Yeah. Well, basically, he said it's not gonna. This is not gonna. We can't. This is not gonna be coming back, right? It's an unreplenishable resource.
And what was he basing that off of? His thoughts?
He was
His hopes and
basing.
dreams?
He was basing that off of his pocketbooks.
Yeah, basing it off his thoughts of the contents of his wallet.
Yeah, his wallet. And so, for me to tell you, my husband went in and out of many wells that I witnessed my husband doing this, where they shut down wells because they went dry. And then he went and re-entered these wells, and they were flowing again. Does that sound like an unrenewable resource to you?
You know, I mean, they could tell us that we're just about ready to run out, or they could tell us we have enough for the next 300 years, and we wouldn't know the difference.
Well,
Well,
what
what they really mean is they can't
just
control access to the resource. That's what they mean by sustainability. People are too free and they get access to it too easily, so we can't control the supply. That's what they really mean by sustainability.
But what I just told you, does that tell you that oil is an unsustainable resource, or does it tell you it is a sustainable resource? I'm asking you for
Renewable
real.
or unrenewable?
Yeah, it is completely renewable.
But that's not why I like it. I like it because it's dirty. I don't like clean energy. I like dirty energy.
Hey, listen, man, you are my best friend.
Well, even the clean energy is dirty because how do you make those windmills? By oil, gas, and electric to power your, manufacturing plant. So it's just kicking the can down the road. Just because you see a pretty windmill doesn't mean that oil, gas, or coal wasn't used to construct the freaking thing. It's just a shell game.
This
Yeah,
is
or the
so,
batteries in my
this
car.
is so true. Is that most people don't understand that when they are trying to go to clean energy with the windmills and all of that bullshit, is that that's also run off of batteries and other things, coal, like you're saying. So, like, there's no such
They're not
thing.
sustainable either, is what you're saying.
There's no such thing as clean energy. And when when I say clean energy, I hate even saying that because I think that's all bullshit. It's all clean. It's all clean. It's because it all come from here. It all come from
Well,
here. It's all from this earth.
there
So
are cleaner versions of energy, but they're brutally suppressed. Like if you want a car that runs off of water type of clean, we could have had that years ago, but they're like, we can't control access to this, so let's poison Stanny Meyer. So the stuff that would really be a game changer and really free us from their energy grid, the real clean energy, we never get access to that. We're only getting their controlled solutions.
but even running your car off water is going to put off so much
Water,
stuff in
so much gas and so
What?
much water.
Water vapor.
Yeah. And even that will probably affect the environment too, like the precipitation or the water cycle, if we use it at a large enough scale, but they won't even allow us to use even that.
I'm just saying it's all bullshit. we should be
Of
able
course,
to
everything is bullshit.
we should be able to use any resource whatsoever here, there, and yonder, in whatever way we want to,
I mean,
because
think of
it's all
convenient.
resources here from Earth, and it will all be recycled back into the Earth. And I wholeheartedly believe, a lot of people are like smog, 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 this and that, and it rains, it goes back down to the earth, it gets recycled back in, we can use it again, and it is just, this is a beautiful system. This is all bullshit talking about us pollution the earth. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. 100%.
Well, we could have had an organic energy revolution a century ago, but they're like, hold up, we can't, put a meter on this. Us tapping into the earth, the geoelectricity, the geothermal energy of the earth, the ether, we got to stop this. And so it's like they're basically saying we can innovate, but we can only innovate so much. Even Victor Schoberger was talking about clean forms of energy that are impansive instead of exploding outward and being expansive. He talked about vortex energy that is impansive and goes inward, and it's very cool, very efficient, and very clean. But they ruined him too. They bought up his patents and didn't do crap with them. And so nowadays, if you really want to innovate, you just got to put it out there before you're ruined or assassinated. It's so sad.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you actually think that any form of energy actually is destroying this earth?
Not really. The Earth is it's tough. It can take it. I mean, we're in an enclosed environment that modulates and shifts as necessary. It says, okay, you're doing something over here, we'll shift something over here. If you're doing something over here, we'll shift something over here. And after a while, the balance is just reset. The Earth can handle it. This idea that we're destroying the Earth is just, anti-human, pro-Gaia bullshit.
I
What about
agree.
the what about the energy that's
100%. I
emanated
think
from
that was,
globers?
I have to say, what you just said was beautiful spoken. Thank you for saying so.
Thank you for listening.
I think the energy that emanates from globers is destroying the flat Earth. Well, not really though.
You think
In their
what?
minds.
What did you say?
That energy from globers is destroying the flat Earth, but not really. Just in their minds.
I I struggle. I struggle myself with a lot of globers.
Just think if
But
the
hey, they
controllers
have
running
their place, man.
They're
energy from
manipulating
the
into an anti-progress narrative where they're saying humanity is the problem. You eat too much meat. You have too many cars. Go into a city where we can control and monitor you. It's bullshit. It's false. And there's too many holes in their narrative to even believe even now.
the Glober
Yeah.
shit just destroys all of the children's minds is what it does. It destroys everybody's creativeness, and it's destructive. You're right. The heliocentric model is very destructive to the children and to the young people of this planet or this plane, excuse me, because it makes them think that there's nowhere to go, or that we're doomed, and all this crazy shit and global warming and all this horse shit that they make them think about. It's very damaging.
Captain, I think one thing is very interesting about a bunch of us here in this conversation is that we are still very creative in mind, and I think that's what's a beautiful thing in this community is we all still have a very creative mind. Would y'all agree upon that?
I would agree, but the essence of a creative mind is making living connections that
Oh,
may or may
that's
not
good.
be authorized. And so the powers that should never have been in the first place emphasize control and say, you can be creative as long as we can control and channel that creativity. So eventually they're going to squash even that in the name of control.
But for me, and probably you, And our creative minds, they have no power over controlling our creative mind.
They're in your mind already.
Well, the satanic powers that should have never been in the first place reason this way. They say if they can't control it, then they'll destroy it. So they're
I'm just
perfectly
saying.
comfortable destroying art, creativity, mind, education, the schools, everything. Spirituality, they're perfectly comfortable with a scorched earth if they can't be the ones running the show.
I'm just saying that I'm very grateful for those of us who are here in this discussion because we have a creative mind that is not able to be squashed. We are all
They can
here.
squash them. They'll squash
No,
them.
no, they're not going to squash my creative mind. They're not going to squash your creative mind. They're never
Amen.
going to. They are never going to squash my creative mind ever.
Well, don't give them any ideas. They might start thinking about what they can do to your body.
The transhuman revolution is trying to do that. They're like, if we can't control your mind, we'll control your body with our graphene nanochip implants.
I don't know how they're going to get that into me, but
It might be a jibber jabber, the food, chemtrails. There's many different ways.
well, my mind's too strong for that. I will always stay the crazy Shanna that I am. I hope y'all don't hate me, but I will always stay the crazy Shanna that I am.
Amen, sister.
I know
they may
many.
take our bodies, but they can never take our minds. Hell, they
They
may
can.
take our minds, but they'll never take our souls. Hopefully.
They'll never take my soul, mother. They'll never take my soul,
That's the
brother.
end game.
And
Yeah.
many of my family think I'm crazy, and I've power to them. They can think I'm crazy, but I will never stop. I will never stop standing for the truth. I will always. And they say we're going to be bombarded with this, that, nanotechnology here, you're in yonder. I can't imagine being taken over by that shit. Even if it's real, I can't imagine being taken over by that because I am so ingrained about believing in who I am and what I am that is never going to happen to me ever. And mind you, I do understand if any of you watch Quantum of Consciousness that I do think that some people do take the download or whatever you would call it, the download. Any of y'all familiar with that?
Mm-mm.
No. Well,
Talking about Mandela.
yeah, talk about the Mandela a little bit. When some people just take the download, and I have witnessed it actually 100% with my mother. I was talking to her about the Passover in the Bible. I think in Acts, and I was reading her the scripture, and I said, "Mama, remember when this used to say the Passover, and now it says Easter?" And she said, "Well, it's always said Easter." But she hesitated and had a weird look on her face.
Easter. They didn't even invent that holiday till centuries later.
But now in the Bible, Passover says Easter.
I know it's Mandela effect.
Oh, it totally is. It never said that. It freaking never said Easter ever. It was called when Peter was talking. When in the scripture I was talking to my mama about, it said the Passover, and when I read it to her out of her Bible, it said Easter. And I was like, Mama, why does it say Easter? And she was like, well, it's always said Easter. And I was like, no, it didn't. So we had a bit of a terrible moment, you know.
Which verse is it?
Man, I don't
Is
know.
Because normal people, when they actually look up the verse and they see that it's whatever it is, their mind says it had to be always be that.
It's what is it, you guys? Acts. It's later in Acts. I'm so sorry, brother. I don't have the
No,
exact
it never
scripture
said
for you.
Easter in the Bible.
Sorry.
It's when they were having Passover at the end. It's towards the end of Acts.
No.
Does anybody have the scripture specific that I'm talking about?
No, you brought it up.
I know, but that's just because I remember having this conversation with my mother last year at Easter, and we had a bit of a debacle, you know, like. And literally, she was talking about it, saying the Passover and everything. She was like talking about the Passover and this and that. And then when I read the scripture to her, she was like, oh, yeah, it's always said Easter. It was like immediately download. Like, why are you calling it Easter?
So she said the regular thing from her memory, and then you looked it up?
Uh-huh. Then, well, I had the Bible right there with me. I read it out of the scripture where it said
Easter.
Easter.
They never that
And
was never
I
in the
showed
Bible.
it to her. I showed it to her, and she was like, "Huh, that's weird." Well,
That's like
you
saying
know,
Santa Claus.
and then immediately she's like, "Yeah, it's always said that."
Yeah,
And I'm
that's a
like,
weird
"What?"
phenomenon right there.
It was. I saw my mother take the download,
Yeah, it's like the devil like just tricked you right there.
and I love my mother, and she's a really devout Christian woman. Like she would do anything to help me do anything in my life, you know? Like she would do anything to help me out. Whatever she had to do. When my baby was young and me and my husband were first starting out, she used to bring me milk and a pack of cigarettes cuz she knew I smoked. And she was there to help me out with anything I needed. And she immediately took this download. When I showed her, she was like, but she was shocked. This is what's crazy. She was shocked at first when I told her it said Easter. She was shocked. And then
Just
she
for a
was like,
moment,
oh.
and then she conformed.
And then she was like, oh, yeah. She was shocked and immediately shocked. Told me her shock. And then was like, oh, yeah, you know, it's always been Easter.
I see pastors
I'm
do
like,
that
what
too.
the fuck? Dude,
Does she have the same attitude for the Earth? Is she like, oh no, it's got to be a globe, you know? Because they said so.
This is different, man. This is totally different. This is a person being shocked by a fact, and then totally changing their mind within 30 seconds and being like, oh yeah, that's what's always said. You know, I was like, what just happened? What just happened in front of me?
I mean, I'm asking, is your mom a globe believer?
A what?
Does she believe the Earth is a ball?
Yes.
Planet.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I mean,
figures.
She's
listen,
still in the
she
Matrix.
She got married in 1969. Okay, she was like all about like she was 19 when they were landing on the moon. Like, woo, that's all cool shit, you know. Like, yeah, she's at 1969 married person, you know. Like her and my dad both are like, oh, we watched everybody walk on the moon and all this shit. So yeah, they're very.
Everybody got fooled back then.
Even though my dad is he's super smart. We talked earlier about how smart my dad is. He's super smart.
Hey, wait, I just wanted to point out, I don't think that's actually true, because I think, at least I heard somewhere, I mean, this is just hearsay, but I heard someone say somewhere that they actually did a poll back in 1969, or shortly afterwards, on whether or not the general public actually believed in the moon landings were real or not. And back then, only a third, at least according to that story in that poll, only a third of them actually believed it back then.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Well, my mom and dad were.
I mean, I could be wrong.
My mom and dad were part of that third then because they both believe it. Even though my dad is as smart as he freaking is, because he's really freaking smart. Really, really smart. And I ask him all the time to question his thoughts on the globe, but and so does my husband. My husband has inundated my dad with questions, you know, like, especially because my father's a Christian. He's like, don't you think that the devil could have, you know, put things into your plane of being where he's trying to get you to think a certain way that my husband is a very theoretical person, so he like talks to my dad and he understands my dad's a very smart man, so he tries to put it into a way where he's like, maybe, but my dad's like, no, immediately, no. He won't even ponder the idea that the devil has conjured up a way to deceive him. Even though that is the devil's 100% biggest game on this earth.
Yeah, well, when you're deceived, you don't realize you're deceived.
I know this, but literally, you heard me talking about my dad earlier, how smart he is.
I know. We talked about your dad long enough.
He is a very smart man.
I know.
And the fact that he can't, and this is why my husband used to work for my dad. He worked for him for many years. And while my husband was with the understanding that we have the understanding of. So it was very difficult for my husband to work with my dad because my husband always tried to get my dad to try to see his point of view, and my dad was always just shut down. He wouldn't, and so he couldn't understand, how is my dad so smart, but he won't even try to see this shit.
He's smart in certain areas, but he could be like real thick in other areas.
He's super stubborn in other areas. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say thick, I'm saying stubborn.
Yeah.
And I say it's because I think he was born in 1950, so he was very indoctrinated with the things he saw on TV, the moon landings and all that stuff, you know. He was very indoctrinated. And
plus, we used to trust our government. We used to trust our doctors. There was a fabric of trust in the whole social contract. It has just been eroded, you see.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm hoping that my mom and dad, because they were both born in 1950 and they got married in 1969, so they literally, when they were engaged, they watched the moon landings together, and it was like kind of probably like a magical moment in their life and their
Hey, you think you're
engagement.
seeing, greatest achievement by mankind in the whole world? It's so historical. When it's just a big lie they pulled on you.
Yeah, but in their eyes, it was probably like an amazing moment in their engagement, and so
Yeah.
they don't want to let that go. I can totally get that. I see that.
Yeah, it's part of the pride in being an American. They don't want to let the moon landing go.
Well, and not just that. Like, I don't know any of y'all that got married in whatever era you got married in. You maybe a song or something. We all have something we tie or like a nostalgic thing when you first got together when you get married. My mom and dad, that was their thing, the moon landing, because they literally got married the year we went to the moon. So I get why they have this nostalgic thing to that. So that's going to be a very hard thing to break from them.
Well, don't even try. The guy's old. Let him just have it.
That's what my husband says now. He's like, don't even fucking waste your time. Just let him have it. That's what my husband literally has said. He just let him go in peace, man. Just let him go. Because my mom and dad are now like 74.
Yeah, they're not going to change.
But I have told my mom and dad both that never mind.
I mean, they've also been trained that suggesting a flat Earth is like the dumbest thing on the planet. You're a laughing stock.
Yeah, absolutely. When I went to my mom and dad when I first woke up back in 1960, 2016. I almost said 1916. I was in my bedroom and my husband was like, "Wow, you finally get it." And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Let's go to my mom and dad's." I was totally shit faced. I was drunk. And he was like, "Baby, no, maybe we shouldn't go." And I was like, "No," I insisted. And my husband took me to my mom and dad's. It was like 9 o'clock at night.
Sounds like a horrible idea.
It was a horrible idea. That's why my husband was like, "No, this is a bad idea." But I insisted. And it was the worst idea ever. And I don't even need I don't even need to tell you the
Guess what?
details.
Earth is flat. Like, what are you doing over here?
Let's say it was a good idea, but a bad outcome.
It was horrible. It was a bad out. It was totally bad all around.
What is the rush? You don't go to somebody's house at 9 o'clock and start talking about flat Earth.
It was a bad idea from the start.
Wait, what did that guy just say?
What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Did he suggest talking about flat Earth?
But I just wanted to tell my parents because they're
have zero interest.
They're Christian believers, and I took it to them from a biblical stance. And
okay, so you said your piece to them, and that's the end of it. I mean, what are you gonna do? Beat them over the head every time you see them about a flat Earth?
No, I don't do that. We actually never talk about it anymore.
Yeah, so probably leave it like that.
It's really not a big deal anymore. Occasionally when we get together, and when we get together, there's like 40 of us. Because I have a huge family.
So then you got
I
39
have a
people
huge,
thinking
I
you're a
have a
nutball.
I have a huge family. So when we get to like literally last time we got together, there was 47 of us.
That's the way to get at least half your family to like hate your guts and never want to talk to you again.
But they don't. They actually all love me. They don't give a shit. They're like, "You're cool," we're all cool. And and even my sisters sometimes post silly memes making fun of flat earth and stuff to me and in our family group chat, and we laugh back and forth about it, which I think is cool because at least we're still keeping the conversation open, even if it's being a joking way. At least
Yeah,
they're
right. That's
they're
good.
they're still they're still thinking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's on their
See,
minds. It's on their minds.
families is split up over the issue at hand, jibber jabber. They'll split up over Trump versus libtards. They'll split up over you go on from there. Stuff that
Yeah.
like you talk about at Thanksgiving dinner, and those relatives write your ass off. They never want to talk to you again.
Well, I was homeschooled. I grew up on a peanut farm, and we were very close knit. So all my family is very tight knit
Yeah.
woven. And so no matter how much our belief systems differ, we will always still stay very close. Always.
Yeah, if I find somebody that's pretty cool in general, I don't have to agree with every single thing they think.
Yeah, like with my family, we disagree upon a lot of stuff, but they're still cool enough to maintain a relationship with me and me as well because I love them, and so I want to still keep ties with them. So you know, and they feel they feel the same way. So we keep a rapport.
Like I was going to this Christian server, and we had kind of a nice little fellowship of people that showed up there. We're talking every night and everything. And because I had a different, view on end time events and all that from the Bible and all that, all of a sudden I was, uh, you know, removed from the server.
Really?
Because I challenged, some widely held beliefs.
Well, I have to know now. What was your opinion?
Oh, I mean, it's about uh, eschatology, which is the study of the end time, biblical, interpretations of all that, and
Right, but I want to
I've
know.
learned
I'm
it's
curious.
a
What was your
fulfilled.
opinion?
I consider it all fulfilled and within the first century, like Christ said it would be. So most people, the Christians, they think, oh, Jesus is coming any minute. We're still waiting for all these prophecies to occur. But the book is not saying what they think it's saying. It's saying something different, and they're just ignoring parts of it that don't go with that narrative and twisting other parts to be a different
What I'm
narrative.
curious. What do you think? What tell me what you think.
Well, the basically the whole story of the Bible is about God and His people that He got together and was their God, and they were the people of Israel. They ended up in their land of Israel with the magnificent city and huge walls and a magnificent temple that was like one of the wonders of the ancient world, right? And that's where God's presence met the earth. It's very special, right? And the whole story is about these people, and they came to an end, and Christ came in a time of history that ushered in the end times for those people. And
So what's controversy about any of that?
Nothing yet, except that Christ told them that He would come before all of them had died. He was going to come back and gather them together. He wasn't going to leave them as orphans. And He said He was coming soon and all this. And, some of you will not have tasted death before you see the Son of Man come. Anyway, it was a coming in judgment, and it did occur in AD 70. And it's all wrapped up, all finished. It's a whole done deal. And the old covenant age came to an end. And there's a new heaven and a new earth. And they mix up some of this Hebrew writing style that's apocalyptic writing, and it's
Do you think we're living in the new earth right now?
Yeah, it's talking about the new covenant that went into
So
effect.
you don't actually think we're living in the new earth yet, do you?
I'm telling you what that kind of language was referring to.
I'm just asking you, what is the controversial thing that you have come across with people not agreeing with
The
you?
second coming has already happened in 70
I
AD.
think that's possible.
It has to be, because Jesus said it would take place within that generation.
Within their generation.
And when He says stuff like that, that's the end of the argument.
And I will not argue that with you.
But they do. To believe that you're still waiting for all these things, you have to believe that
So what are
books that were written to people back in those days had no relevance to them, really. It was, actually all about people 2,000 years in the future. But nobody told them it wasn't for them. I mean, it's really stupid.
Because I've gone through these arguments myself in my own head. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question for you personally. What are we doing here?
What are we doing now?
Why are we still here?
You hear me? He doesn't realize the end is the beginning, so time is not linear. The Bible is
No.
actually talking about us. So
No. I'm not asking you. I'm asking.
Well, we're living in the, distant aftermath of all these things that happened. And
So can you give me an example somewhere in the Bible of this time we're supposed to be living in right now? If
it doesn't speak to it.
If Christ already came back and had this millennial reign, what are we existing in right now?
Well, the way I see it, millennial reign is 1,000 years, and
Because that's what you're that's where you're referring to, correct? Is that
So I'm
Christ
trying
came
to
back
say
already and had the millennial reign?
it's not just 1,000 years. It's basically it's a way to say forever. It's like they say God owns the cattle on 1,000
So
hills.
we're living in the forever. This is heaven right now. I do not agree with that.
Well, did I say it's heaven?
The millennial reign was supposed to be like heaven on earth. Yes.
Well, I think these are ideas that people hear and they overlay it on what's being said when these things are not being said.
Would you say you're living on heaven on earth right now?
Yeah, nobody promised anybody heaven on earth.
The millennial reign was supposed to be that.
It's a spiritual kingdom. It doesn't come with observation. So what it is that death and sin have been defeated, conquered, put away. Now, at the point of death, your spirit leaves the body. It goes straight to the light.
And do you see a spiritual reign coming around on you right now?
Coming around on me? You mean like the situation we're in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You feel a spiritually morality beautiful thing coming around right now?
that's the people who have accepted Christ have a hope of eternity to look forward to.
Yeah, there's
They have
that,
the
but I'm talking about your existence. Do you
Okay,
literally
let me
feel
try to
a
explain.
spiritual morality beautiful thing raining around you right now all over the place? No. That is not what we're existing in. I'm sorry.
I haven't. You won't let me finish, I guess.
Can we
Well,
flat Earth? Can we do some flat Earth? Cool. That'd be cool.
Hey man, I'll let you finish. I'm done talking.
Right on.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You think about it for a second. Okay, say Christ comes out of heaven and he sets up some government and sits in a government building, and now he's going to rule the world, and everybody's going to hold hands and sing "Kumbaya," and there'll never be another crime or a dirty word said. Really, is that what you are imagining and hoping and waiting for? Even after
Yeah.
Christ,
Yeah,
even after Christ
that
said,
is actually
"Oh
what
my
I'm
God,
waiting for.
what is wrong?" You don't see that as
Are you
not real.
kidding? What is wrong with me? That is because that is what every good person wants. And if that's not what they want, then there's something wrong with them. And that's why they will not get put into that place.
Yeah, but I mean, every person is not subjected to a spiritual deity coming from the sky. You know what I mean?
What
It
you
wouldn't
did,
automatically just
all of
become
those things
nice
you
people.
spoke, you said those things because that is your personal idea of a beautiful heavenly place.
See, we're supposed to be in a Christian community, all having been regenerated by God's Spirit, and that is your happy place. That's about as good as it gets until you actually go to heaven.
Right.
Why would you point out all of these things if they were not good attributes?
What?
You pointed out all of these wonderful, splendid things because they are good attributes.
Yeah, see, the thing is, God gave man free will.
I'm
and
sorry.
He's not gonna violate that.
I'm
Yeah, this
You wanna
belongs in
change the
the
subject, bro?
Bible discussion, I think.
Yeah, you guys. We need some flat Earth time, man. This flat Earth channel.
Okay.
Last time I checked, man.
Yeah, you guys got your 3 hours, so that would see.
Yeah, you guys got it. Cool, man. You guys want to spank it over to biblical? Cool, man. Right on.
I think I made my point, and that's good enough for now.
Right on, Dan. What's up, Captain? All right. Cool, man. I just wanted to see what was flat or not.
Flat
Anybody got, you got some curve? Oh, he's deafened. Never mind. Anybody got any Globers in here? Anybody? No.
They wouldn't dare.
Normies?
We're still in hiding.
Any Mongos in the VC check-in? Come on. Where are these peeps, man? All right.
Hey, Flat Earth dude.
Bendy Water, what's up?
Can you show me bendy gas?
Show me some bendy gas. Hold on, I gotta blow a fart. Hold on. There we go. There's your bendy gas.
Yeah, so we can't talk about like spiritual things, but let's talk about bendy farts. That's a good topic.
It's very funny, at least.
No, it's not.
It's not? Oh shit. I'm sure somebody laughed. I laughed.
I didn't.
Well, I don't make the rules on the server.
I'm sorry. I just hate that when people can't talk about real shit, and it pisses me off.
Shina, na, na, na.
Me too.
We got 27 rooms for talking all kinds of shit. So
Yeah,
pick
I'm
one.
just
Talk
saying.
all the shit you want.
I'm
you know what I'm
sorry. It pisses me off when truthers don't want to talk about real shit.
Hey, I don't make. It's not my server. It's not my live stream. If it was, you
I don't care whose server it is. Whose server it is, step up right now. Tell me why we can't talk about real shit.
because servers get just deleted if you talk about the wrong shit.
True.
Yeah. Well, we weren't.
You guys want to get the server deleted? Talk about some cocoa and throw a little 7-Eleven in there if you want. Go
We
for it.
people need to stand up and say our servers shouldn't get shut down for talking about real shit because we are the people and bullshit shouldn't be. This
There's probably a lot of people in here that don't appreciate hearing about the Bible and stuff like that.
Well, those people can go suck my dick because I don't have one.
All right, man. You guys got that? Write that down.
That's not, it's a little bit consideration.
man.
I'm sorry. I'm so tired of woke ass people shit.
Woke ass people shit. Okay. Hey,
not everybody in the flat Earth community is religious.
Correct.
Well,
you might as well call them pseudo woke.
I know that most, not all people in the flat Earth community is religious, but a lot of people in the flat Earth community are religious, very, very spiritual people, and it breaks my heart that we can't come here and talk about that.
There's plenty. You can go in, dude. There's a fucking biblical room right down the road here. You just go down there. There's usually a couple people.
And I go down there. all the time and talk to people. But it sucks that we can't talk here about it because nobody wants to talk about it.
You've been talking the last 2 hours about it here.
It's a flat Earth server, man. It's not a biblical server. If it was, obviously it'd be different. But it's flat Earth, man. It's flat Earth. Period. That's it. So stick, kind of stay on that.
And keep in mind, if there was no flat Earth server here, there wouldn't be one anywhere. And there's plenty of, Cocoa servers other places. There's plenty of biblical servers other places. There's plenty of other servers other places.
There's got to be 1,000 fucking biblical servers. There's probably like 3 flat Earth servers. That's it. You know, it's not a lot of flat Earth servers out there. I don't think there might be a lot of private ones, but people
Well,
live.
see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I don't like to go into biblical servers because they don't like to talk about flat Earth because they're not flat earthers. So
Well, you don't
there's
talk about
that.
that in there.
Biblical Flat Earth channel, man. We got one. It's right down the road.
Well,
here.
you should just talk about it anyway. Forget about whatever they want. Just talk about it anyway.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of people
Drives you
that
crazy.
Talk
that
about
wanna
it anyway.
It's not like it's going to get shut down because of that, right? Am I right?
You are right.
Yeah.
About a week ago, there was about 13 people that went to a different server and talked about something that's been going on for a couple years, and that was good.
That was last week, right? Yeah. Well,
Yeah. So if we want to go down to a biblical server and take 5, 6, 7, 8 people and have a good conversation, I'm willing to talk about a half dozen things, and just kind of go from there. So smorgasbord of information. Or
yeah.
If any Christians out there want to hear why Jesus isn't coming back, so you can finally give up that idea.
Where's XO, man? He could lead the party, man. Where's XO? Damn, he's not here.
It's good news. Believe me, it's much better news that he fulfilled everything.
I'm more than happy to go with 4, 5, 6 people and Shanna down to the biblical chat room and talk about anything that Shannon wants to, because I'm up for all that.
Cool. I'm gonna park it here for a little bit. I don't have a whole lot of time, but I got maybe like 40 minutes or so.
It's really a big issue that probably it's going on in the minds of Americans and people worldwide. They're waiting for the deities to come out of the sky, and
yeah. So flat Earth was pretty cool. I haven't seen any curvature proof yet.
Yeah, I've been looking for a while and been doing some more observations and keep coming up empty-handed. It's kind of it's a little strong on my patience at this point.
at some point we'll have talked about every issue of flat Earth, because there's only so much to really.
Yeah, well, this flat Earth is some common ground. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of the server is to try to bring in some new peeps and talk to them and say what's up,
Yeah, I know.
And we're super inviting. We got a really nice check-in. Nobody's getting through to kind of wreck things. I like that.
I love hearing from people who are actually like open-minded enough to say, here, tell me about your views. I'm interested.
Yeah. I mean, that's always, especially when we get new people, man. I noticed that since we stopped the live stream text on YouTube, man, there's been a lot less viewers and a lot less, because I can't yell at people in the chat and go, hey, get your ass in here now. And that's it
like
makes it a little harder. It's harder to get people in here because I don't know who the fuck's watching on YouTube. Or
I mean, can't you just run YouTube all the time that we're talking here?
What was it? What was the question?
I was thinking that whenever we're talking here, it's on YouTube at the same time.
That's right. That's correct.
All the time.
All the time, 24/7. And, for the most part, there's a couple minutes here or there that get, because he has to restart the stream and everything. So it takes a minute.
Because I thought you just said that you were live streaming.
I used to yell at the chat. I used to yell at the chat and go, hey, Ben, or hey, Susie, that's an interesting topic, man. Why don't you bring that up on in here, man? Let's talk about that, whatever it was. I could actually see
You can
what
start
they were
this thing.
typing.
So, what percentage of those YouTube viewers were just like shills or like people just monitoring? Like,
funny,
because now
man.
there's far less.
Yeah, they're probably like, I don't know, 20% of them were kind of just dickheads. My guess.
It's like 50% of what it used to be. Now the chat's gone. I'm just trying to figure out the psychology. People, they don't
Exactly.
want to go to Discord. It's like,
So yeah, it's been about a half the viewership, right? Roughly. So yeah, they're gone. And
Do you think that the people running NASA, these space agencies, are concerned about the flat Earth and are
oh yeah,
like sending people out to hear what we got to say and whatnot?
oh yeah,
Yeah, it has to be somewhat of concern because
they're
once
going crazy.
once you go flat, man, you got a can of worms. But it worked different for Jim, man. Jim 77, he went the opposite way, man. He learned all the bullshit and then came here and went, oh fuck, these guys, this shit, that Earth is flat. Fuck.
So, hey, I went down to general conversation. None of y'all coming down with me.
I didn't know you were going. You want to go down to general conversation? I'll go with you.
I'll go too.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you down there.
All right.
Good night. All right, you guys have fun.
Captain Dan, are you coming or no, bro?
I'm gonna go down to general conversation.
All right, you guys go
I can find it.
generalize your conversation, would you? Go.
Very
go,
general.
Go.
We'll speak in general out. We'll
Speak
speak
very
in
generally. Speak generally of me, okay?
Yes. You got it.
All right, have fun.
Where the is general chat?
It's the general. I've never heard. I didn't know we had a fucking general.
What the hell is general chat? What?
Where the hell is there? I see it. General rules. General rules.
So
All right.
that's the general rules. It's not like a chat. It's just like where the rules are. And
okay. Where did they go then?
no, I don't. Like, why'd they go there? It's my
They
question.
went to biblical. I see Captain Dan. He's down in biblical. And then there's general conversation right up below that. Okay, everybody's in general conversation. There they go.
Yeah, I'm seeing how that.
So flat Earth it is, huh? Really? On a Friday night. Might be Saturday morning for most of you. Or if you're Jin in Japan, man, it might be tomorrow. It might be what? Yeah. Sunday? No, not yet.
No, not yet. I mean,
not yet.
Yeah, no.
Well, yeah, I was in earlier after kind of at the end of ladies' night. I don't usually jump in on ladies' night, but Level Up, she was keeping it together pretty good. Some good conversations. It was kind of fun. But I hadn't heard any real super newbies or globies too much today. It was kind of light, man. It was kind of light. But from what I understand, I learned a couple things about notifications for different evenings and stuff. You can send out through Discord, man. You can send out notifications to all of our members. Like, hey, it's ladies' night. Come on down, or something. I was like, fuck, that's cool. So yeah, but that information didn't get put on the right. So nobody knew it was even ladies' night.
I think most people know every Friday night's usually ladies' night.
Yeah, but some people forget. And go, oh shit! Oh yeah.
I mean, people are busy on Friday nights usually, right? They're like,
that's why I definitely have to try it on a different night. Try like a Wednesday night or something.
Yeah, maybe like I don't know, like Thursday. I don't know, like in the middle of the week. like near the weekend, but not like
Wednesday's probably good. Middle of the
maybe
week.
Wednesday. Yeah.
Be kind of fun. Yeah, or give the ladies Saturday night, man. Why not?
Yeah, Saturday night is usually people here.
Yeah.
It
Kinda
gets a little
fun.
rowdy. It gets a little rowdy on Saturday night, so
Well,
not
the
sure
girls,
it's suitable for polite
the
company.
ladies can handle rowdy, man. They're pros, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
my God. They'll just fucking mute your ass. You're like, I got server
actually,
muted.
yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to have the ladies in charge on Saturday night. No, you
Yeah.
say it.
Like totally. We all got sent the cog dis.
Should have like a doghouse. Like
Everybody's gone. Oh shit. No. I'm kidding, man. Anyway.
Everyone is in cog dis for a week.
Everybody's in cog.
Every single man is in
I'm
cog
sending
dis.
all you mongos to cog dis, man. Bye. Yeah.
Everyone's in cog dis, no one's in cog dis.
I know, but the ladies would send us all there on a Saturday night, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. What else is going on? NASA, man. Is NASA doing anything fun? Anybody check lately? I checked the other night, man. Seemed like they were just spending a whole bunch of money again.
I don't know. Did they?
I'm guessing
release-
the next thing they're gonna do is play a basketball game on the ISS somehow.
There you go.
Yeah, just have like a basketball court floating in space, like orbiting the Earth. Just like maybe Kobe or no, not Kobe. Kobe shows up. Sorry, LeBron. They'll get LeBron up on the floating basketball court to do some tricks.
Wait, which one was the Freemason? It was Michael Jordan.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure he's a Freemason. Yeah, like all sorts of creepy shit happened around him.
What if the ball hits one of the windows?
And then like all the water, like the water comes flooding in. I don't know, man.
I still got to see that show, Space Force, man. Helio said it was a must watch for comedy relief, so I definitely got to check that out, man. I have not even. I think I saw like a one clip.
That's like one of those shows that's like a wink. It's like a wink to us from like
Right. It's
the
like
control.
a little nod to
Yeah.
us. They're making fun of NASA, how retarded and stupid they are. They love to do that, man. If you've watched every television in the last 4 or 5 years, and there's TV
Hell no.
commercials on it, if there's TV commercials on, every one of those TV commercials makes you look like the people are just idiots. It's like, well, I could save, $200 on my insurance. And I'm like, well, if I well, what the hell do I got to do that? Like, it's like, they make everything look like you're a fucking idiot, man. You're a fucking idiot.
They call us useless.
It's because people
Useless
It's
people.
because people emulate what they see. So if you show a bunch of people on TV behaving in a smart way, people will emulate that and they'll try their best to behave in a smart way. But if you show a bunch of people on TV that are behaving in a stupid way, a bunch of stupid people will watch that and be like, oh, okay, so it's cool to be stupid.
It's just cool to be fucking like a guy in the movie, what's that? Idiocracy. All fucking,
good movie.
All plants like electrolytes. It's got electrolytes. Pour it on the plants. Okay. Sounds good. I should do that. That movie's, I think it's way ahead of its time, man. But I think it's I don't know when they made that movie, man, like 15 years ago?
2006 or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's coming true, I think. It's coming true. I don't know, man. Whoa, flat Earth on a Friday. Let's see here, man. I saw something. Yeah.
Flat Earth, has anyone told you you have like a radio tier voice?
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard you're not like Democ, man. I miss my buddy Democ. He had a great voice for that, man. And he even had a shitty microphone and it sounded good.
Still like, so when you know it's a golden voice.
Pretty good mic. His voice is wicked, man. Damn. Miss Democ, man. He was here for a while back, I don't know, like a month ago, for a few days, but haven't seen him. Miggy is there, man. Is it Miggy?
Yeah, he's here. Is he? Yep.
I see him there, man. I'm always listening to Miggy. I never actually talk to Miggy, but I'll listen to him because I like the way he makes these Globers squeam and squirm. Squeam and squirm. Squirm. I think it's squirm is the word I'm looking for.
Squirm, squeal. Squeamish is a word, but I guess squeam is not a word, apparently.
But he's on point. And there's not much that trips him up, man. Not much.
Dude, they're called ballers for a reason. They ball.
But Mig just, he keeps bringing it back to the reality, man. What is the method? What are we proving here? What's the truth here? No, this, imagine this, imagine that bullshit. Fuck off. No, man. Let's keep it straight and narrow right down here on the flat earth, man. Because you can't prove fuck all and you know it. And, I'm a more like direct, kind of chill person. Everybody's just telling me, you don't have shit. Miggy, no. He breaks it down and concise. Orion's pretty good at that as well. Rookie's good. Glad's really good. He keeps it simple. I'm just like, I keep it like super simple, man. I take it to the next level, man. Show me some bendy water and I'll go away. What do you got?
Fucking remember waves? That's bendy water. Okay.
Have you walked 6 grillion light years into the sky?
I think it's Geppy. I don't know Geppy Get. Is it Geppy Get? I owe somebody $100, man. Who was it? Geppy Get?
Might as well just give it to Geppy Get anyway. Just fuck it. Just give him $100.
Just give him $100 regardless.
He pulled a fat one, man.
What'd he do? Wait. Why do you owe him 100 bones, man?
I was saying I give him $500 for some bendy water, and he sent 2 pictures of the waves. And I was like, no, that's Kirby water, man.
It's a dumb bet, dude. Yeah,
that was a bitch move on his part, bro.
That's Kirby water.
Have you guys heard of the eBay stuff where like people are convinced they're getting the product in the picture, but someone just sold them a picture of the product? Oh my god, it's the funniest fucking shit.
No,
it's the best. It's the best. You gotta look that up.
Those cock bastards, man.
Yeah, it's bad. But here's one worse. I saw, and maybe you guys have seen this, but it's like they're selling intellectual it's an empty painting. It's a picture frame. And they said the artist just they try to sell it as art. Okay, it's nothing. It's nothing. And they say an artist did it. But it's like, whoo-wee. So anyway, they make money on it, and people have. It's because of the barcode shit and the QR code stuff. People are buying just ideas. You know what I mean? They're buying like conversation topics. Okay,
dude, they're buying NFTs, bro.
NFTs, yeah. See, I haven't even looked into it, but I already know it's absolute bullshit.
Oh yeah,
it's rough, man.
It's crazy. I spent a week looking into that. I was like, oh my, what a fucking nightmare.
You didn't buy anything, did you? I'm just kidding.
You know, if I was 30, 25, I might be, yeah, I'd definitely be like making some NFTs and just putting them out there on the market.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost much. Fuck it.
Take a picture of my motherfucking toenails, guys. Make some cash.
Yeah, exactly. And then tweak it in Photoshop, and then like, yeah, that's
Yeah. At that
NFT.
point, it's intellectual property. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing not selling our flat Earth memes, bro? By the way, like,
And it used to be NFT, dude. Oh, by the way, when I was doing the NFT research for a week, I was on there looking for flat Earth stuff, and there was a shitload of it on there.
that's good. That's great, man.
It's a shitload of NFT, flat Earth NFTs. By the way.
Good.
Whether they're memes or not, most of them were just like pictures. It might have been.
Sure, I guess it doesn't really matter. I would actually, yeah, a picture would probably be better than a meme because a meme, I mean, if you can just do it in a picture, you don't have to read. That's the way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check it out, though. And you don't need to read the one I posted just down in the live stream voice text.
Planet New Mexico.
Planet New Mexico. Okay, so check it out. That man, if this is the true curvature of the Earth in both the photos, then that man is 3,500 miles long. Paul. Okay.
Hey, that's perspective. You're looking at it all wrong. It's totally perspective because of the lens and the.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those pictures where the people are like smoking the Eiffel Tower, or whatever?
Yeah, that's exactly what that shit is.
Holy shit, that's a great picture, man.
They're holding up the sun. You're like, yeah, I know you're not, but
cool picture.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's one of my favorites here because it's like, well, which one is it, guys? Is the curvature the thing they quote unquote see from space with no stars or satellites around it, or is it in this photo that Neil deGrasse Tyson debunked? Like, what are we doing, Globers, anymore? What's wrong with you? You got nothing. You had nothing, but now we're really good at pointing it out to you. So.
Well, dude, one thing I've noticed recently, Glad, man, we haven't had a lot of Globers coming in here, or newbies, or people just like, and that's okay. But we've had a lot of people coming in here that are like new flat earthers. And I think that, I don't know, some of them are a little suspicious, but there's been a few really
genuine
genuine.
Really genuine. That's tough to say.
General whirlwind. And they come in and go, dude, I'm looking into this and I'm tripping, or you're like,
yeah.
And
well, here's the deal. This is what I've noticed, and yeah, I want to answer kind of on that. So like there's new flat earthers, generally genuine. Man, it is tough to say that. People looking to learn, this kind of deal. I think there's three kinds. So the first kind is the totally genuine. They're here to learn, and it's awesome to talk to them. Okay, we've seen some of those more than I think ever, but maybe not. Maybe yeah. For sure. Maybe it's finally getting to a tipping point. Anyway, so and then you got the guys in the middle who want to troll, but secretly also in the future because they know we're right, want to be a flat earther and they want to have their game together. Okay, when they admit it to their families or just to themselves in the mirror, if they can look at themselves for more than 5 seconds in the mirror. And then there's the third kind of person who is a total shill, a total son of a bitch, and they're coached and they have a script when they come in, and they are, I guess, considered the best actors of their team, even though they're still really sloppy. Right. So you got those three different kinds of folks.
Yep. And we've had.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say something, guys. We should start a voice channel and just name it Genuine. It'll be for genuine people.
Hashtag genuine, bro. Let's do it.
Oh shit!
Hashtag genuine. Don't put the bro on it.
I started a movement. Fuck.
I love that. Orion, set it up. Let's get it going. Sign me up. Hell, I'll even get a tithe in there. I'll pay $5. I'm just kidding.
I'll throw it.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I love content creators. I love the content, etc. Yeah. But I'm never going to pay $1 for any of this stuff because you can for free go out and check it yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's just me, man. People, you want to support people out there, fucking do it. It's my deal. Is I don't want to put any money into this. I want it to be completely pure truth. I don't want to get any money, and I'm not going to pay anybody to tell me about it. You know what I mean?
Dude, I've had this conversation 100 times at least regarding truth for sale.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I get it, but I just don't like it. You know what I mean? I just
Sure,
don't.
absolutely. And that's it's the deal. Listen, if so many of the people the content creators out there that have a shitload of either fake subs or God forbid, real subs, they're still being exposed to the truth. I'll always come back to the fact that the Earth measures flat, so you can talk about whatever the fuck you want, whenever, wherever. The Earth is still going to measure flat at the end of that conversation.
Well, not only is the Earth going to measure flat, but NASA's going to fucking lie through their teeth and show you a bunch of cuckoo fucking Cocoa Puffs, and you might believe it, and you might be one of those retards that believes that those are pictures of Saturn with that Cassini flying by the rings, and you're like, that's so cool.
You have to be able to, you have to be able to discern between the people you should trust. You should trust your cardiologist because that's important. You shouldn't trust somebody who's lied to you 100 times before to tell the truth. Okay, the 101st fucking time. Get the fuck out of here.
That's it, man.
Yep.
I think I dropped a really good
If a cardiologist lies to you twice, you're dead. You feel me?
Let me see if I can find this real quick, man.
They're like, oh, you don't trust doctors and scientists? No, yeah, dude. I just know which ones to trust and which ones not, bro. Can't you figure that out yet? Okay, here. No, let me sit you down and help you out real quick here.
I want you guys to watch this beautiful ISS footage from today. It was really good. And you check that out. It's a real quickie, only a few seconds. You don't have to believe me. But you guys check that out. Let me know you think of those graphics. Oh, shit, man.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't that a beauty, huh? All right, I got to go give my wife some orange juice here. Hold on.
It's important. Go do that.
Yep, I'll be right back. Carry on.
Sure. So it's an ISS live feed glitch. Speaking of videos, though, if y'all haven't seen The Next Level, y'all got to see it. I liked it, right? It doesn't have all the information we want, but we only get an hour and a half tops for these the attention span starved people, right?
Is this a sequel to the first level?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Yeah,
Not really a sequel. Well, yeah, so I think it's better. But anyway,
Yeah,
Level
the
and The
first one-
Next Level, seeing both of those are, if someone needs something else than that to spark their interest to go and look for themselves, I feel like we're just spoon feeding them at that point.
Like the first level was just for like the lowest attention span, like lowest
Right.
content. It was
Yeah,
just
this
like
one's
really.
this one's a little better. But what I like about these movies is people, no matter how simple it is a concept to understand, things like gas pressure. When you say those two words, people just go, "Okay, peace out. I'm fucking.
Yeah,
Who
they
cares?
just shut
This is
down.
science class. What is this? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
nerds.
They ask us to back it up with science, but at the same time, they don't want to hear the fucking science. Anyway,
I mean, they just they only want to hear what they want to hear, and then you say something that actually sounds like science, but it's in the wrong direction to them, they'll just shut down. But yeah, like Neil deGrasse Tyson just says like quasar, blah blah blah, whatever, nebula, and then they're just like, "Oh man, trust the science. Yeah, we're so smart because we're following what this guy says." But wait, who made this what's it called? The Next Level? Did you post?
Hibbler Productions. Here, I'll post it. It was just posted 2 days ago.
Ghost, you did.
Very hella constructed, he says. Oh, well, yeah, for sure. He's talking about the documentary, right?
He made it?
No, he didn't make it. He says the documentary is very constructed, the style of it.
Yeah.
If someone were walking, you'd call how they walk a gait. He's talking about how this movie walks. No. Oh, you made it, Ghost. Okay, bro. What?
What the fuck?
He made.
He's
So,
messing
anyway.
around. Let
I
him
know.
mess
Yeah,
around.
it was just like, okay,
Hey,
dude, calm down.
Flat.
Listen, so Brad made the next level.
Yes, Sir Brad.
Okay.
Sir Brad didn't make the next one. That's my only inside joke there, man. Totally. Only
That's a
few people get that
mega
one.
inside. Okay, so what did you say?
I was going to ask you, man. Were you ever into Sheryl Crow at all?
Man, I feel like a woman. Is that Cheryl?
No.
Oh no, that's. Anyway, the music was fine. Sure, yeah, Sheryl Crow's music was fine. Why?
I mean, it wasn't something you're like, oh shit, that's really good. Huh? I bought her out.
No. It was on the radio, and it was catchy enough to get stuck in my head in like
Yeah, it
elementary
was very
school,
catchy.
middle school.
Very
Yeah,
catchy.
had it not been on the radio, I would not have cared at all about it, and I still kind of don't. Anyway, go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah. But
Shania Twain is who I was thinking about. Man, I feel like a woman. By the way, I don't like that song for a lot of different reasons, gender stuff. But we don't have to talk about that.
we can keep it on the trans ISS. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first I'm going to share the next level so people click on it while we're talking about it.
There, share the next level.
Hang on.
I'm going to grab a beer.
All right.
Share it.
Knock one back for me, would you?
Yes. I watched the documentary. Cool. It's okay for first timers. You know, a seasoned veteran flat earther.
Oh no, it's not for us. It's not for the old guard at all. Like
not for us at all.
Not at all. And here's another thing. Well, go ahead.
Well, the EWAR stuff was a little more interesting for us old timers. Been around.
Definitely a lot of different information.
Yeah.
Like I said, the only thing I don't like about it is that it's mostly not about Earth being flat. That's the only thing.
Yeah, he did a lot of.
You know, he went everywhere. Only a little bit was attributed to flat Earth, and then he gets you to come research it with him, or at least go on the journey because it says flat Earth in it.
But this year alone, Glad, I've heard at least 4 guys come in here and go, "Hey man, what's up? I found this server." And you're like, how'd you find? What got you into flat Earth? And they're like, I watched this thing called The Lost History of Flat Earth. It was really good.
Oh man, yeah, and to me, there's something that is bad publicity, but in that sense, it's not at all. That's good,
right? Yeah, I think it's good. Mm-hmm.
I mean, on that
at least 4 guys that have come in here and said they found the server and got here because Lost History of Flat Earth, EWAR's stuff, man, and you know it is that good, man. It even when I was a seasoned flat earther, I'm watching this going, well, fuck, I didn't know about those sidereal cycles and shit. And I'm like, how the fuck?
Right.
It's
all great. It's all great info, but I can't stop harping on the fact that the Earth measures flat no matter what mud floods may or may not have happened. No matter what fossils you find, nothing.
Keep it real simple. We're going to keep it real straight, and we're going to keep it real level. And if
that's
you
what I'm
guys don't
saying.
like
And the motherfucker needed 5 different really long videos. Like, I don't know about that, man.
No, he didn't. And that, you know.
But he did. You see what I mean? He made 5 really long fucking videos.
Now he
and put flat Earth on all of them, and it's like, yeah, but no.
Yeah, and
then it attributes flat earthers. Sorry, let me finish. It attributes flat earthers to other crazy conspiracies, right? All of those other ones that they're unfalsifiable, folks. I don't care who you are. So anyway, go ahead.
I was gonna say, man, there's a lot of criticism of him, and I can agree with a lot of the criticism because we don't know who the guy is. He's never been on Discord. He's never been on the Global.
That's also suspect as fuck, bro. Right? Who's this guy?
He's never been on ODD.
And he's got Anon at the end of his name. Like, get out,
he's
bro.
Never interviewed with Eric today. who the fuck is this guy?
Right.
And where the fuck is he? At least Jaronism. I've met him a couple times, shook his hand, flat smacked with him for an evening. It was, give all the fucking, boo-hoos to Jaron all you want. I don't care. But the guy did get out there and flat smack with me. And I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's all part of a big controlled release, and everybody's got their paws in it. People who want to make money from it, people who don't, all kinds of people.
Yeah, but I don't think he's making money off of that.
Well, that's the thing. There's always an angle. There's always an agenda with these videos, especially when they get popular quick. There's something to be felt from it. I just, and that's why I personally, just me, I try to stay away from those. Because man, I've been in this shit since 2001, right? Since we saw some shit go down, and we were like, "Oh my god, that's the fishiest thing I've ever fucking seen in my life," right? And so I've been in it since then, and I'm so sick of conspiracies and conspiracy theories, dude. I could not care fucking less about it.
Well, growing up, man, we only had a couple of them, and it was tough to kind of like weed through them because we didn't have the internet. We had just videotapes and shit we'd pass around here and there, and there was a couple, man, that hit my VCR machine, and I was like, oh damn. And the 2001 thing, that wasn't. No, we'd already had the internet there, but even before that, back in the early 90s, I was getting handed tapes, man. These videotapes would get passed around, man. And,
yeah, VHS tapes, dude. Check this out. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. Finish your story.
VHS tapes, man. There was this one, man, that came across my buddy's like, dude, you gotta watch this, man. I'm like, all right. And it was this retired colonel. We said that the government of the United States was bringing in the drugs to America. I was like,
yeah.
What? No, I mean, it really fucking shook my fucking skull, man. I'm like, yeah, really? And I remember walking out of like shaking my head going, damn, that's some wicked shit, man. These cocks are fucking for real, man. And
it's the real deal, dude. People, and the thing is, I got caught up in it in 2001. With the whole, here's how it started. Nostradamus. Right? I went to the internet and I was like,
oh, there you go.
Something predicted something, right? And then all that came up at that time, because the internet was still kind of a toddler at that point for the public, at least. And I'll tell you, man, I got all Nostradamus nonsense and biblical stuff and all of it. And then